All right, the date is February 14th, 2022, Valentine's Day. My name is Corporal Andrew Olfert. I'm with the RCMP K Division Serious Crimes Branch. I'm here today in Coaldale Detachment, and I'm going to be speaking to a gentleman named Anthony Olienick in reference to RCMP file 2022-111482. Which is a investigation into an armed group of individuals at the Coutts Border Blockade or protest. Again, I'm speaking to a gentleman named Tony or Anthony Olienick. He has been arrested for, he has already been arrested for possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose, mischief for over $5,000, obstruction of critical infrastructure, and what is going to change is that he is momentarily he's going to be arrested as well for conspiracy to commit murder, and of course, being that his jeopardy is changing, he'll be afforded access to counsel if he chooses. As I said, he was arrested initially today's date, February 14th, 2022, I believe sometime just after midnight. I can say that as far as COVID concerns, we are still, I guess, in the middle of what we call the COVID-19 pandemic, and as such, we do have precautions we're going to be taking. I do not believe I have COVID. I've been double vaccinated. Having said that, I've actually also contracted COVID just around New Year's of this year. I do not have it anymore, and I don't believe I'm transmissible or carrying the virus anymore. I have no symptoms of COVID-19. I don't believe that my health is compromised, nor do I believe that I am any significant risk of compromising anyone else's health. Having said that, though, I will, you can see I'm right now, I'm wearing a mask as per regulations. I will not make Tony wear a mask while he's here. That is his choice while he's in custody. He doesn't have a choice to be here, but I will afford him the choice of whether he wants to wear a mask or not. Another thing I should cover off, another thing I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to sanitize the room, just to make sure that there's no concerns with any harmful germs or COVID-19 in this room. Something else I should point out as well is that during this interview, I guess you could characterize this investigation as one where there are some strongly held political views, and in the interest of engaging in dialogue and discovering the truth, which is really my sole objective in this process, is to discover the truth and present that truth to the courts. I will definitely during the conversations relate to Tony. That may include identifying with some of his views or what I perceive to be his views. I may be wrong, and that may include myself being critical of our provincial, federal government, even up to including our premiers, mayors, prime ministers. Everyone is entitled to their own political views, but just because I say something in this room about my views does not necessarily mean that those are my views, and definitely does not mean that they're the views of the RCMP or represent the RCMP. Just thought I should be open about that. Having said that, let me sanitize this room. You know what, I don't know if I time-stamped earlier, but let me do that now. We're a couple minutes in. It's 17:45 is the time now. So, just a moment here. Yeah. It'd be great if I could get some spray right here. Just excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can actually get one that will spray some cleaner. It appears I'm locked in if someone can rescue me out of this room. Thank you. Lysol wipes to the rescue. Just pick up where I left off. As I said, I'm gonna sanitize this room. Tony has been in cells for some time here overnight, so I actually think that's good. He's been given a chance to rest. This definitely is very much an ongoing investigation with different things changing. So while this investigation has been moving along and other interviews have been moving along, I trust that Tony's had some time to rest since his late night arrest. All right. Oh, this is not on.
This is not on. This is what? This isn't on.
Everything's on audio there.
Okay.
We'll start now.
Alright.
Well, I'll intro here as well. Hi, Corporal Alford here, just for the record here, even though it was we recording on audio and video in this room here, I am introduction. I've just been advised that my fat thumbs, I must not have pressed record when I thought I did on this recorder, so we're just starting the audio up now. Pass this to Coutts Churchill. Thank you.
pass it over here. Thanks for coming out there. So, like I said, my name is Kyle, police officer with the RCMP. Do you mind if I take this off?
Yeah, no
Okay, cool,
problem.
man. Thanks. So, just to let you know, everything's audio and video recorded, but you know that, I'm sure, as you're in police custody. But they asked me, the team just asked me to update your rights so that you understand what, because listen, the biggest thing about being here is understanding what you're under arrest for.
Okay.
So, I just want to make sure and give you that opportunity to probably call a lawyer again. So, just let me read this for you. So, I need to advise you that you will be subject to audio and video recording at all times while in police custody, except during communication with your lawyer. Do you understand?
Correct.
I'm just gonna write this down. Alright, so you're under arrest for mischief over $5,000, contrary to section 430 sub 1 sub c of the Criminal Code of Canada, obstruction of the critical infrastructure contrary to section 2 sub 4 of the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, conspiracy to commit murder, members of the RCMP, contrary to section 465 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Canada. That's the new one, okay? The rest are the same as before, I believe. Possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose, contrary to section 88 sub 2 of the Criminal Code of Canada. Do you understand? I'm not asking if you're guilty or anything, I'm just asking, do you understand what I just told you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, tell me what that means to you.
I don't know, that seems really bizarre.
Okay.
I'm just protesting for freedom of parking trucks, I mean,
Yeah.
wow.
Well, I can, I mean, I know you were already read your rights for the other three. It's just that new one, conspiracy to commit murder. This is a new one?
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah, so, do you understand what that actually means?
No.
Okay. So basically, it just means that you, along with at least one other person, had planned to murder members of the RCMP.
No way.
Okay. Yeah, and hey, I'm not telling you, I'm not asking if you're guilty or anything. I'm just making sure that you understand what you're under arrest for, because
Yeah.
so you can tell it to your lawyer, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I will.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so you have the right to retain and instruct a lawyer without delay. This means that before we proceed with our investigation, you may call any lawyer you wish or a lawyer from a free legal advice service immediately. If you want to call a lawyer from a free legal advice service, we will provide you with a telephone, and you can call a toll-free number for immediate legal advice. If you wish to contact any other lawyer, telephone and telephone book will be provided to you. If you're charged with an offense, you may apply to legal aid for assistance. Do you understand?
Yes.
And tell me what this means to you.
Yeah, that I can speak to a lawyer of my choice.
Perfect.
Where is Martin? Has he been around today?
Speak to a lawyer. Just one second. Before I forget what you said. I have a short memory. Martin, I forget how to say his last name, something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
This guy, Martin Regner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Oh, yeah, he's been spoken with by some members of our investigative team, but we're going to give you a chance here to call him again and discuss the new stuff, obviously, which leads me to my next question. Do you want to call a free lawyer or any other lawyer?
No, I think I'll just call him because he's...
Right, yeah, sorry, a free lawyer or any other lawyer. No, I'll call him. You're just going to call Martin, which is your lawyer. Okay. All right, so you're under arrest for mischief over $5,000, obstruction of a critical infrastructure, possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose, and conspiracy to commit murder. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but whatever you say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Tell me what this means to you.
I don't really know.
Okay, basically all it means is like you're under arrest for the things I told you about earlier, and you don't have to say anything to us.
Yeah.
That's basically what it means. And if you do say something, it could be used in evidence in court. Make sense?
Correct.
Fantastic. Okay. You want to speak to Martin? Sorry, get the spelling of the gentleman's last name again. R-E-J-N-A. Oh. So, we'll just bring you to the phone room back and go for another walk, and then we'll get to the lawyer call. And
Could I call my mother by chance?
I'll talk to the team and check, but Yeah.
Just so she's not worried about me.
I got you, man. Yeah, just let me talk to the guys, because my job is literally just this.
Okay.
I have like one lane, and that's where I stay. But let me check with the guys, and we'll get you in that room there. Just come with me,
Okay.
and we'll get you that lawyer call.
Call you out.
Sounds good, man.
Starting to like them. Where, what is that? Can't say.
So, sorry, I'm just doing this. So, did you speak to a lawyer?
Correct.
Correct. Did you understand the advice given to you?
Yes.
Are you waiting a call back from your lawyer, or are they coming to meet you in person?
I think a callback.
Okay. Okay, but you spoke with him?
Yes.
Okay. But he wants a call back.
Or he's gonna call me back.
He's going to call you back?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you all the rest of the questions that they already asked you the last time, but let me just go talk to the guys there. Okay, just give me a minute, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, man.
What a joke. Bullshit.
Sorry, Tony, you still have that sticky note I gave you?
Whoa.
Because I think it's a cell phone, hey?
No, I left it in the room.
Left in there? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, the lights go off?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not moving enough, I guess. Stand by.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
I gotta maybe. I gotta pee.
So, Tony, I spoke with your lawyer,
Okay.
and he said that he doesn't have any more advice to give you right now, but if you need something, you can give him a call later, and
Okay.
he's all good. And he's going to be part of your bail hearing.
Okay.
They have that all arranged, so.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Tony?
Yep.
Andy.
Andy?
Nice to meet you. I don't know if we can handshake or not, or ready to do that, but
Thank you. The water
Thank
here
you.
isn't that good.
what's that? Well,
There's
there's some bottled water here.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna need to drink. It's dry down here in southern Alberta. Eh?
The water in that is not very good either. That tap water.
Is it not?
No, it tastes really bad.
Are you from out here? Like, are you used to tap water here or no?
No.
Like, where's home?
St. Clair's Home.
Okay. Okay, hang on a second. You know what? I got called here kind of unexpectedly, and my phone has been blowing up since I got here. It's been a bit of a shit show, pardon my language.
No problem.
Hopefully it doesn't offend you. All right. So yeah, I told you my name when I came in here is Andy. I'm a police officer. I'm not wearing a uniform right now. I don't typically wear a uniform in my day-to-day duties anymore. I haven't for some time, but I am a police officer. Okay, so just like any other officer when you're arrested has told you about your rights as far as whether you choose to speak to an officer or not, it applies to me as well.
Okay.
Okay. I just don't want you to be under a mistaken impression that I'm something other than a police officer. Okay, I don't want to be upfront with you. From what I know about you, I don't know a lot about you because I never met you, but from what people told me, you're a pretty straight up dude. So I think I deserve you that respect to be straight up with you as well. It's audio video recorded in here. That's for a few reasons. I guess as much as it is to capture basically the true essence of what is or isn't said in here, right? And that way nothing can be like twisted. It's like, well, there's an actual accurate record of what or was or wasn't said, right? As opposed to me just talking to you off the record and I go and well he said this and it's my word against yours, right? Well, it's not that. That's not the case. That's not the best evidence. Best evidence is to be able to review our whole conversation if they choose to, and see what the true intent of something was. So yeah, it's audio video recorded. I think my partner, whenever he's been walking around with you, has had that audio recorder. That's why he's doing that. He's not trying to invade your space, and I'm not trying to do that to invade your space either. It's to be accurate, right? And it's also to keep us accountable too, right? Like, if I'm perfectly honest, a lot of, unfortunately, the rules and procedures that we do now are because some cop is fucked up, and that's like bad. And not all, but sometimes I'd like to think that police are proactive and say, you know, this is best practice. But like any industry or contractor, you have to learn from mistakes, and part of that is making sure that you're keeping accountable. So that not only are we capturing out everything accurately, but we're doing everything proper, right?
Yeah.
It's recorded. So there's a couple reasons for that. I don't know what your thoughts are on COVID. I think I could probably guess just kind of based on the circumstances that brought us here today. I'm sure everywhere, just like you, everywhere you've gone today, or in today's world, you can't avoid the topic. And honestly, I'm so sick of talking about it. Like I used to argue with people and get into all kinds of shit. Now I just honestly a lot of times I just walk away because I'm sick of it. Like it's going on 2 years now, and I'm done. Like a lot of people. But being that we are COVID, another thing I need to do is just let you know that I don't believe I'm carrying the COVID virus. I actually did have COVID. Just over New Year's. And go figure, double vaccinated. I had to get double vaccinated for my job, like a lot of people. Otherwise, I'd be out of a job. And double vaccinated, still got COVID around New Year's. So, I mean, that kind of makes well, whatever. I'm not saying that to be for me, but it definitely for me it makes me kind of question some things, right? But regardless, I tell you, my experience with COVID was a bad flu. But nothing I would ever consider going to the hospital for. I was laid up for a few days and I'm okay, and you know what, life goes on, right? Like definitely nothing I would shutter myself in for or go live in the hills over. It's a virus, and we've been dealing with viruses since the beginning of time, but that's my opinion, not the opinion of the RCMP. But yeah,
Can I say something? I'd just like
Yeah.
to say, like, I haven't eaten for over a day.
yeah, okay.
Like,
Did they not feed you here?
Well, all the food is shit, and
Okay.
I have a gluten allergy, and
Okay, you know what? That was really one of the first things I asked you because I'm hungry. What time is it here? It's 6:30, man.
yeah,
Like, and I usually eat like all the
I
time.
haven't eaten
I'm
since
stuff, so-
yesterday at lunchtime.
Okay, I was gonna order
So-
some food anymore, or as well. I know there's McDonald's here. Like we're in Coaldale,
Yeah.
man. I don't know how well you know Coaldale, but there's not a lot here.
What was
Is
it?
McDonald's good, or is there any
No.
other place where if you were hitting a drive-through, where'd you go?
I don't do any drive-throughs.
What do you like? If you
I
need something quick, you're working and you just got 5 minutes to stop and grab something. You go to the grocery store, grab
Yeah.
a salad,
I
or
would
like
prepare a salad with some chicken. A good salad or something.
from a deli, like a deli salad with chicken.
Yeah, yeah.
You said no gluten. What about like any other things? Like is like bacon, chicken, okay?
Yeah.
Or okay,
Yeah,
okay, just some protein, some
Yeah.
greens.
yeah.
Okay,
That's right.
Okay, we'll do that.
He's making pizza pops and stuff, and I was like, man, I maybe should have one. But I
Here's
know
what-
I'll probably be
Okay, well, you know what? I'm glad you told me. Does anyone else back there know you have a gluten allergy?
I did tell one lady.
Okay. Okay, man, I apologize for that. That's not right. One thing I want you to know while you're here, like, I don't know how you've been treated here so far. I know the guy that just talked to you. I've worked with him a couple of times. I don't work with him every day. But from what I've seen, I think he's a pretty stand-up guy. I don't have any reason to think he would be treating you poorly. I don't know what happened before that, though. I don't know who all you've dealt with.
Yeah,
But,
so far everyone's been really good.
Yeah, this guy's been being all right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. How about when you were arrested? Was that all right?
Really good. Professional, nice.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. It's rare that I hear otherwise, but I do want to hear it otherwise, right? Because I think, just like anybody, I don't think we're above being accountable.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody, especially when you're entrusted with any type of authority or a position like that, you open yourself
Yeah.
up to scrutiny. So we're no different. So I'm glad to hear that. Let's. I can step out in a second and see if I can get a couple. I guess actually have the same thing. Like I've been eating. Man, yesterday I was down at the border there. Like I just blew into town like 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of brought into this thing late, and they said, "Okay, can you come out and help kind of sort things out?" And I came down. Man, yesterday I was in a basically just stopping, and unlike the stereotype, like they talk about cops and donuts. I don't eat donuts, man. I think it is a stereotype. The reason why I do it, I just don't want to eat donuts. Actually, when I was in uniform, I never touched a donut.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I just don't want to be on a photo
Yeah,
as a
yeah.
cop eating a donut. I don't want to be that guy. Now, I feel like I'm wearing plain clothes for one. I might sneak one, but
Yeah.
it's not part of my diet.
I
But
agree.
that's what yesterday was. I'm telling you.
That's what ruined my health.
Oh, man. I was in a room where basically it was like coffee and like donuts and
Yeah.
pieces all day. I'm like, this is gross.
Wow, I've
and
been
you
truck
couldn't
driving
leave.
my whole life, and that's all you
Oh.
eat on the run. And then I had all bad habits, smoking and
Yeah.
eating poorly, and so
Yeah.
I just got rid of all that because I just wanted to be healthy.
Yeah, me too, man. And this last couple months has been a rough run because I've been on the road a lot. But like usually I'm in the gym, I'm eating. No, I wouldn't say great, but better than I am on the road, right?
Yeah, that's the way to do it. We got.
How are you doing for water? You're crushing that pretty quick, or?
Yeah, I haven't drank much water, like I said, because the water out of the tap there in the bathroom, in our room, is really horrible. It tastes. Ugh.
I'm not going to make you wear a mask here. Like I think that'd be disrespectful.
Appreciate it.
You don't have a choice to be here, right? Like let's be honest. You're somewhere you don't want to be.
Yeah.
I think the least I can do is respect you by if you have some dietary concerns, respect that, and not shove some mask mandate down your throat. How do you feel about me wearing a mask?
You can take it off. It's,
Well, I'm going to be drinking here anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing that. Or
Yeah.
are you comfortable with that?
No,
Like, you
yeah,
be honest.
fine.
Okay.
I don't want to answer any questions without a lawyer here. Is the
Yeah.
main thing, so we
Yeah,
can
you know what?
chit-chat and talk. I mean, I'm bored because I've been sitting here quiet.
I'm glad you said that because that tells me you understood your rights.
Yeah.
Because you're absolutely right. Like you have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You got the right to
100%.
to silence, and you don't have to say anything, right?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, regardless of whether you decide to talk to me, I'm going to respect you, regardless of what you decide.
Perfect. Thank you.
All I can do today is present you with information, and you can make your decision of what you choose to do, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. You don't have to say anything at all. And just like I'm sure he told you when he was reading the charges to you and going through all your rights, like anything you say, they always say can be used as evidence, right?
Yeah.
One thing I like to point out to people, though, that I don't think people always think of because I think they resort to TV and whatnot, is that I always hear people say, whenever I'm the guy who's making an arrest, right, I'll hear guys say, yeah, anything you say is going to be used against me. I'm like, okay, like let's talk about that. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But to me, evidence is truth, right? So the truth isn't for or against anybody. It's just the truth, right? So I can tell you that my usual role is I'm mostly involved in homicides. Like I spent a couple years as a gang cop. Now it's probably 90% homicides what I do. So usually when I'm sitting across from someone, it's because they've killed someone or people. And I always joke that when they ask what do you do, I ask coffee with killers. This is not that. I don't think of you that way. Like it's actually refreshing to be across from what I consider to be a pretty normal dude. Like someone who contributes to society and is a society builder, not destroyer. Which is a big thing to me, right? Because I honestly do, and I don't want to say anyone's a write-off. People change. People can beat their demons or change their surroundings or leave gangs. I believe that. People deserve a second chance, absolutely. But I can tell you from just living, not even just doing this job, but doing this job for 17 years and even just living, there's people who are society builders and there's people who are society destroyers, right? And unfortunately, some of those people, if I'm perfectly honest, some of those people infiltrate sometimes systems. There's some great people in these systems or power structures, but there's some people that sometimes infiltrate or are doing it for wrong reasons and maybe not doing what they should be doing or doing with a pure heart. You know what I mean? And I really believe that. And I think a lot of that's come to light in the past few years, which for me as a police officer has actually been conflicting, right? Seeing some of the stuff on the news through the past years. Not that I didn't know it existed before YouTube existed, right?
Yeah.
But just some of to the extent that some of the stuff that's happened, like whereas they talk about like thin blue line, and there absolutely I do believe that exists to an extent where it's just like in military. Talk to anyone who's been in the military. You survive by having each other's back. You have to, right?
Yeah.
It's no different for us. You have to have each other's back. But there's a code. There's a moral code where you're duty bound, I believe, and that's what we go through military. Because there's been some egregious things that have happened with military operations that are an embarrassment to Canada as well, right? I'm sure you can think of examples of that, things that have been done around the world by a Canadian military, even who is considered a peacemaking country.
Yeah.
But also for the police, there's that. So seeing that stuff was definitely conflicting to me, right? It's like, I don't anymore look at anything. Whereas when as a rookie cop, it might have been like, there's got to be a reason why you did that. You see a video, it's horrible. I'm looking, it's bad. Like, there's got to be a reason there. And you try to justify it. Or like, now it's like, you know what? I'm going to look at what I see, right? And there might be some other stuff that there might be some other facts, but like, if it's wrong, it's wrong. I don't care if he's wearing a uniform that looks like mine or not. Like, it's wrong, right? And in fact, that makes my job harder, because whatever trust that person breaks down when they're doing that, you think how much harder that is for me. And I don't wear a uniform now, but when I go to investigate homicides, let's say in Hobbema, I worked there or Massachusetts, I worked there for several years, and you go out there and sometimes there's a big distrust of the police or a fear to talk.
Where's Hobbema?
That's Massachusetts. It's I'm actually surprised you're from Alberta.
Yeah.
You never heard of it?
No.
Oh man, it's a unique place. It's between Edmonton and Red Deer.
Okay.
It's a reserve.
Okay.
And I'm not a statistician, but like for a long time it is like the gang capital of Canada.
Wow.
Like it's just in the level of violence and the
never
murder rate is, if you compared it, like you took the population, like let's say it's like 14,000, and the murder rate per capita there, and multiplied the population to a city the size of Calgary, like there'd be hundreds of murders a year in Calgary if it was the same size, right? Like just like per capita, the violence on there was, I would say, at a level that I hadn't seen before. So, sorry, where I was going with this is basically, before I start talking about where Hobbema is and kind of what it's about, or Massachusetts it's called now. The name has changed to a proper Indigenous name, Massachusetts. But sometimes you go into those communities, or sometimes other communities where there is this distrust of police, and sometimes justified, sometimes maybe it's not justified. Maybe it's just something that it's part of the gang culture, where you don't talk to the police or whatever. Even if you're a victim, or even if your family is a victim. But sometimes it's based on actual experience, right? Where maybe some shit was not done the way it should have been, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely understand that. But anyway, sorry, getting back to everything's already recorded here. Absolutely right. Like you said, you have the right to say or not say anything. That's up to you, right? Nobody's gonna hurt you here, threaten you, intimidate you. Has anyone threatened you or since you've been here?
No.
Like, and when I say threats, not necessarily threats of bodily harm or anything, but like, you better talk to the police and tell them what they want to know, or else the thing's going to be worse for you or whatever. Has anyone said anything like that?
No.
Or is anything maybe like a promise, almost like a bribe? Let's say, hey, you know, if you tell these guys what they want to do, you'll get this in return. Okay, good.
The only thing that I'd like to see is toilet paper in the bathroom. That would be nice.
What are they doing right now? Are they just giving you a sheet at a time, or
They gave us nothing.
okay?
That's pretty
Pretty
sick. Really, that's pretty savage.
Do you need to use the
conditions.
washroom right now?
I did earlier, but I got
Do
to
you
pee
need to
now.
right now, or-
Yeah, but
Let's do that, man.
you know, and there's no pillow, and they give us this
Okay.
horrible sheet. It's like, are we being held in a?
Concentrate. Is this Gitmo? Yeah, I know what you mean, man. No, it's not supposed to be like that. We're all
Nobody
Canadian
says
citizens here.
anything, and
Yeah, we're all Canadian
that's
citizens.
my
and-
only, you know,
Yeah,
negative comment.
that's absolutely valid, man. I'm glad you told me that.
Yeah.
Right. I'm glad you're being honest with me. Let's get you to the bathroom then, man. Let's get you a chance to do that, and I'm gonna get some food rolling here.
Yeah, because I'm getting dizzy
Yeah.
because I haven't eaten since, like I said, noon yesterday, and
Yeah.
had some potato chips last
Yeah.
evening.
No, we'll get that. Sit tight here, and then
Okay.
let's just see if this door is locked or not. Right now. Yeah, it is. I'll need someone to let me out, but we'll see if Kyle Churchill there can take you for bathroom bacon. We'll get you some food coming. See, I like
That'd be
chicken
much
salad. or
appreciated.
something.
Yeah.
I should
gassing out.
I should almost do a salad too or something. What to drink? Coffee?
Just
or?
water, no.
Yeah.
I don't like coffee.
coffee.
Caffeine's no good for me. I quit that too.
I haven't quit that yet.
Yeah.
I'm holding on to that. But I'm not a crazy coffee guy. I'm more not like 2 cups a day.
Yeah. Well, I used to be like the 10 cup a day.
I work with guys that are like that. Like it's like
it
I
wrecks my guts.
I never
Wrecks
see
my
them.
guts.
Oh, me too. I actually went on a coffee hiatus for a couple months before Christmas just to, because same thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it does something to my guts too, but I love it.
Yeah.
So how messed up is that?
I know. I it got to the point where I just couldn't go to the bathroom anymore. It was.
I got the opposite thing.
Oh.
Yeah, good coffee gets things moving. for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it's a little bit of an overshare.
Yeah. No.
It
that's
is
fine.
what it is, right?
Yeah. It would
Yeah.
like the gluten and all that. Gluten, sugar, caffeine. What the heck else? Anything GMO like that. Yeah. Would really cause gut irritation, and then I would be backed up for 4 or 5 days,
Yeah.
and brain fog and tired, and
Yeah.
it was hard. So I just got rid of all that and seen a naturopath doctor because
How'd that go?
the real doctors, they just want to prescribe you an antidepressant meds.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's like something's wrong with my guts. I'm not digesting
Yeah.
stuff right. So I seen this naturopath doctor in Calgary, and wow, she's like diet.
Right.
she
So
gave
not
me
even vitamins, just change your way you eat.
she gave me some stuff to kill some bad overgrowth bacteria called SIBO.
Yeah.
Because over the years,
SIBO?
SIBO,
Please
small
hold it.
intestinal bacteria overgrowth. That's just the acronym for it.
Okay.
And what it does is just, if you've been on antibiotics or something over your life and you haven't taken proper probiotics to
Yeah.
replenish the good bacteria,
Yeah.
all of a sudden starts eating your intestinal wall and making it so you can't digest food properly.
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
get
yeah.
these little sores and lesions or whatever in your intestine, and then all of a sudden your autoimmune would
Is that what
start failing.
agitates it? Like that's yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed, like I play guitar in a band,
Yeah.
and I quit playing for probably 10 years,
Mhm.
but just started playing again
Mhm.
because my eczema would get so bad. I'd get these blisters.
Look at this right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I got the same thing. Mostly in the winter.
There you go. I had all that, and it would get worse though. Like, I mean, clear blisters, and I'd pop them, and this liquid would puke out. Like,
Holy shit!
it
Yeah, I
was
never had
gross.
that.
That's gross.
That's yeah.
And it also, like you had, it would be itchy.
What are they like now?
Perfect.
Really?
Diet. I got rid of gluten.
Unreal.
Gluten was an actual cause of that because you can't digest the highly processed flour,
Mhm,
GMO stuff.
Mhm.
Now, if you go to Italy or go to Greece or go over somewhere over there and you have a pizza or a pasta made with real, like they've milled the flour
Yeah.
themselves,
Yeah.
most gluten or celiacs or whatever can
What does that
digest.
tell you about what we're eating here?
They're poisoning us. Everything is. The hospital they're poisoning, and the food we eat is poisoning, and even the water we drink out of this plastic water bottle is poison. It's sat in there for 8 months
Yeah, probably.
before you've drinking that. So you can imagine all the chemicals from the plastic is leaching into the water, and then this gets thrown into the ocean somewhere. It's horrible.
Yeah.
And it's,
What do we do though? Like we're so like.
well, it's,
How do we like? We're so dependent on it, eh? Like,
the big governments.
is it like a clean break where we just like enough of this shit, or like do we start the phase like I don't know.
know.
Do we do Justin Trudeau's drink milk box
Yeah.
container, whatever he said, or
Yeah.
like
Right?
I don't know, man.
I don't know exactly.
I'm dependent on it too, because like at home, like I'm on the run and grabbing stuff. Like when I say fast food, man, on the road, and I hate it, but it's because you feel it. Like after I've been here 2 days,
Yeah.
I feel like garbage, man.
Yeah, I know.
Like yesterday, I told you like coffee and donuts. I don't eat like that at home.
Yeah, I know.
It's gross.
No, I don't either.
I actually
cook
get
my own
salad
meals.
too.
I cook my own meals. I like lots of quinoa. It's
Mhm.
good. It's good fiber. And then I just make eggs, and I'm gonna get some. I like rice, but I like the brown, not brown rice. It's like a purple rice,
Right.
and it's more high in magnesium. And all
Where's
that
it
good
from? Like, is it
stuff.
from a certain
Oh, I
place,
just
or
get it
just?
from Costco. Bulk bags.
Just gonna text these guys and see if they can, because I don't want you
Yeah, I gotta go.
cross me. Like,
eat.
yeah.
I'm like lightheaded.
I'm not ignoring you. I thought they'd be here by now. Here, hang on a second. Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Right.
We need a bathroom break.
Sounds good.
I gotta go while you're doing that. I can go and see if we can get some food going here.
Okay.
Something other than this stuff.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll kill
It's
me.
never good for anybody, but if you got gluten, then it's really not good.
Oh,
Like,
gluten.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Be tough.
It'll back me right up. And,
I know.
okay.
Get you use the bathroom.
Do you want it?
Yeah. Want to?
Yeah. What's that?
Just use the bathroom. Just get
Yeah,
back
we
there.
can come back here, and then I'll get some food back going, and I'll come back here too.
Yeah, there you go. I'll just leave you here. Do you need anything else other than what Andy's getting for you?
Oh, maybe another bottle of water or something.
See what I can get for you, okay?
I'm tired, but
Okay, stand by. There you go, bud. I'll just get rid of this one. No problem.
There we go.
Perfect.
Does that feel a little better?
Yeah, way better.
Man,
Thank
if you're feeling that or whatever, like just let me know, because I'm not a mind reader, right? Like just let me know and we'll make that happen. I'm not gonna sit here with you and make you,
Yeah.
tight cheek it or whatever. Like I'm gonna take breaks too. So if you need a break, let me know.
Yeah, we'll lay down for a bit after we eat or something, or
Yeah.
even before until we eat.
What time you brought in here last night? Like I thought you'd been here all night.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe 10:30.
Did you have someone in your cell or something? Keep you
No.
up or?
No, lights were on and I kind of dozed off. I started a little bit of sleep. Like I haven't really slept. I just been resting.
Yeah.
It's too loud.
And it sells, right? And I can only like I don't mean to downplay this. I don't imagine. I don't know how. Like you haven't been in a situation like this before. I don't
Never,
imagine.
no.
Like
No, this is all new to me.
I'm actually. I'll be honest. I'm puzzled here. Like I said, usually I'm talking to killers.
Oh yeah.
You're not the guy who
This
sits
is my
across here,
first
like,
time I've ever been incarcerated.
Well,
It's bizarre.
do you understand why you're here? Like I'm not saying like you agree with it, but like did they make clear like they told you a reason for? Like I see you got
Yeah.
something here. So they arrested you, I think, initially for obstruction of critical infrastructure.
No, they didn't even tell me that.
No way.
It was the top one. And that's the one I was aware
mischief.
of.
So mischief over 5,000. Let me go through a couple of these things here. So mischief over 5,000, and understand that like I said, I came into this investigation like 2 days ago, so I don't have knowledge of everything. And not only that, but it's an ongoing investigation, and new stuff's coming in like as we speak, right? Like I step out and they're saying, oh hey, there's this, there's that, right? And I'm not even getting all of it. If I have to see someone in the hallway passing by, they're like, oh, did you hear this? I'm like, oh shit, no, I didn't. That's nice to know. So I'm still trying to get a handle on everything right now, and I'm not there. And I'm trying to figure out why you're here too,
Yeah.
right? They assured me they're solid. They're like, no, like this guy, we got the right guys here. I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't make sense to me yet, but anyways, mischief over $5,000. Mischief, that's a weird. I don't know why they call it mischief, because it didn't make it sound like kids screwing around, like playing jokes. Like what they are alleging with that is, my belief is like it's the interference with the border. It's over $5,000 of commerce or whatever, however they quantify that. That's what they're talking about there. I'm not saying you're guilty of it, but I'm saying that's kind of where they're coming from this. Or at least how it was explained to me. So the obstruction of critical infrastructure, that's that new act
that's
that
new.
Kenny threw out here about 2 years ago or a year ago,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think about a year ago, last summer. Again, that's the critical infrastructure. What I'm told is that what they're alleging is that's the border, right, being obstructed and interfered with. Possession of a weapon for dangerous purpose.
No comment on that. That's
Yeah, and you don't have to, but I just want to explain to you kind of where it's coming from, so just in case there's a mystery. Like, do you have any questions about it, or?
no.
Okay, well, what I'm told is that where you were arrested, there were some firearms there and some other stuff there. I don't know what that means specifically for you. I honestly don't. Like, I don't know if they've got you holding a gun. Like, were you taken down armed?
No. I had a pair of gloves in my hand and my binoculars.
Wow. Okay.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Those allegations are bizarre.
You catch me on any hike in the mountains, you might find me the same stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I better be careful.
Exactly.
So, Okay, yeah. So that's what they're saying. So obviously there's some guns. So I don't know how they figure that you're connected to that.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
But yeah, they were taken down a certain location. I think they got some guns there. So I don't know. And then conspiracy to commit murder.
Yeah, no.
That's a big one, right?
Yeah.
Like that's.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid.
Do you have any idea where that could come from?
No.
Like, is it like? Is there anything could be misunderstood?
Probably a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff is probably twisted out of proportion just because.
And that happens, right?
Oh yeah.
Like,
There's a lot of emotion going on and stuff with everything happening, and I think a lot of the words get put into people's mouths just
For
like
sure.
that.
For sure, and
Because
there's
the government
narratives
wants
too.
the government wants to make all this peacefulness look evil.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we see everywhere. Look what they're doing everywhere. Look at Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
Truck drivers are just trying to fuel their trucks and stay warm, and they take away their fuel and all that. And I'm like, that's just not right. I believe,
And the bottom line, we have a right to protest peacefully, right?
Yeah, and that's what we were doing.
Yeah. And,
100%. There wasn't a single act of any violence there.
you know what? I can't speak to say that I know what was going on inside every truck and in every building in Coutts, but I can tell you I drove through there yesterday when I first arrived. My partner and I, and especially that first site we drove through, checkpoint 10, I think they call it. Like it's close to Milk River.
Oh yeah.
It's like a tailgate party.
Yeah.
Like it's like it seemed like a family barbecue type atmosphere.
Yeah.
Driving by, we're smelling the grill. I told my partner, like, pull over, man. Like,
I know.
I want some Smokies or something. Like, and like ladies are, there's ladies that look like your neighbor. We just waving at you. So everyone's smiling. Like, I mean, there's some stuff your typical fuck Trudeau that you get anywhere. Like, honestly, I can't drive through Edmonton or Calgary without seeing that, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't care. Like, honestly, I don't care. Like, I didn't vote for the guy.
Yeah. I don't think
But
anybody
not a
did.
fan.
I don't
Not a
think
fan.
anybody did.
Not out here, anyways, right? Like,
Wow.
I think a lot of us are kind of feeling it with him.
I don't think we're the fringe minority, that's for sure. You look at the support across the country, it's pretty amazing.
I certainly don't think that you're wrong with that. Like, in Alberta, I think that resonated. Whether you're on part of the convoy or at that site,
Yeah,
I think that rhetoric resonated with a lot of us.
big time.
And
I hope it does, because they're coming the way they're trying to do to prison everybody, or like just the government control with this universal basic incomes and
Yeah.
making digital pass. Like, that's Nazi Germany. I
Yeah.
believe
it's a
and then they
slippery slope,
twist
the
it.
globalization.
Yeah. And then they twist it, and they make the guys that are out there just holding the line.
Unacceptable views.
Yep.
Like,
So that's what I mean.
we're
It's
supposed to be.
unbelievable.
What I have a problem with that is we're supposed to be in a society now. Like, we talk about inclusivity, which I believe in, right? I do believe that everyone should have a shot. I think that I don't think you should judge people on. I really don't, on their orientation, on their color, their religion. Like, I'm like, like, we could. There's enough living here for all of us, right?
Yeah.
Like, and if we get back to, well, I don't know if we've never been perfect. We never had it figured out, but I think we've had it better than this.
Yeah.
But this whole thing, we're supposed to be, just seeing each other as human beings and not less than and whatnot. But yet, when somebody has views that don't agree with our prime minister, he says that they're unacceptable views.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's not a harsh. The word itself unacceptable,
know.
but like for a leader of country to say that, like, that's a whole segment of a large segment of the population that's unacceptable.
Hitler
Who,
did it.
Who gets to decide that's unacceptable?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Hitler did the exact same thing. You guys
Yeah.
got to see that. Like,
yeah.
so that's like, it was, that's where I think a lot of that stuff gets all blown out of proportion, because it's just frustrating. And we just wish that everyone could see that and
Yeah.
stand with the truck drivers. The
I think
whole
people are
society,
seeing it. I think-
and go, Mr. Government, I think you're playing everybody here.
Mhm,
Playing law enforcement, you're playing the people, you're playing everybody against each other, you're segregating,
Yeah.
and you're just because you guys don't want to give up your high, powerful thrones.
Mhm.
Like, they all need to kind of get fired.
And
That's what I would say.
It's not just the government, though. I find like it's media, it's television.
Oh yeah, there you know. Well, look how much money Trudeau gives CBC, $600 million a year. Well, they
are
can make
we
them say whatever they
fun-
want.
Yeah, and you know what? And I tell you, like, as a
No.
policeman, I don't feel like CBC has our backs by
I
any
don't
means.
know.
Like, dude, like, especially 2 summers ago,
Yeah, they don't.
like, the whole narratives were all racist and stuff like
Yeah.
this, and like, Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
Like all of us.
There you
Like you
go.
just decided all of us are racist.
Yeah.
And I have a huge problem with that, right?
Yeah.
Like I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood. Like,
That's why we're standing up for it.
like you know, I grew up like you know, I'm a European kid. Like
Yeah.
I'm a white guy,
Yeah.
but I grew up with like so many brownies. I've emceed a Sikh wedding, man. Like
Nice.
I didn't grow up like that, right? Like that's just, we were just all a bunch of dudes, right?
Mhm.
And to be said all of a sudden like they're like all cops are racist, you're racist, and
Yeah.
I was like,
You see how they
and that's CBC,
they
that's
played you
government-
guys too.
Yeah, that's
like they
government
twisted
funded
it on
media.
you.
Government funded media.
Yeah, it is. 100%.
But I tell you what I felt like.
Like, you know, and another thing about the
Yeah.
media, the good things that get done, how come CBC's not there to report?
Yeah.
Like we had a beautiful
Convoy.
moment. We had a beautiful moment there with the Americans coming to the border.
Yeah.
Shaking hands.
I
They had
didn't
a
see
little
it.
barbecue.
I
No,
didn't
of course
see
you
that.
didn't. You know? And it was like the most come together, united moment. Like tears
I
were
did-
shed there.
I saw some moments like that. Like saw guys
Oh, yeah.
like licking, like praying,
Yeah.
singing "Oh Canada."
Yeah.
Like the pride in the
Oh, I
flag,
know.
which is like I'm a proud guy
It
too.
It
Like,
really
well,
gives me goosebumps.
I'm proud of
Yeah.
my country, right? And
Me too.
believe me, you like I know you don't know me. Know that I got into this for the right reasons. Like
Yeah.
I'm a patriot,
Yeah.
and I wanted to protect Canadians. Like
That's right.
It was either this or the military for me, right?
Yeah, that was my whole thing too. I
Yeah.
was going to be whatever into that, but I chose to run my business
Yeah.
because my business was more important to me.
Many
My father
people
was
hear
a
those too.
peacekeeper, and you know, he's a great man. He passed away. They murdered him in the hospital, pretty much by poisoning him with drugs, and then
Here?
in
Or-
Calgary, and
Oh,
then
shit.
he couldn't eat, and they needed to do surgery, so they forced them to eat.
Yeah.
And then the nurse left, and they had the orderly come in to check the room, and he had suffocated. It was
Holy
horrible,
shit.
you know, and it's sad
How long
to
was
see.
that?
Oh, when did he pass away? 2017, I believe.
Wow.
You know, it's
I'm
sad.
sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, it's sad.
I lost my father when I was 10.
Yeah, that's sad too.
He was. You said your father was peacekeeper?
Yeah.
The Canadian Forces?
Yes.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Well, I thank him for his service.
Korea
I'm not
or-
able to, but thank you.
No, Cyprus, whenever that was. He didn't talk nothing about it, so I
Yeah.
never knew anything about it.
I've had a lot of friends and colleagues who've served and overseas, and you really have to let them lead in that. I find 'Cause
Yeah.
some guys they actually enjoy talking. They find it helps talk, and I love to talk to them about it. But if I never push it or say, hey, tell me some cool shit,
Yeah.
because
no,
some guys
neither
are
do
just
I.
like,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. It's not.
That's
it's,
right.
It's too hard, right?
That's their own thing, and
Yeah.
you know, everybody has their own little problems and issues when it comes to whatever they've done in their careers or whatever.
Mhm.
You know, I just worked. I worked my whole life, every day, 7 days a week through my 20s.
hmm
And
What do you do?
I'm a construction truck driver, so I run heavy equipment and haul
Okay.
gravel and do all that. But I'm also a plumber at trade.
Nice. That's an important job, man.
Yeah, I graduated.
both those.
I dropped out of high school and I went to SAIT when I was 16.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I just got in with grade 10, and then I took plumbing there, and I apprenticed under my father because
Nice.
he was a plumber too.
Yeah,
at trade.
yeah.
And then I graduated
Started your
at
own
19.
business?
Yeah, I worked with him. I never worked for anybody else. I worked for him. We ran a company together when I was 19. I was the youngest journeyman ever to graduate in Canada,
Wow.
because then they changed the law. You needed to have grade 12,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So I got in just before they did that, and then had the opportunity to get. I had the hours because my father was own business, so we
Yeah,
worked
yeah.
every day, like 7 days a week.
The
So,
rest of history, has it been good to you?
pardon me.
Has the business been good to you?
Like it
it's-
was really good. Yeah.
What do you mean
then-
was?
Pardon?
What do you mean was?
What's that?
You said was good to me.
It was. Yeah.
Not anymore, or?
Oh no, because I sold all my company and everything now because of this whole COVID thing.
What do you
and
mean?
all this.
Like because of this? Like you said, what caused you to do it? I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what made you sell it.
Okay, well, let me rewind a little bit. So, I worked with him as a plumber, but I always had a love for heavy equipment
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
machinery. So I got into that in the oil boom in
Mhm,
early 2000s, and I ventured off more into that. And then we were running our business, and part of it was plumbing, and part of it was construction. And then,
Yeah.
and then I was like, you know what? I really want to just do my own thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah.
so we kind of locked horns a little bit, and we couldn't.
Well, you kind of got to get over from the shadow and be your own, right? I get it. I get it.
Yeah, so I did that. So then I started this construction company after,
Mhm.
and then worked through it. It was pretty good years. And then when this COVID thing started, I could just see the writing on the wall, and it was like, you know, they're locking down the entire world. They're screwing up the supply chains. They're going to make it hard. They're hyperinflating the money. They're printing money like crazy, giving stimulus checks.
Giving it away to serve.
I'm like, the economy is going to tank. The stock market is going to crash. It's a giant bubble. So I sold everything and paid off my debts because I didn't want to have debt. Because if you have debt, that's how they're going to get you when they up the interest rates like they are soon, right?
Yeah.
And then people will not, the middle class will be destroyed, period. That's what's coming. And so I paid off my debt, and I just live humbly. I don't have all the materialistic stuff. I don't showboat.
Did you sacrifice a lot of stuff? Like, did you have did your life, big lifestyle change for you, or?
Yeah, big.
Yeah.
All my, like, I had a lot of equipment payments and truck payments, so I just sold everything to get rid of those payments.
Yeah.
You know, and I worked so hard for everything, and in the end, the smoke clears. You don't have millions of dollars in the bank. You just have, you know, what basic stuff you have.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Because-
And your decision, like, no looking back, like,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, because I don't see it getting better. Like, I see the economy's gonna tank.
I'm worried about it too,
And
man.
it's gonna screw everybody.
I'm worried about it. I'm worried
Everybody.
about the next generation too. Like,
Oh,
man,
not even that. It's happening. If you
Yeah.
have debt and a mortgage,
Yeah. Inflation now, interest rates, like,
yeah, everyone's gonna go, oh wow. And stock market bubble. Like, I follow a lot of finance guys,
yeah,
and I pay attention to that. And you know, they're like, oh, you better buy silver and gold because your RSPs. A lot of banks in the States, like Chase Bank, they just shut their doors. They're going to these banks and the doors are closed and no one's there. And they're like, how do I do banking business or get money out of the bank if the bank's closed?
yeah,
So it's like what happened in '08.
yeah, yeah.
But '08, what changed that? They started printing money big time, and then it brought the economy back again.
Man, that's
So there comes a time when all that will come to fruition, and all the stimulus money that these governments have pumped since 2008 crash is going to all of a sudden pop.
it doesn't go in like that has to be paid for, right? All that stimulus, all that
Oh, yeah.
served. Like, dude,
It's
I was
never gonna
talking. I was talking to a murderer in BC, and we were in Kelowna, and this guy had like 10 runners for him. He's a drug dealer, like fairly. I'm not gonna say high level. You know, he didn't have boats coming in from Panama, but
Yeah.
but I'd say probably one of the biggest players in that city. He had 10 runners working for him. He had different paths. So he's very open with it. Like, actually, you need to stretch around, walk around, do it.
Yeah,
Right?
I know.
Do it. Anyways, this guy, like, he's in his world, he's successful, right? And we're actually having a great conversation because I'm not investigating drugs, I'm investigating murder, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he knows that. I don't give a shit about his operation.
Yeah, yeah.
But this guy, so like he's making money hand over fist. You know, he's got the ride, he's got the Benz, got this, got that, and he's getting Serbian. Like, I'm talking to him, and he's laughing, eh? And he was actually a likable guy, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with the stuff he did, but he's like enough guy, and he's like, he's joking. He's a big guy. He starts slapping his belly. He's, yeah, sir, baby, and
Yeah,
it's a joke to him, right? Like,
Yeah,
he's,
that's ignorant.
oh man, I was just like, this is what we're doing.
I know.
And there's no forethought of it. Didn't seem like there's any accountability when we're sending this money. Like, I get the guy who's lost everything because of COVID.
Yeah.
Like, help that guy out.
Yeah, definitely. And look how many small businesses.
Yes, there's a lot of people that need it, and a lot of people that need it didn't get it. In my
I know.
opinion. Like, it's
I know.
like you don't have to answer, but
Sad.
did you ever get it?
Yeah, I did because I work for the company, but I'm just
Yeah.
a shareholder.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
all of a sudden, CNRL and all these companies were like, oh, you know, you need to be tested and all this stuff, and I'm like, I just lost all of it.
Yeah.
And then also as well, carbon tax and everything's going up. It's just harder to do business and government taking more taxes. So I'm the small company. I have to charge more to stay, you know, to pay these bills. And then so that's another writing on the wall. It's kind of like, you know, start downsizing.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. Like at one point I had 25 employees.
Yeah.
You know, and then down to 5, and then average 5, 6, and then down to just 1, and then all of a sudden it was just me. And then I'm like, I like it like this.
Yeah.
Because it's easier, less stress, not paying wages and stuff. It's like, look at it.
If we hadn't, sorry.
Look at how back in the 70s or whatever, a single family member could raise a family of 5
Yep.
and pay all the bills.
Yeah.
So you just see right there how far your dollar is being
Yeah.
inflated. or you need to have your wife and you, and geez, it's hard to have even 2 kids.
Busting your asses.
And yeah.
And hopefully your kids, you can afford to put your kids in
Oh,
activities.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
if something happens, like you're done.
The writing's on the wall, my friend. I tell you, like it's the economy is going to tank. That is the behind the scenes event that's coming real soon, and it's going to be like bad. It's going to be bad. Look at Venezuela. Research that. Research Greece. You know. Look at Germany in
Greece is a mess.
1920. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Venezuela's a mess. Venezuela was like, I think, the top 12 best economy at one point, like early 2010 or 11 or something, and they went socialist, and now people are eating their cats.
I got friends and family members who are truck drivers, right? And and guys who own their own business, like, you know, garage door companies or whatever, their own small business, and they're hurting, man. And,
I know.
And farmers, like, I was talking to a farmer the other day, and like his bottom line, even just at fuel right now.
Yeah.
From all this, and
Yeah.
you know, guys who have a couple drivers or used to have a bunch of drivers, and now, you know, first of all, they're paying out the ass for their gas now. Their fuel's gone way up.
Yeah.
And now with the Vax Pass they put in January,
Yeah.
like half their drivers they can't go across the country anymore, or half or more. Like they're at their wits' end.
I know.
Like and
It's sad.
From that standpoint, like I think it's easy. You know, if you're totally insulated in Toronto, living in your condo there, and
have a government job.
Yeah, and you know what? And I have to be fully accountable here. Like I was talking to a partner of mine, and we're like, man, like we really have to keep in mind that we need to remember the lens we're looking through is here, because like if I get sick and I have to quarantine, like I still get paid. Yeah. I'm not saying that to brag, but it's reality. Like if I don't remember that, then I'm not really doing it justice to people that don't have that luxury, right?
That's kind of sad, right? Because then there's guys that are struggling, like outside of the government thing, and they gotta support.
Like look, and look,
is that fair?
If I'm a welder, you know, depending on who I'm working for, or if I'm working for myself, and I can't go on site because I'm sick, and I'm a contractor, who's paying that?
Yeah, I know.
Like I'm gonna go 2 weeks with a paycheck, and then if I come back and like for a while there, it was like, it wasn't even if you had symptoms, it's like you're an exposure.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even sick now. I'm missing a month's paychecks.
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine, man. And that's why I try to remember that. Like I need to look beyond myself here, right? And it has been great for me. There's been personal sacrifices as well, and things that just, you know, can't see, you know, family members who are ill.
Yeah.
You know, can't see.
How sad was that? How many people lost their grandparents that they couldn't go visit in old folks' home?
Little nephew, man, born, and I can't go see him. Like it's bullshit.
Yeah, that
man.
gets
Like,
me emotional. Like that's sad what a lot of people suffered with all this.
It is, man.
And it's something that I don't even see. Like I didn't see China showing all these first people dropping with some, you know, dropping dead on the street, and I'm like, oh boy, this is serious.
Yeah.
And then after 15 days, I didn't see none of that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I never wore a mask. I never did any. I've never been sick this whole entire time. And I don't know anybody. People that I got, you know, I'm like, well, did you get COVID? Well, I don't know. I felt like, you know, runny nose, fever, body aches. I'm like, well, that kind of sounds to me like the regular.
And the thing is, even if you, like, I got buddies that they're from the whole spectrum, right? Some guys are like, the whole thing is bullshit. And I got other guys that are like, holy shit, man, you're going on, you know, you're going here, you go to the mall, you know, you go shopping or whatever, like, yeah, like, what are you gonna bunker down for 2 years? Like,
I know. Am I gonna stop living my life?
Come on, man.
I'm
like,
scared of something that's floating whatever in the air. I don't even believe it's floating in the air.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
and then
scary
even
with
the
that.
mask stuff changed so much. Like you need a mask, and then I've seen videos that appear credible to me for both. I've seen videos I watched, I'm like, oh shit, I should be wearing a mask. And I watch another one, appears credible as well. It's like it does nothing.
Well,
like,
when
you have to know what to believe.
Dr. Robert Malone, the MNRA guy, it gets censored on Joe Rogan, and he's trying to tell everybody not to do all this. It's like,
and
this is the guy that invented it.
yeah. Maybe
why are we censoring him?
Yeah.
Why?
That's what we do though now.
Well,
we censor people, right?
It's crazy.
Unacceptable views.
Yeah, and it's like, but this is somebody that's a somebody.
Mm-hmm.
When he's trying to tell you.
I respect his opinion a lot more than JT's opinion.
Wow.
To be honest with you, like Like, let's talk about credentials. And school's not everything,
Yeah.
right? Like, and I don't think that, because there's a lot of guys that are, and like yourself, right? Like, just busting your ass and doing the right thing, just being smart.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't be, school won't teach you how to be smart.
No, you got to learn that in the field and
Yeah,
life
you do.
experience.
And
right?
life, yeah, life is a teacher, right?
It is.
But like credentials, like really, what is? I don't know. Why should we listen to Justin Trudeau about this stuff? Like,
Yeah.
and I know he's got doctors as well, but there's a host of other doctors that are telling us otherwise. And why can't we listen to them?
Yeah.
Like,
I
why do we
know.
have to go? Like, why does it have to keep being a different site? And now that one's shut down. We need to go here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
we have to keep chasing a rabbit to find information. Like,
Yeah, it's sad. That is really sad.
it's scary, man.
It is. It's
Like, it is scary. And I know a lot of cops that are scared too, man.
Well, I hope they are, because I mean, it's the government that's going to call the shots on them. And all of a sudden, look what they did in Germany. The brown shirts went and did all their stuff, and then the government just turned around and smacked them all in the back anyways. Like, there was no respect.
Yeah.
So it's like our common problem is the people that are in Ottawa, and those
Yeah.
big guys that are lying to us, and they're not telling the truth, and they're holding back information and being deceitful, and they're controlling media. It's like, why can't they just be openly honest, just like we've been, just like this whole experience here
Yeah.
has been.
Yeah.
Why? We're
I
the
don't know.
middle.
Egos.
We're the low guys on the totem pole.
Egos.
Yeah.
And who stands to gain, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna think I'm crazy, but like, if you depending what you listen to, like, Bill Gates, and they talk about depopulation, like,
Oh, I
you
know.
can't help but wonder. I'm not saying that's
Oh, I'm
100%, but like,
100%
what
agree in that.
what if it is?
It is. I believe it.
Yeah, well, I said,
Just
some, I
because-
said some people would be like, oh, you're crazy, you're nuts.
No,
but,
it's,
like,
they make that come out, that whole tinfoil hat thing. They make you a conspiracy theorist. That's all derived by the CIA. They came up with that purposely to dumb you down.
yeah,
There is an agenda. Like,
Yeah.
it's obvious, the 2030 agenda. Read it.
Yeah.
They tell you whatever was happening right now is all planned. This is
Which
all
is-
by design.
hold that thought here. Yeah, no, there we go.
It's all by design. Everything they're doing.
What is it? Sorry, what is that? What is that about? The 2030 what?
Agenda 2030 from the World Economic Forum. Like,
Oh, that recent thing that they had. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
there was
So I thought you were talking
20.
about a book there. Yeah.
yeah, well, you
Yeah.
can read that.
Yeah.
They wrote this back in 2012 or
Mhm,
whenever
mhm.
that was, in Agenda 2021. So they talk about, how they were going to do all this virus thing and break the economy and break the middle class, and then
Mhm.
force people into digital ID,
Mhm.
get rid of cash because they don't want cash.
Yeah.
They can't track it, right? That's
And
what
look at that
look at
chemo-
COVID. Oh, can't use cash because it's got bad germs on it. That's all. The flu virus doesn't stick on plastic paper.
And look how vulnerable, like, even with this movement here, how they've fallen prey to
Yeah.
e-commerce.
There you go.
Commerce, right?
The
Like,
banks
it's-
are in on it
Yeah.
because they've seized those 2 fund me's for those guys in Ottawa.
yeah.
I'm like, that. You guys should be investigating that.
Yeah.
Like,
And
that's a criminal
I
offense.
agree with you, and I think that I don't know who's looking at it. Like, I'm
Wow.
too stupid. Honestly, well, I don't think I'm dumb, but in some ways I'm dumb. I like, there's guys that specialize in frauds, and that's not my expertise, but someone should be looking at it. 100% they should be looking
They
at
should
it.
be looking full force on that, then knowing the level of corruption, that those were good, hard-working, honest people that donated to that with the last bit of their paychecks. Like, money's tight.
Yeah.
And they're putting that money, and they're baking cupcakes and doing all this stuff for all this amazing stuff that's going on here.
Yeah.
And the government just blatantly stole.
Yeah.
So that's our common problem.
But it's easy to dismiss something if you. It's hard to defeat something if it's just their different point of view, and if we both look at each other as legitimate, we have to actually maybe even listen to each other and accept each other, right, and maybe even compromise. But if you just
I don't
like
think
tinfoil
compromise.
hats,
Yeah.
and unacceptable views, and not only that, but now they're saying if you have certain beliefs about a virus, that somehow is making you racist.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
how is that racist against a virus?
Yeah. It's
Like, I don't see. I can't follow the dots on that. Like, I don't know. I think it's inflammatory.
Yeah.
And as someone, like I said, like a lot of what I do is I talk to killers, right? And these are important conversations. And I'm also a crisis negotiator.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of times, if there's like a hostage situation, I'll go and speak to them.
Yeah.
And I'm actually proud of that, because a big part of my job, like I I joined this job to be a peacemaker, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
to be
cool,
someone who brings peace, and I really feel like I've been able to do that.
Yeah.
I sit with people. We're in situations not different than yours, because most people are here for murder usually when I talk to them. But people are in situations, and I find the truth. And sometimes the truth is different than maybe even what the investigators have thought, or what the media or other people have thought.
Yeah, that's right.
I take pride in that, in being able to discover the truth. And part of finding that truth, I find, is treating people with respect and actually listening to them.
Yeah.
And I find that in my role as a crisis negotiator as well. I'll tell you what, I can have a jammer today, or walk away, or maybe just say this job has been too politicized and I just don't have the stomach for it anymore, and I can feel good about it done, because I can actually list tangible times where I can tell, and I'm not going to take all the full credit for myself, but where I've talked to someone who's able to assist in saving their lives. Say, okay, yeah, I'm putting down the gun, I'm coming out, and they've lived another day.
Nice.
Doesn't mean they're going to do it, make that choice forever, but like I feel good about that, right?
Yeah.
But part of what makes those outcomes successful, and they're not all successful. I've had some bad calls as well. How you treat people and how you talk to them, and whether you respect them is hugely important. You can imagine someone's got hostages and they're barricaded somewhere.
yeah.
If you're going to start go, you're there because you're a racist and because you're
Yeah.
game over, man.
know.
Game over, and that's on you. Like
Yeah.
honestly, if I did that and that happened, I'd be like, that's on me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So what makes it like your words and how you approach people? And I know sticks and stones. I'm not trying to be soft or snowflakey here, but really, like, it's a respect thing, right? It's like how you treat people, especially when somebody's bringing a grievance. When you're a country's leader, and your reaction is to say they're unacceptable and they're this and they're that. It blows my mind, because if I was on, let's say I was doing a negotiation or talking to you here, and I was to come here talking like that, like I'd be eating alive. People would be like, that's not acceptable for someone in my position, and I'm down here, man.
Yeah.
Like I'm nobody.
Look at his, like,
He's up here, like
look
how
at
is he
his
not?
this security detail, like his main RCMP sniper guy
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
Like he quit.
He's out. Yeah.
And then he's over with the truckers.
Yes. Yeah.
What does that say?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like,
Exactly.
you guys
Like, it blew my mind.
That was the whole thing. Like, we need to stand in unison.
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah.
We are the people.
Yeah.
Law enforcement, firefighters, the hospital people, the truck
We
driver.
take all that stuff over all
We
people,
need to,
camera
like,
people.
look at how the government has segregated and divided us. They've used you guys as this goon squad, so to say.
Feel that, man. I
But a
feel
lot
that.
of people are getting it. And a lot of officers that I talk to were like, yeah, we're on your side. And I'm like, well, like, just come over here.
man.
Let's stand shoulder to shoulder.
I feel that, and
We're
you
the
know what?
same. But we're so much more, we have so much more in common together than what we have with them, because they're so disconnected from us. Because look how they can't even, the minute there's any little pressure on him, what does he do? He just goes and scurries away and hides. He can't even,
Where
there's
is
all
he?
these truckers coming here. I'm not even going to talk to them.
Yeah, where is he?
What kind of leader's that?
It's like a tantrum.
Yeah, that's like acting like a bully.
Yeah.
And that's what he is. Most of those socialist people are bullies. They
Yeah.
derive to find them because they have no heart. They have no sympathy. They seem really arrogant in their methods.
The point is, like, if myself and my colleagues, like, and I can't speak for every cop, right? Like, I'm sure I hope you've met good cops.
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
I hope I'm one of those good
Yeah,
cops.
yeah.
And I don't know that maybe you've met some bad cops as well.
No.
But well, I'm glad to hear that. Not even say I wouldn't say I've met bad cops, like dirty cops, but cops I'm like, you shouldn't be doing this. You don't have the heart for it. Like you're just not.
Yeah.
You don't have the heart for people or whatever. You just shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, you're dirty.
I mean,
You
I
should
know I have a
get the
cop.
bricks.
I have a cop friend in Calgary,
Yeah.
and he's on the investigation internal affairs. And
Yeah.
there's so much corruption in Calgary. It's sick.
Wow.
It's sick. And he's like, I'm so disgusted even doing this, investigating his own people.
Mm.
But then when it happens, it just gets kind of, this guy swept under the rug, and this guy moves over to here and there, and he's just like, this is not really what I signed up for.
An old partner of mine, he went into that role. He's not doing it anymore.
Yeah,
It was
that
hard.
too.
It was hard on him.
It was.
He did a few years there, and he's like,
Yeah.
he wouldn't usually tell me specifics because it's,
Yeah.
you know, it's he actually can't just mention. He can't just go. It's can't gossip about it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But
But in the most part, I believe that's just the actual fringe minority.
Yeah, I do think so too.
Yeah, there's way more good guys.
If
that
I
are
felt
standing-
otherwise, honestly, I wouldn't. Be
yeah.
there. I wouldn't be. I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah.
But he said, hey, like, Andy, honestly, like, it's disheartening. Like,
Yeah.
I come in every Monday and I'll read what even just came for the weekend. He's like,
Well, I'm just sad that,
Come on.
look at, you had to take the jab to keep your job, to defend your...
Me too, man.
To feed your family or
I held
whatever.
the, and
I'm
I
like,
feel,
that's coercion.
yeah, it is.
When they're using money
It is.
to lure you in.
They didn't hold me down.
Yeah, but
but-
pretty much they used every other method to go pull the strings. Where
We'll take your livelihood away from me. We'll take
Yeah.
your this, and that's why I can't help but resonate for me when I hear these guys.
I know guys
Sounds
that
like-
quit $200,000 salary jobs
Yeah.
because they're like, no, God is the only one that controls my body,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to be
Man.
forced into taking anything from the government because I don't trust them. Look at, we just see it. How can they come up with how many 3 billion doses of vaccine have been administered throughout the world or more? I can't remember the exact number.
3
but
billion.
3 billion.
Holy shit.
3 or 4 billion. Think about that. And so somebody started breaking it down, and they said every vaccine company would take, what did they say? If they could produce so many vials a minute, it would take 8 years.
Hmm.
So when you read these agendas, this has been planned.
Yeah.
Like, I feel sorry for you, Andy. Like, I wish what you need to do,
Mhm.
there's lots of remedies
Mhm.
to flush that system. Like, you got to have pine needle tea, and you got to take quercetin, lots of vitamin D, like 8,000 IUs a day.
8,000 IUs. What does that even look like? Like that's.
It's a little dripper, whatever. It's like one drip is a 1,000 ICU, or a spray is 1,000 ICU. I got the
Right.
spray vitamin D.
Yeah, yeah.
And because it's attacking your immune system, I believe, because I've seen so many problems. I know 18-year-old or 19-year-old gal, perfectly healthy. She got the vax to go to university, 1 dose, and she bled with her period for 8 weeks straight. 8 weeks.
Dude.
And now she needs hysterectomy.
Man, that's awful.
And I could go on and on and on about
Does she have any
personal.
kids?
No, she's 19.
Oh.
I can go on and
So,
on and
I don't know
on.
if
If we
you
could
plan
sit here
to,
and
but-
talk till 5 o'clock in the morning.
I can tell you guys too. I can tell you some bad stories, and I didn't have like a bad reaction, but I had a reaction.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see. I got like some pock marks here. You can probably see my hat lines. I got like
yeah.
a pock mark here,
Yeah.
and I had a couple here. Like, man, it almost like chicken pox. It came out
Yeah.
like a week after my first jab,
Yeah.
and I got the second one too, man. Like, I was like, and I was okay after the second one. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't have
Maybe
any
you got a
reaction, but
saline
it's
shot.
like,
Because they're mixing them up,
Yeah.
right? They're not all. Some are saline, and some are not good. And then some are really bad. So there's 3 levels of it, I believe. And on the vials, it says 1, 2, or 3 is what
Yeah.
I've been kind of investigating on. Vial 1, I believe, is the saline. Vial 2 is like you're going to get genetic gene therapy altering shit, which is going to screw your autoimmune. And then level 3 is a kill shot. Like, people will have a heart attack 2 weeks later.
I tell you what, my views, like, and my views are a little bit different than yours, but I think they're not that far off, especially now. My views, if I'm honest, they've evolved.
Yeah.
Initially, I think probably like, I don't know the stats, but I would say a lot of people were very concerned. I was very concerned. It's like, what's going to happen to my family? What's going to happen to my elderly family members? And so I was like, we need to do like 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I was in for that. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
we got to do
Oh, I
this.
know.
We're all in
Me
this
too.
together. I was into that.
I shut her down for 2
Yep.
weeks too.
Yep.
I just stayed home and I just waited.
Yeah,
to
I
see.
hate it.
Yeah.
When I shut it, I was pacing in my house. Like, I'm not a house cat, right?
No, neither am I. I'm working with my hands outside.
Yeah, but I did it. I'm like, if we got to do this, we're all in this together. We're gonna do this, and then it started to change. Like, I was like, okay. And even when the vaccine came out, I was like, okay, I'm kind of on board. But then I was like, yeah, I'm hearing all these adverse reactions, and they start coming with these mandates for us too. Like, actually, they had for us before the truckers, really, like, whereas government employees were some of the first to get it. I'm like, holy shit, I don't know what to do. But at that time, still, the kind of, at least in the mainstream media, there was that this is still is very much a deadly virus. I didn't necessarily think it would kill me, but this will protect everyone else. So that's kind of like, hey, you know what? I'm not crazy with this. I don't like being, but you know what? I got to protect people around me, so I'm going to do it. I get the reaction, and I had to do. Well, nobody has to. You're absolutely right, and I respect that guy that he said walk the $200,000 job.
Yeah.
That's huge respect.
I know a bunch of them. It's
And
sad.
I'm almost ashamed to say that, like, I didn't.
And they got 3 kids
Yeah.
and a mortgage, and
Yeah.
they're on some leave where they get, but that's going to run out.
Oh yeah.
And so they're like trying to work sideline jobs and carpentry, and it's struggle. They're trying to
Yeah.
sell all their toys, boats,
Yeah.
They're doing whatever it takes. And some of them have downsized, like literally sold their houses and they're moved in with their parents. But they go, it's more important to them than just that, the materialistic end.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Right?
Especially like you know, and
Don't get the
I'm a
booster,
God-fearing
man.
man.
Don't
Like
get the
I got a strong faith, and
Good. So do I,
and it's
yeah.
how I was raised, and it's something you know, I'll take with me to the grave. Like that's if
Yeah,
I don't have
you
my
too.
faith, if I'm
Yeah.
if I'm right with God, then it doesn't matter who I'm
Exactly.
right with, right? For me, it didn't well, at least for a long time, it didn't really become like a spiritual tug, but it was like
Yeah.
you start to question things.
Yeah.
It's like these mandates, like I don't like it. And then I had coworkers who actually were like, I'm not doing this, right?
Yeah.
And they're going off, they're leave without pay, they're not being paid, and they're talking about being dismissed. I'm like,
Yeah,
this is
it's the
not
mark of the
okay.
beast, right?
Right?
You got
Oh, I
you
know
can't
the
buy,
end
sell,
times
or trade, and
revelations,
I'm like, oh, boy,
right?
That's coming. That's kind of
The QR codes, when you start scanning into places, I'm like, this is uncomfortable, right? That's uncomfortable. I'm like, am I overthinking this? I don't know.
No, you're not.
But
I met truck drivers over here that were third, like, booster shot, and they're standing with us because they're like, we wanted to do our part and do all that, whatever. But they're like, now the way they're pushing the narrative, it's like, no, this
what's
is
really going on?
Yep. And so I'm like, it's amazing to see how many boosted people that were even at these truck rallies. It's not just the.
I don't have my booster. I don't.
Don't
honestly,
get it.
I don't.
If they make you get it, man,
Yeah.
it's your life's worth more than succumbing to what the government tells you. Like, don't.
Yeah.
Because you'll regret it, and I just don't want you to do that. Don't take.
Well,
it.
and why would I?
Yeah.
And
Like,
is that
have you ever heard the word
straightforward?
myocarditis before?
No.
It's like thrown everywhere. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
kids can have myocarditis symptoms. So I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I don't remember anybody. You don't. And you're
I'd never
growing
heard
up
of
as a
it.
kid. You
Never
ever
heard
had
of
a heart attack at 19 or 20 or 25? No.
No.
Now it's like,
Yeah.
kids are dying everywhere. I'm like,
Well,
this is not
And then
normal.
with myself, like, so I get it, and then over Christmas, like, everyone in my house got it.
Yeah.
They all double vaccinated.
There you go.
Healthy people,
Yeah.
and you know what, like, and to be honest, we got it. It was nothing I would ever go to the hospital for.
Yeah.
It is a bad flu.
Oh yeah.
Like it kicked my ass for a couple days. I think I got. I don't know whether you believe in variants or whatever.
Yeah.
I need to talk about the Omicron. Right?
Yeah.
It's very mild. I think I got a legit.
Yeah.
Legit, but I would never go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And I knocked it on its ass, and then now I've got immunity, which is stronger than
Yeah.
any vax I took.
Oh,
Right?
I know. You got to think when they come out with a new variant,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, oh yeah, we can test it. I'm like, in 2 weeks' time, you can't tell me that somebody manufactured and spread the test kits out through the entire world when there's cargo ships outside of California racked by the hundreds and the supply chain is
And the
struggling.
Suez is clogged, and like really, you can just crank that shit out. Like,
Right?
yeah.
So it's all bullshit.
Spin a wheel and-
It's a story to generate fear, to
Yeah.
get the media running with it, to get people scared, and to get suppression because the government just wants to clamp down. They want to break the middle class, Andy. And you are in the middle class, I am in the middle class, everybody in this room, building, everywhere is the middle class. And when the elites win, we all lose. And we'll all be in a concentration camp then. Just like it was in Germany. This is so obvious when you read a history book. It's like, yeah, we're at this phase right now. We're probably at 1937.
And here's another thing. I know this movement in Coutts right now. Well, not just Coutts. It's worldwide.
Oh,
like I'm
yeah.
sure you've seen.
Oh, yeah.
It's Paris. It's everywhere. Like it's everywhere. And they've got Canadian flags.
everywhere. Yeah.
Like it's become a symbol of freedom.
It has.
Right.
And look how the entire world, and there, not a single ounce of violence. The only violence created is maybe from Antifa or some agonizing couple guys got driven over in Manitoba or
Every
Cardiff.
woman's gonna have that, right?
Yeah.
Every woman's gonna have that. Like
So that's what I mean there. Like there's no.
I supported BLM. Like I support people's struggle for equality. I supported that. There's definitely there's some things that happened during those protests I didn't support. I was like, well, I can't get on board with.
Well, how
with
come
that, but-
how come police didn't do anything when they're burning and rioting and burning shit down?
Yeah,
Like
and you know-
BLM is George Soros funded.
Yeah.
George Soros is an elite globalist who's on a socialist agenda. He pays, like you can follow the money. Like he pays Antifa and BLM to go cause that ruckus.
And honestly, and when I say supported, like I think it's worth listening to some stuff. There's some historical stuff, and there's some equity,
A little bit.
not just in the States,
Yeah.
but globally, that I think we need to look at, right? And maybe re-examine our systems. But
I disagree with you a little
you
bit
gotta-
there because racism doesn't even exist unless the government says it does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I go around, I've never had a problem. Like I'm half Filipino, half Austrian, and in my entire life, I've never had a problem with that.
Really, that's awesome.
And I live in a southern Alberta.
Yeah, yeah, and this is they tell us this is banjo country, right?
Yeah, and everyone's friendly. So I'm like, the only people talking about racism and making it up is the government.
Yeah.
So BLM is bullshit because that's another tactic to segregate.
Do you think that was kind of segue or a phase of this whole thing, or?
Oh yeah, it's all part of it. It's designed to divide.
You know what? I didn't necessarily see it that way, but what I did question was the timing of it with the U.S. election coming up.
There you go. Yeah.
Because I can tell you,
How perfect timing.
I can see. I saw a similar type of a swell of sentiment during the last election.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like,
Yep. Exactly.
Because what it did do is you saw whether you agreed with it or not, whichever side, you did see things divide.
Yeah.
You saw that the right and the left divide.
Oh, big time. And Trump was even part of that instigation.
You know, I do think
No.
that just like Trudeau, he should have had a handler.
Mhm.
Like somebody should have been when Trudeau said that unacceptable views, racism, like that, all the shit he's saying
Yeah.
is fringe minority.
Yeah.
He should have had a handler.
Yeah.
Like he should have written out that speech before and like told everybody, whoa,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
hey, easy, big fella.
Yeah.
And I think Trump should have had the same thing. Like when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and like whether like and I agree there has to be some enforcement, but
Yeah.
like it's some of it's language is inflammatory, right?
Yeah.
I think especially when you talk about history of slavery, and then now you're talking, it just
Yeah.
conjures some imagery that I can see
yeah.
where that's going to fire people up.
Oh, yeah.
And I find that we're looking at kind of two different spectrums of the same thing. It's like, you guys need to think about what you say and what the reactions are going to be. Because like when he said that stuff about the trucker woman, I'm like, oh boy,
I know.
Like-
I know.
watch out.
That's right. You
Like,
gotta think
he's asking for a fight.
this trucker movement is all about freedom and God.
Mm-hmm.
And the evil elites is all the satanic realm. And I mean, if you really dig deep into these conspiracies, these elites, that's, you know, the whole pedophile scandal that's going on with
Mhm.
Epstein and all that. Like,
Look who all was
That's-
there.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hope they release. I hope we get all
You'll
those
never
books
know.
open, man. I want those books open.
you know, how could somebody hang himself in this cell? Think about that.
Yeah.
Right? Look at the protocols. You know, you work in this industry. So how can that guy just all of a sudden mysteriously hang
Especially that
himself?
high-profile guy. Like we are, like you said,
right.
we're in the banjo country.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And look what the Canadian government, who we don't put a whole lot of money into policing and defense historically, right?
Yeah.
We can have cameras and
Yeah.
camera monitors.
Yeah.
You have a high-profile guy like that. You're telling me you're not going to have him in a professional outfit where there's going to be some.
What are they hiding?
Like what?
That's why there is so much dark, deep evilness in the system that's controlling it, and they're using all of us as their little pawns in their big game here.
Mhm.
So you got to know the real bad guys are the guys that are way up above us.
I've never. So one thing, we're going to tangent. I know, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's good.
But one thing that I found, particularly the last 2 years, and what happened in the last 2 years, COVID, right?
Yeah.
But there's been other movements, like we talked about BLM and different things throughout there. And then there was like the Grace Life Church in Edmonton, right?
Yeah.
Where they're shutting down churches, and not
Yeah.
just here in Manitoba, like
Yeah.
we're shutting down places of worship.
I know.
I never thought I never thought I'd see police involved in that.
Yeah, sad seeing what they did to Arthur too. Like, why?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Explain that to me.
It doesn't all make
Explain
sense,
that
man.
to me. Like, why doesn't that become kind of a protocol? Like, if you guys think you're doing good like that,
Mhm.
like, why did they treat Arthur?
Mhm.
He's a
Mhm.
senior, and they're dragging him, and I'm like, sad.
So, I talk sometimes since I've been here that like kind of what my ideals were again is like what I wanted to do and do good. I wanted to leave the world better. I can't save the world. Don't consider the world. I'm not a hero. I'm just a regular dude like you or anybody else. We're all just people. We're all just a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, well, you're God's creation.
yeah,
I mean,
I
you got a part to play.
But I have a role, and if
Mhm.
my role getting into this is like, and I don't want to go back to days where like honestly I just went around and I arrested bad guys.
Yeah.
Like guys that I had no qualms over. Like this is a bad guy.
Yeah.
Anyone asked me and I explain to them like, yeah, that's a bad guy.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to have a philosophical debate. Well, I think it's bad because of this. Like it's so gray now, right? Like
It is.
Like even look at this. Like, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like why you're here. It doesn't make sense to me, right? And that's why I can't help but wonder maybe something. I don't know if something got misinterpreted because I know there's a lot of guys that are upset.
Yeah.
I'm upset,
Yeah.
but not everybody's here,
Yeah.
right? So why
I know.
Why is Tony here?
I know. It is a misinterpretation of.
I know you've never been in jail before.
No.
You got a criminal code? Like, I don't.
Yeah, nothing.
Or, did you have any intention of entering some criminal lifestyle? Like, is this an aspiration?
why would
I don't think you would. You're too smart.
I want to live with my animals and have a little garden and just homestead and just go to church and pray to God. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That sounds dangerous, man. That sounds. That stop right there. That's it.
I'm not El Chapo.
I know.
So I mean, that's what it worries me, is that they're trying to spin things to make it look to make the credibility of this movement bad.
Yeah.
Every little thing that they can find to throw out there, they're going to breathe. The superiors are going to breathe it down everybody's necks to make it look like this is not good. And that's the sad part. And I mean, sadly, there probably is people out there that are upset.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm trying to figure out, and then what I want to do is I'm gonna take a break here in a bit, and I want to go talk to them. See, like, don't give me fucking chicken feathers.
yeah,
Like, tell me why is Tony here? Like, and I get they told me these charges and they explained a little bit to me, but like, lots of people are angry. Lots of people are saying, like, I'll be honest, like, I'm on the road quite a bit because we travel all over the place. I told you I go to Kelowna if we got arrested a homicide suspect out there.
Yeah.
I was supposed to fly to Minnesota this week to get a guy that took off out of country who had killed a guy in Alberta.
Oh, wow.
Like, wherever it is that my partners and I will go, right?
yeah.
We do Alberta homicides. So I'm all over the place, but I want to know why, we joke. What I was going to say is, a lot of people say a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
My partner and I were like, I'll call them Sunday night. We're with our families, and everyone wants to stay home, right? We're like, shit, dude, we got to call in Beast River or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You able to come up with me? We got something we got to do. Other than, yeah, we go into, oh yeah, let's go kick some ass or whatever. Let's go, and that's just guys talking shit.
Yeah.
That's
right.
I'm not going up there to beat people. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, if use of force is required, then
Yeah.
if I have to, then I'm going to use as much as necessary and no more.
Yeah.
But I don't go there to kick anybody's ass.
No, that's
I go
right.
there to find the truth. I go there to a professional
I've
investigation.
never been in a fight in my life. I've never been in a bar altercation. I've never done nothing.
And I've become a lot of stuff on the job, but I can tell, like, there's not been any use of force I've been involved in that if it was videotaped, and some of it has been videotaped, some of it has not, just because not everyone used to have cameras.
Yeah.
I can honestly say, like, you could play any of that, in front of my mother,
Yeah.
and be like,
Exactly.
I mean, that's not a good example because your mother's going to defend you, whatever.
Yeah,
but like,
whatever, yeah.
my neighbors, right? My whole neighborhood, you could show that to them, and it's not something I'd love to watch because it's just not. It's use of force is never pretty.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone would be like, that's, what are you doing to those people? Like, I feel confident that I was doing the right thing.
Yeah.
At the right times, and like I said, as much force as necessary.
Yeah. Yep.
Not like, oh, you took swing, now I get to curb stomp you. No,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
that's not as necessary. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
a difference, right?
Yeah.
As much force as necessary.
Well, God give us our right to, if a guy comes in your house in the middle of the night, wants to rape and kill your wife, what
Who's
do you
not going to
think?
defend your family?
Who's not?
Who's
You're
not?
going to look down upon God if you don't.
Yeah. Can I tell you a story?
Like, that's why, I mean, the
Can I
Second
tell you a
Amendment's
real
a
quick
good thing
story?
to have. Yeah.
The true story is that just a couple of weeks ago we had I'm not going to tell you where, but it was a rural Alberta thing. It was a guy who was home invaded, and by
That's terrifying.
He's involved. To be fair, he's involved in criminal lifestyle.
Oh, okay, wow.
But still,
Yeah.
right? He's there. He's in the drug trade. He's there, and some rivals show up at his door. They're armed. He's not. He actually thought he was going to get raided by the police. Someone had tipped him off. Someone told him he was getting raided. He thought it was by the police, so he cleaned his place.
Yeah.
Got rid of his product, got rid of his guns. Not realizing that he's actually going to get raided by a rival. So these bad guys show
my
up at his
goodness.
house, 4 of them with guns.
Even worse.
And he's there, and his wife is there. And he's not an angel,
Yeah.
but at the same time, he's there. He's not killing. He's not threatening anybody else. And here they are. And
Oh my
even in
God,
his situation,
terrifying.
I believe he has a right to defend himself.
Mhm.
Like I do, even though people say, "Oh, you guys, yeah, okay." He maybe deserves to go to jail for his crimes, but he doesn't deserve to come in and kill him and his family.
Yeah.
So he did what to be honest, I talked with my partners that were there, and I'm like, man, if that happened to me, I do the same thing. Like, you
So
come
he
into my
did-
house to
he
do
did-
harm.
Did he defend himself?
He disarmed these guys.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't know.
He's
I don't know
like
how
Liam
he John
Neeson.
Wick that shit. Like, he's not a big guy. I don't think he has the training, but I don't know if he had adrenaline or what. But he's able to disarm these guys.
That's
And
impressive.
one of the, he ended up shooting, killing one of them.
Holy shit.
So how messed up are we?
That's
I
right.
gotta mind my swearing here.
That's okay. No, I'm a
That's-
truck driver, so.
But how messed up are we that there was so much gray area in that investigation and stuff that blanks that need to be filled in evidence-wise, like, from speaking to that person, like to the guy who shot the
Yeah.
intruder,
Yeah.
And other witnesses, and because of their lifestyle, they were very reluctant to talk to us, and it looked bad. Like, they were giving like these weird alibis. Oh, I wasn't even there. I wasn't there. And then when you find out that's not true, it's like, ooh, that's not good. Like, did he just execute these guys? Like, maybe they came to his house and he just,
Yeah.
maybe, like, we didn't know the truth, but we had the feeling, we're like, I think that if we can talk to this guy and get him over his fear, because he's afraid of going down for murder, right? Because he knows the truth. And I can tell you, and spoiler alert, he killed the guy.
Yeah.
And then he did tell us that, right?
Yeah.
But a big part of it was making him comfortable enough to be like, man, like, if this was a self-defense thing, like, we need to hear from you, man, because, like,
Yeah.
in the absence of that, we've got all the lies you've told and all the stuff that doesn't add up. It looks bad. Like, it looks like you could look at it and say, for the evidence we had, it's self-defense, or you could also say that he executed these guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it took a lot of talking to him, and then he actually came across, and we ended up releasing him without charge, which is how it should be.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I do feel at the end, we got the truth of it, and actually I feel really good about that as well. Like,
Good.
Our job is not just to, well, we got a crime, find somebody to get in jail.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get commission on arrest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
that's good.
like, I believe, especially my role now as an investigator in more serious crimes, is to find the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thankful that he got over his fear. We were able to help him get over his fear of being listed, so we could find the truth. Because the truth wasn't what it necessarily looked like, right?
Yeah.
But I get why, especially someone in his lifestyle, would be reluctant to talk to a cop, right? Like, I'm a cop.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was something else. But how messed up is it when a guy is scared when he defended himself? Like you said,
Yeah.
We should be able to be confident defending
I know.
us. Like, and part of that, I think what helped him was me telling him, it's God's honest truth.
Yep.
And I said, dude, when my partner and I were driving up here, we had a conversation. And we had this conversation before.
Yeah.
What would you do if somebody came into your house
Yeah.
when your wife was there?
Exactly.
I tell you exactly what I do.
Exactly.
I bet you it's the same thing you do.
Yeah. Well,
I don't really care. If I had to, I'd blast them.
yeah.
You're not getting in here. You're not getting to my family.
Yeah. Because that's our sacred. This is our sacred area.
I'm going to protect my family.
Right here,
Right?
you know.
And I respect that. I actually respect that about him. In fact, I don't know how the hell he did what he did. Like, I just
That's still
honestly, I wanted
impressive how he
to buy the
disarmed-
guy a
How did he
beer.
disarm the three guys?
Yeah, no, I mean, he
Wow.
got rest his soul, the mercy on his soul to the guy that was killed. But
Yeah.
he created his own situation, really,
Yeah.
right?
That's,
It's still a tragedy. His mother lost a son.
Yeah. yeah, all of that, right?
Yeah, and you know what? And the truth is, in a lot of the
And he's got to live with it now and all
totally,
that.
totally.
Like, that's
It is tragedy.
Oh,
It's a
big time.
tragedy for the guy that died. His spouse. Jason's there losing her partner. Mom's lose, like, yeah, he put himself there, and really, it's kind of almost the karma, right?
Yeah.
And now, yeah, the homeowner there, could say what he wants, his drug dealer or whatever, but he's still a guy who was in his house that night and somebody tried to kill him.
Yeah.
And his family.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
it appeared that way.
Yeah.
And he's got to live with that now.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell you,
Oh, yeah.
selling drugs is a lot different than being a killer.
Oh.
A lot of people sell drugs that I've had good conversations with, and I'm like, you know what, like, we're going to deal with them, and we'll put the evidence before the courts and what happens. But I can honestly say, like, he's not an evil person. He needs to get right. He needs to change. He's going to do his time, and hopefully when he comes out, he'll be a different person. Won't do those things. But
Yeah.
I don't condemn anyone like that, right? But
No, that's sad. There's probably lots of those stories out there.
oh yeah, and that's why in the beginning when I was talking about people say, oh, evidence can be used against me. Like, that was actually there's a few examples. That's one of them to me. That's like a shining example. It's like he's like, oh, yeah, whatever says can be used against me. I'm like, and I said this exact same thing before. I'm like, evidence is evidence. You can't change. Evidence can't be manipulated, right? Like, storylines and narratives can be manipulated, but evidence is truth. Truth is the truth. You can't change the truth.
Yeah.
When you dig down to it, right? So,
Yeah.
in that case, the evidence or the truth was that this was a guy who's defending himself, right? So I'm just glad we could get to that. But I'm gonna check on that food.
Yeah.
Let's see if we got that. You were hungry before, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to go. Can I go lay down for a bit? Because I'm just.
Let me go chat with Buddy here and see if, because I don't work on this attachment, so I need to get someone to come and escort you through, just because.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem.
Unfortunately, you still are under arrest, so you can't. Your freedoms are under restriction right now. You don't have freedom of movement through the building, but I'll get someone to.
Okay.
You need a washroom break?
No, I'm okay
No.
right now.
Okay, I'll be right back. You Yeah, it's here.
Okay.
Man, I apologize, man. I thought when I got here, someone would just bring it in here.
Okay.
Double chicken.
Good.
I didn't even ask for that. I should have thought of that, but he did us solid. Got double chicken.
Oh, that's good. I'm gassing out. Oh, I gotta eat.
Yeah, it's okay. You know what? I get that way. Like, I don't think I'm diabetic or anything, but like I actually get a little hangry, man. Like when I don't eat, it's just like I can.
I just get all tired.
Yeah.
But see, getting hangry with all that, it's just if you eat a lot of sugar and a lot of bad
Those
stuff.
spikes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you just eat clean protein, and all that, you don't get those crazy spikes and moods.
I've heard that, man. That's one thing. Like I kind of fell off since the holidays, but like I was really active. I was running, like, I do 5K runs 3 times a week. I was doing weights 3 times a week.
Yeah, that's
which
cool.
isn't a ton, but like
Yeah.
it's enough to
Oh, yeah.
stay healthy.
Yeah.
But my diet, like I need to move that along. Especially, I think I need a plan for when I'm on the road, because it's too easy to fall into that. You know how it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't see any dressing here, eh?
That's okay. Because most dressings got sugar.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, unless it's like
Hey man, you're being a good
olive
influence on me
oil
here.
or something, just a light.
That's what I usually do, like more like an
vinaigrette.
Italian type of dressing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's.
Grab me another water.
Thank you.
So what do you think we're gonna come like? What do you think it's gonna take to like get out this? Do you think government's ever gonna relinquish control without anything, or do you think it's gonna take?
It ends when you guys side with the truckers,
Yeah,
like shoulder to shoulder.
like just us. But do you think honestly,
Yep.
if we would step across, that would be it?
Absolutely. That is it. Because that's all they have, really.
Mhm.
And the military stepped down. They don't want nothing to do with it. But then my big fear
Mhm.
is I do see law enforcement eventually going to side with freedom and love because it only makes sense.
Mhm.
The government then will pull the Insurrection Act. The government then will call the Insurrection Act because they've already thrown that word out so many times now, haven't they?
Dude, today.
And then guess what? Let me
You don't
finish
have
this.
to.
Andy.
That's right. Yeah.
So then what happens is the UN comes, which is Chinese troops. And there is an imminent invasion of Chinese troops on Canadian and American soil. And that's direct from like all the stuff I've researched. People are saying, some people that are in the business, they caught wind of it, like they've prepared for that and it's coming. So
Is our
then-
military preparing for it?
Yes, but they're not nowhere near equipped to deal with it. The same thing with the American military. They're so segregated now as well, with, vaccinated and this and all those policies.
Of course.
I'm worried, Wims, if you guys start getting sick and you can't fight invading army. And then the invading army just walks in here and literally rounds everybody up right to a gas chamber or execution, and then they install their totalitarian communism regime where that's why you haven't seen Moderna and Pfizer get spread in China.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a country that's supposedly started this big virus thing?
Mhm.
How come they're hosting an Olympics? Why are people
Yeah.
going there? Look what we just did with the two Michaels, the nightmare there, trying to get them back. Like, so
It's risky.
I'm like, look at that and go, there's so much more to that people don't really realize. And like the World Economic Forum and these big globalists, they all in bed with the Asian, like with China, Korea, because they're so easily conditioned to be not free, right? That's how they've lived their whole life is, they've been wearing masks for decades. Well, the smog is so bad, right? So I think that's why they worked with them, because then they're easily already conditioned, whereas us free-loving creatures that believe in God and everything else, we love our freedom so much. So that's why they want to get rid of us. They want to exterminate us in a way, and that goes for everybody. Like, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder. Like, that is it. There's like that one meme. You see the government guy, he's standing out on a pedestal, and you got all these people here, and it's on the edge. So say this one out over the edge here, and he's standing there, and we got all these people holding this cantilever, and all of a sudden, if one person just steps off and doesn't follow what he's doing, and everybody follows, this guy, the cantilever tips. But as long as he has control over the masses, by segregation and then they'll always keep running the narrative, and it's sadly not the narrative and lifestyle you and I want to live in.
Well, there's a reason I don't live in China, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so that's why, I'm sacrificing everything to go there and do my part, to stand for freedom, stand with God, stand with love.
Did you have any feeling when you went to protest there? Like, how long you been there?
Since day one. Yeah, since last, 2
That
Saturdays.
is sacrifice, man.
You
That is a big sacrifice.
And
There's a lot of day ones there.
yeah, there is. And we lost a lot to segregation. We had some guys in there that all of a sudden changed their rhetoric, changed their mind.
To what?
They got scared, and then they would tell the news media or like Rebel News, oh, we're quitting and we're going to Edmonton convoy. And we're like, no, we're not. We're going to stay here. Who gives a shit about Edmonton?
That's when Arda came down, right?
Yeah, I think so. And then he brought everybody back with his amazing speech. Like he's such an amazing man.
I saw that, man.
Oh, tears in my eyes when he spoke there, because it was like a brotherhood he united.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
Like he lived this, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying about like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be insulting, but I identify with a lot of what you're saying. Like I don't know. Let me see. I'm watching, right? Like I'm not saying I haven't bet all my money on black yet.
Yeah.
But I'm watching it. I'm like,
No. I'm all in on black.
something's going on. Yeah.
There's no other way
And I
around.
respect that, man. Like I respect you for that, right?
If you believe in God right now, that's a knife edge. You don't walk in between. You're either all in or you're not with God.
I agree with that.
Simple. That's even said there. Like you can't dip into sin and think, oh, I'm gonna come back and be on this side. It's like, nope. One or the other.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fight for your kids or the next generation and what we have now, because if we don't stand up, our kids have no chance at this. They're not going to fight this. They'll all be held in totalitarianism in the most epic level imaginable. So that's why it is so emotional, and I'm so emotional about it, because this is it. This is do or die right now. We don't have another shot at trying to build this momentum again. If it all gets torn down and collapsed, there's no way that we're going to build momentum to start another rally and get people on board, and then everyone will just go away peacefully and quietly, and then the government will just keep more carbon tax. Look at like 75% what is it called on your taxes there if you sell your house now?
Oh, I know capital
gain,
yeah.
like all these little things, and then you wait, climate change will come back again, and they'll start making it more carbon tax just with your regular stuff. Like they said, Trudeau's going to have $100 a ton carbon tax by 2024 or 2025, whatever that. Like, what does that mean? That means $3 a liter of gas.
I heard even now cows fart too much, so we're in the road. Like some of the stuff is like ridiculous, right?
Oh.
They're like some of the stuff you see.
I'm serious, Andy. It's scary times. So that's why we got to try to have that rally pep talk and get everybody to stand down, get everybody to just side with the trucker convoy. It'll be the most magical thing that ever happened.
Archer's amazing, dude.
Oh, he is.
Like he's a preacher.
Oh yeah.
Like his street people he saved. Like he's
Oh yeah.
feeding the poor. Like
Oh yeah. Why do they treat him like they do though? It's not you guys. It's there's some bad. Something is telling them to do that. That's what I believe. Something higher up is telling those guys there to go and arrest him out of his house and drag him out of his house, drag him out of church. They're just doing their job. I'm not blaming them. But somebody above is telling them to do that.
Yeah.
That's where you got to think. Who's that? Who's pulling those strings?
He's definitely become like a mark for the cause, right? Like,
I know.
Do you feel like we were talking about this earlier, how the media has, well, depending on which media I'll let you go to, right?
Yeah.
But I like to watch a few different things, right, and then make up my own mind.
Yeah.
And I can tell you can see totally different stories about this convoy. Like you see some that's such a menace and everyone's complaining, counter protests, and these guys are crippling our nation and they're danger,
And that's what they'll spin it.
and then I see the next one, they're literally saying the Lord's Prayer arm in arm,
We do it every day.
and like when have you seen that?
We don't. I'm so
Like,
proud to be a
whoa.
Canadian in the last, since it started here.
And man, like me too. Like even driving to the convoy, I saw that huge truck with the flag. I know, like, wow.
We do the Lord's Prayer. We pray every morning, lunch, supper. We had multiple pastors come and talk there. I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And some other guys just give their random prayers and stuff. And it's where has this ever happened before? I mean, even standing with
it's
the
like a revival.
standing with the Americans.
It's like a spiritual
and
revival.
we sang the American anthem, or we sang Canadian First, and they couldn't really do it too well because they need music.
yeah.
But they tried, and we helped them. And when we're united like that, I'm blown away. That was so powerful down there.
There's some stuff that I imagine that you've seen the last 2 weeks today. You'll take with you forever, right?
Forever. I wish I was still there, because I just mean freedom, Andy. That's my intent.
So you don't have to convince me that media has they've all got. I actually think that every outlet has its own agendas.
Yeah.
Whether you're talking far left, far right, mainstream included in that as well. Because I've definitely seen some stuff that I've been involved in this job. I've been involved in pretty high profile stuff, doing homicides for years, right?
Yeah.
And I'll read the news, mainstream even. I'm like, that's not right.
Yeah. I know.
Like, this is crazy.
The fight is so much more deeper than the little bits we see right now around us. Like, it's on a massive scale, and everyone needs to start looking at it like that. Like, it's not just the little detailed tiddly bit bullshit. It's the big thing. You know.
Do you think there's like, is there any basis anything for why you'd be here? Like, why you like? You seem, honestly, like, talking to you, like such a, and I don't mean to like, you don't seem like a dangerous person.
No.
By any means, right?
No.
Like,
I'm fighting for freedom. So
I'd be happy to have you living in a house, like, being neighbors. Like, honestly, I would.
Yeah, I'm glad. I look at it like, I mean, all I want to do is try to be the best person I can be. And for love and for this whole thing, I don't want to, I'm not going to stand on my knees though if the Chinese invade.
I'm not here. I'll fight with
That's
you.
where I
I'll
want to
fight
go
that with
shoulder
you.
to shoulder with you, and let's go.
Yeah, I'll fight that with you.
We better be, because if we don't, we're done. And then everything's lost. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about at any given time, what's going on in the world. Like, look at it right now. The whole world is shut down again. They're definitely going to blame this rally on soon enough when you go to Costco next week, there'll be no food there.
Yeah. It's coming.
Maybe you shouldn't say no food, but it's going to be.
No, I know. You'll see it.
You'll see it.
Yeah.
Right? But it was all
cost.
part of the agenda that they started when they initially locked everybody down. It takes about 18 months for that full circle of the economy to feel the effects. Same as the Great Depression. You study that in 1929, when everything was like the booming 20s or whatever they call it. It took 18 months until like 1930 or 31 or whatever it was in October. That boom, that's when it really got felt. The effects from the over expenditures and all the good times roll.
Yeah.
So same as now. We had all this good time, stimulus money, all this stuff's happening. They shut the whole country, world down with pandemic. Then they restarted again, printed all the money. And now we've got to that point where it's going to burst. And so when it does, that's why they're not negotiating. That's why they're not coming out there to talk to the truckers or anything. They're just purposely letting it happen as a design. Because why wouldn't the leaders be out talking?
Have you had,
Why?
like, because I know in the RCMP, like, we have, like, I'm a negotiator.
Yeah.
But typically what I do with my negotiations, like, I've never been, like, negotiator isn't usually we have different kind of groups. We have crisis negotiators. So that's what I do. We do what we call critical incidents. That's your armed barricaded people. That's your hostage, your active shooters or whatever.
Yep.
That's the stuff that I do, right? Then
Yep.
we have something else that's called CCMGs, Community Conflict Management Group. They're basically designed for stuff like this, or whether it's a pipeline, like an First Nations led thing. Go and meet with them, build bridges, and be like, how can we help resolve this? It's a soft approach, understanding, dialogue, even facilitating.
Yeah.
Okay, we understand you want to. How can we help you do this safely?
Yeah.
You guys need help getting water, and you're like stuff like that. Like that's what it's supposed to be. Have you seen any of that? Like people, like with police, like people meeting with you, saying, "How can we help you guys be safe here?" Or what do you? Have you seen any of that cooperation at all? Or
No, I've seen probably the exact opposite over here. I seen minus in the first few weeks when it was cold and windy and all this.
yeah,
We had to walk up the hill to bring supplies. and I just see, police officers just sitting in their vehicles. Wow. People are trudging down the hill, giving big hugs to random strangers. Carrying a plate of whatever, muffins or bag of apples or whatever. The exchange of love there was mind-blowing. And then to watch them walk past, and the police officers didn't really acknowledge that. And that's sad. So I was just like, why wouldn't you guys...
I find that hard actually not to acknowledge.
If it was me, I would throw my badge on the ground
I'm a social
and been out
guy,
there helping, That's me.
In regards, even if I wasn't doing that, like I would find it hard. I'm a social guy. I'd find it hard not to at least acknowledge, just say, "Hey, morning, like how you guys doing?" Like just minimum that. You're a human being.
And there was some
I'm a
that
human
definitely
being.
do that.
How are you doing today? How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
All right, stay safe, guys. Like whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Acknowledge there's another human being walking by you. Take off your
right.
sunglasses.
No.
That type of stuff.
Exactly. The intimidating thing is seeing, the ERT team guys or whatever, they show up, all balaclavas, you can't see, and they're standing there, full kit, and you got kids and everybody, and we're standing there with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why?
Well, and how do you think that affects the mood, seeing like weapons like that walking through? Like, do you think that
There's militarized police walking around there.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a conflict zone, okay.
Yeah.
But if it was a conflict zone, there would be other guys standing right there armed as well.
Yeah.
None of us are.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what really bugs me about why.
Like, let me ask, do you feel safe seeing people walking around with weapons like that? Does that make you feel safe?
No.
On purpose? No.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I bet.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Because we've seen what happened in other countries where police just all of a sudden. Well, and I mean, that's, say they take other police or other people from other countries and they insert them in there. So they're not even local police in other countries. Right? We've seen it in South Africa there with all the rioting going on, or just now in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
What happened there? They brought in Russian troops or police, right? And then here the people are protesting and they're really burning shit down and causing a ruckus. And then all of a sudden the cops just go to guns on them, right? Those are not even the people from that town. Like, they're not even the same. So that's scary. And then, yeah, at that point, I that's what bothered everybody. That gets everybody on edge.
Yeah.
Seeing them like that. It's like, why? We're standing here like this.
Like, there's no good reason to have weapons like that.
No!
Like, it's not.
No.
That doesn't bring peace.
That doesn't show anything. That's the most arrogant, ignorant thing. This isn't an active shooter situation. There's no call of, any of that. Why even bring those guys?
None of those that weaponry, in my opinion, I don't know where you stand, but like, it doesn't even belong in that area.
No.
Like,
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Keep it in the truck, maybe at least, or whatever, but don't brandish it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows police have those tools, but like,
don't walk out like that.
It's supposed to be a peaceful zone. You don't bring that in. Like, bring weapons like that in. It changes things, right?
Unless those guys want to bring that stuff out, but they're going to come side with us to go after the actual problem, which is the tyranny government. If they, like I said, if we all marched in unison with the law enforcement and the trucker movement and the ex-soldiers and all that shit, like, you see the soldiers are coming out now in Ottawa. They took down that.
The veterans, yeah.
What does that show? Isn't that a power symbol? That they got together and said, wait a minute, this is our memorial. It was nice to see some law enforcement stand with them too. That sends a signal to Trudeau and the elite global government. Oh my God, like, we're losing the narrative here. So they're going to try everything to try to spin it, to make it, to try to de facto the whole movement, right? To decredit it, because they know that if they get caught and if they go down, the rest of the masses are going to wake up from their slumber sleep and go, holy shit, the government is this corrupt. We need to hold them crimes against humanity. And they're the ones that need to go to the Nuremberg Code and probably have a rope hanging around their neck.
Tony, that's what worries me with you, right? Like, from talking to you, like, you don't seem like a radical guy to me. You seem like a guy who loves God, loves freedom, and is concerned about things, which I can I can check all those boxes as well, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they like? But you're here now, arrested for like. I mean, you read through this.
I know.
Like,
yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Like,
Yeah, I know.
Had I not walked in with this sheet, like I'd read this before, I was like, okay, I had kind of had an idea who I'd be speaking to today. And I don't like to prejudge, but it's hard not to think, okay, I'm thinking might get a preconceived notion of who you would see. This is not at all what I expected.
Yeah, I know.
Like you got no real history of criminality. Like you're not a bad guy. You're a good guy.
I've never
Like I
done
said,
anything.
you're the guy that. So everyone would love to have a neighbor. Like if I lived in a neighborhood full of Tonys,
It'd be a
it'd be a good
perfect,
place.
peaceful place.
It'd be a good place, right?
Yeah.
And I hope you know you live in the neighborhood. I mean, I'd be the guy watching if you left your garage door open, I'd be looking out for
Exactly.
you. Like that's the kind of guy I am as well. But I'm worried here for you with what we talked about and narratives and how we talked about Arthur, right? We talked about how media spins things. Like I don't want this to become that.
I know.
Like if that's what's going on, I don't want to be part of that. I'll be honest with you.
That's what I'm worried about too. But the only way I can't do anything about it unless everybody helps. Like the whole.
Yeah, but if this stuff is bullshit,
if I have to, if that's the part of the thing
it's
that I have to
bullshit.
sacrifice because they've thrown me under the bus and done whatever, and they can't see my God-given right to, speak the truth and try
But
to
that's
do
dumb.
this,
That's
then
dumb. I'm not
I'll
saying
take
you're
it for the
dumb, but
team.
that's
I don't
dumb.
give a shit because
That's bullshit.
the bigger picture is I'm looking after the man upstairs, and I'm going to keep continuing walking that path. And they can do whatever they want. This shows the rest of the people. Wait a minute, boy, they lied because they people that know me on a personal basis
Yeah.
know exactly that.
Yeah.
And they were like, he's like a perfect guy.
But
That's what they're doing. They're
yeah.
trying to segregate.
I
us.
don't doubt that I could. If we said, hey, we put out a call out that we need character references for Tony, I bet you it wouldn't take long before we'd have 100 people calling you and
Yeah.
say, this guy's a
ahead.
good guy. I don't doubt that at all. I don't.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I don't think this is an act.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm talking to the real Tony here.
Yeah.
I hope you feel like you're talking to real Andy.
Yeah.
But when I look at this, like I'm looking at this, and I'm not a judge, first of all, so I don't decide guilt or innocence. That's not my. I don't have the power to do that, right? Judges will do that under law, but there's as you and I there's a whole other judgment,
Yeah.
and I think that's for both of us. We'd agree that's a more important
That's
one,
the
right?
number one judge. I don't care what man can say.
I'm with you on that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with you on that. But I'm talking about a Canadian court of law here, right? I'm looking at these, and I'm looking at it's kind of some of what I believe the elements of defense are here. So mischief, like as far as participating in a peaceful protest, like yeah, like and I'm not saying that what you did is wrong, and I'm not making more of them, but like
Yeah.
I'm like yeah, okay, I can see their allegation, like it makes sense to me, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're going to be convicted of it either. Like, who knows if this goes to court? I don't know if it all gets thrown out and laughed out of court, or who knows, right?
Yeah.
And that's not up
If
to
we
me.
hold the line, no.
But when I look
no.
when I look at this, I'm like, okay, like that. They're like based on the legislation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That you guys are alleging I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it.
I knew that. Going into it.
The obstruction of critical infrastructure, that's a new thing by turning the border. I'm like, yeah, I get that too, right? I get it.
Yeah.
The ones that
I know.
I'm like, what the is...
I didn't threaten anybody face to face. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that.
But
That's
maybe
a
it wasn't
blanket
that, right?
generic bullshit.
But like, is it like... Was there anything that somebody might have overheard? Like, is there anything that... Like I said, I give you the example when I go on the road with my money, I'm like, let's go kick some ass.
yeah.
I don't really going out. It doesn't mean that you need to stop me because I'm about to go kick somebody's ass.
Yeah, that's
it
right.
means like we're gonna go
That's
kick some ass,
right.
guys. I say the same thing to if I'm coaching a football team, right? Go kick some
right.
ass.
That's right.
You know, go smash some skulls or whatever. I don't mean.
Yep.
Is there anything that you can think of?
That probably is
last
it.
week? Like who would that be? Like, is there anyone that would have said, "Hey, this guy is talking about doing this, like killing somebody"?
No.
No.
I think that's pretty. They see my my drive and my what's the word, passion about it. So, like you said, let's kick some ass. Let's try to go out there and stand our ground and do our thing because this is a one shot. But I'm not going to just stand there and all of a sudden just get pushed over. You know, so that's why I went out there to do what I did, and to stand there in front of those heavily armed guys, you know, and take pictures of them,
Yeah.
and say, "Here we go. This is it. This is what we're doing." That's what it is.
And I wouldn't doubt it if you did that. Like I wouldn't doubt it if probably 90% of the people were that's you're firing each other up. You're encouraging each other. Come on, guys. Like I wouldn't doubt that. But we wouldn't be here for that. Like
I know.
There has to be something more. And I'm not saying it's not bullshit. But I just want to know, like, what are these guys? Where are they getting this from? That like conspiracy to commit murder, man. Like because no, I couldn't. For what you said, as a policeman, I would never even entertain charging you for that. For conspiracy to commit murder.
Yeah.
It doesn't even...
Murder what? Like
what? Who? Like, was... He's saying, like...
not murder.
And like you were going to kill Trudeau?
If it was the UN that was coming in or sending Chinese troops and they were killing us, that's where I would say, that.
Yeah. But like this week, was there anything that anytime like you would have said that, or... About Trudeau, maybe?
Yeah, maybe about Trudeau and the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
They should get tried for treason. And
you know what? I don't think that would. I don't even know that would be. I don't think that would be a criminal offense. Even. They couldn't be charged for that. I don't believe.
Everybody posts that shit.
You're right, just your accountability. But like this is specific. This is conspiracy to commit murder. This is like talking about causing somebody's death.
Oh God.
Like did you say anything about Trudeau?
The government, socialist government of Trudeau. Do you
remember what you said? Or?
No.
About Kenny, maybe they heard, or
yeah, maybe a little bit about Kenny.
Yeah, you remember what that would have been?
No, that's everybody's having those conversations.
Right. About like maybe the RCMP there. Like he's saying about killing the RCMP there.
No, not the RCMP. Because it's not you guys. It's the facilitators that are puppet mastering you guys.
Right.
That's why we need you guys to stand with us. Simple as that. Right, you guys got to show that. We can't come out there with guns drawn. That's not making a good. That's not setting a good precedence.
Yeah.
Right. So get lots of people excited. And they're like, "What do they do? How do we know?" Look what happened in Nova Scotia. There, RCMP guy dressed up, gunning down people.
Yeah. Crazy.
What do I do in that situation?
Yeah.
So you can't try but that's where they're spinning it. They're spinning it to make it all like this. We're all passionate. We're all excited,
right? But that's why I wanted to ask you, right? Because
look, I don't know anybody that I would purposely do that and say that to.
Right, that you were going to kill someone or.
Yeah. I don't like Trudeau. Yeah, I don't like him. I'd like to see him hang. Sure, that'd be perfect. He needs to be tried for treason and shown all the accountability that he has. And if he's proven guilty, like we know he is, hang him. And get back to how it should be. Yeah, it's just bizarre, Angie. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want some clarification, and I appreciate you because I appreciate if you can't offer it, you can't offer, right? Like I need to talk to them because I'm like, what? They have to make this make sense.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
That's right.
Like conspiracy, like it's something that can mean like there's people conspiring. It could be like more than one person it's planning, right? Were you made, even if you didn't say it, were you made part of a conversation, like a larger conversation where there's chatter about causing somebody's death?
No, not purposely. That's stupid. We wouldn't go purposely do anything.
Yeah.
No one would, unless you guys or the UN, because that's what happens. They'll take the locals out, and they'll bring in other people from another country. We're on the brink of that.
How do you mean? Like you mean like maybe say you'd be RCMP who are actual Chinese soldiers? You mean like or?
Yeah.
Is that an actual fear of yours that you're going to wake up in the morning and they're out there and there's going to be a bunch of Chinese soldiers in our uniforms?
I am terrified of that.
Really?
Yes.
Like, and I get
the intel that I have comes from a higher power.
Yeah.
Some ex-military guys that I read their things and behind the scenes on Telegram and all this shit. And they say
Telegram, like the forum, online forum.
Yeah, that there's that they've planned in the next few years of a Chinese invasion. So they're going to blend in, acting as RCMP or acting as whatever. That's what terrifies me.
And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, right? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic on a bitch, but like that's what I mean. Like, is it an actual fear? Like
Yes.
Any day this week you could have woken up and be like, holy shit, there's a bunch of Chinese soldiers in your RCMP. Really?
Yeah. Because listen to this too. Like Biden and Trudeau were just talking a couple days ago that since we've got the international border shut down, we need to do something about this.
What do
So
you
who's to say that they can send troops in from the American side? And I know it's not going to be patriots. They're going to send UN or somebody,
Yeah.
and they're not going to give a shit about anything. They'll roll in there and just,
So if they were going to do that, like, and again, I'm just trying to understand this. Where would I be? Where would the guys that work in this building in Coaldale? Where would they be? Would we be bound and tied in the basement and they'd be out, or would we be complicit? Like, I'm just wondering how that would
I think
facilitate.
so.
How are you going to march in and just be like,
I think
we're
so.
the police now? Like, are we just going to be?
well, since the government's really pushing to get the police to break up these peaceful rallies,
Yeah.
they are going to go, you guys aren't doing it because you don't see no one breaking the law. Right? So they're going to step it up and agitate things by going, okay, you guys sit down, we're going to bring somebody in that can. That's what scares the living shit out of me. Because once you guys go, whoever they bring in to replace you isn't going to be friendly. And that's what I'm worried about. And that's a proven fact. That's history. That's what they do all over the world.
But it's different. Like, it'd be a different tactic to actually, like, wolf in sheep's clothing, like, actually replace the bodies behind the uniforms overnight, do it like a bait and switch, like,
No.
oh no, it's just us, the RCMP.
It would be.
That's a different tactic.
Yeah.
I just don't know the logistics of that. Like, I'm trying to figure out how that would happen overnight at that protest site, for example, where all of a sudden overnight, every tactical member, everybody's replaced.
Yeah,
all
maybe not
in the
exactly
basement,
like
right?
that, but maybe like they would just tell the department to stand down completely, go in here and secure the perimeter,
Yeah.
and they would bring in their own assets. That's the scary part. And then what do we do? At that
Yeah.
point, they're going to forcefully remove everybody because it's all about money. Look at the commerce that they're losing.
Yeah.
This is getting people excited. But this was the only way that we could say, hey, hello, listen
Yeah.
to our voice. What else do we have left, Andy? What is our only other option?
So what would be your reaction? Like, what are you going to do if you could? This is a real fear of yours that could
Yeah.
happen there while you were there in the hot zone. You're vulnerable. You're in an
Yeah.
open highway. That's like, tactically, it's not a great spot, right?
No, it's not.
So what were you like? What were you going to do? You'd be like, oh, this
Sit
is
back
it.
and hide. And
This is
just
it. I'm dead.
sit back and hide and hope the heck that
You're just going to die.
if I was going to just dig down into the bottom of the basement somewhere and just wait
Yeah.
and hopefully it just blew over. What am I going to do?
Well, I
I
don't
can't
know.
run out and do anything.
What am I going to do even?
So
Right,
it would
like-
have been just to sit back and defend.
But how? Defend with what? Like what?
Yeah, well, sit back and defend with whatever, and then just sit there and wait until hopefully somebody comes that's going to save us. God, hopefully. I don't know.
That is scary, man. I
Time
guess.
will tell in the next few weeks. This is ratcheting up, and it's
Oh, it is. I agree with you, man. It is like, it's bizarre. It's bizarre.
it is. It scares me, Andy. Like I'm terrified of our future, and I just sooner go hide. Just
Do you think that maybe this conspiracy to commit murder could have been maybe misconstrued
I think so.
conversation about, like, who would have dined you out though, man? Because like,
I don't know. There's so many people talking, and we're just chatting away and telling our 2-bit story and just whatever, you know. And emotions come up. It's like, damn, if they invade us or they do something to us, we got to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
That's our God-given right.
Did you make any preparations, like, to get ready to be able to defend yourself, or you're just going to be like, well, we'll see what happens? And
We'll see what happens.
God, like, basically, God be with me. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
Hmm.
God be with me.
Okay. So yeah, and like I said, I'm trying to make these. It still doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I can find some more information on it and figure that out with you. Possession of weapon for dangerous purpose. So, I mean, the facts are you were arrested
so I had
yesterday
a-
from location.
Yeah.
Like, did you have any guns?
I had a non-restricted 12 gauge
Okay.
there
Okay, and where was that?
in the trailer.
Okay, so which trailer were you staying in? I don't know where you arrested from. I haven't talked to that.
I was arrested over by the main building, not even near the trailer, like at the main clubhouse.
Oh, okay. You weren't part of that. So I don't even know if you know, but there was a ERT, or a tactical team took down residents out there,
Okay.
and a bunch of outbuildings, and there were some guns.
I was staying in one of those trailers, but I got arrested over at the front.
Okay.
Nowhere near that.
So you were not there. Which trailer were you staying at?
The one on the east side.
East side. Like what? Like a fifth wheel, or
Yeah.
do you remember? Like what was it? what was it like, or do you remember? Can you describe the trailer you're in, or?
Oh, no, not really. It's white.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like an old piece of shit, or like a newer one, or?
Fairly new, medium. Yeah, a few years old. I'm
Yeah,
thinking. Yeah.
So who's staying in the trailer with you? Like,
Well, I guess I can answer that. See, now I don't know. Maybe these questions start getting too. I don't have to answer that, do I?
you don't have to answer anything, man. Like it's
Yeah.
everything's up to you, right?
I like
Like,
talking to you, but I don't want to.
Yeah, no, and I told you before, like I just already gonna respect you regardless, right? I'm trying to make sense because I don't want you to get run steamrolled for a narrative,
Yeah.
right? But if you wish to clarify this, any of the stuff, that's up to you,
Yeah.
right?
I can tell you that I wasn't near that when that happened.
Okay.
I was over at the other end.
So the only weapon that you had was like a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What brand was yours? Like what-
Manelli.
Manelli. Okay.
Yeah.
Color.
Spray painted.
Okay. Spray painted what? Like black or
Green.
green? Okay. Anything else distinctive about it, or?
Nope.
Okay. Like where'd you keep that? Did you have it on you when you were arrested?
No.
Is that what
no.
this is about?
No, no.
So you didn't have a gun on you
No.
when you were arrested.
I have nothing.
So you just literally had a gun there.
at the
like-
trailer in my home where I
Wow.
was staying. So to defend myself, just
Where-
like I can have a gun in my house.
Yeah, yeah.
At home. Non-restricted, right, shotgun.
Hmm.
So I didn't have nothing on me when I was over at the clubhouse when I
Yeah.
got arrested.
Yeah.
Those guys, I guess, got arrested all there. So that was, I'm not even near that stuff.
Hmm.
So I don't know how they can say I'm trying to do that. If I was going to do that, I would have it on me, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would think I'd be ready to rock, right? If I was Lord for battle, I'd be ready. I'd be
I was
ready to rock.
conspiring to
right?
commit murder, I'd be on my possession.
Yeah,
That's what I get at that, but not standing with peaceful people.
yeah.
Think of it like that. I'm not.
Where was it? Where was it stored in the trailer? Where'd you have it?
I just had it under my bed sheets.
Okay. So how many? Like you don't have to tell me who. How many people were staying in the trailer though?
That I won't answer.
No. Okay.
No.
The reason I want to ask that, and I'm gonna be straight up with you, right? Because I know people are, oh, where's he going with this? Well, where I'm going with this is, I don't know what was found in that trailer because I haven't seen the pictures of the scene.
Yeah.
But I think it's possible. I believe that a lot of them were multi-dwellings, like there's several people in different ones. And I believe that some, maybe not all of them, had multiple firearms in them. So I don't want you to be, taking on a firearm that you had nothing to do with. Like,
Yeah.
so if there's other people staying in your trailer, I don't want you taking more responsibility than yours. Like, you said you had a shotgun. That's not super nefarious to me. Like, I mean, I guess depending on what they figure your intent was, that could either be a guy who's a rural Alberta guy and is, has a gun in his truck wherever he goes, or if somehow they're able to make it make sense to me that you're a fringe terrorist or whatever they're alleging, then if they actually were able to consider that this guy has bad news for this, and this, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's a problem that he had a gun.
Yeah.
But like from talking to you, I'm like, okay, like I mean, courts will decide whether your gun was for a dangerous purpose, or whether it was for a lawful, you exercising your rights.
Yeah.
Like you're licensed, you said, and yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Courts will
I'm saying,
decide that, right?
I'll let
But-
the guys figure it out, but I'm
Yeah.
telling you that I just had that, and
Okay.
that's it.
Were there any other firearms in that were not yours though? Like, is everything there? Let me make it make sense. I want to go let these guys know. Like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna tell them. I'm gonna go talk to these investigators. I'm gonna look. I'm talking to Tony here. Tony's is like straight up.
Yep.
Tony's solid. He came here to protest. He's got some concerns with the government, just like I do. Just like, and like Lydia, some guys out there, the investigators have the same concerns, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't make a guy dangerous or unacceptable views, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And just because Justin Trudeau says unacceptable doesn't mean it's illegal.
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
So we don't need to
That's
be
right.
here. We're not. I don't need to be the views police. Right now, that's not illegal,
Yeah.
right? And I don't want to see Canada where it is illegal. What I want to deal with is actual criminality, right?
Yeah.
So I want to be able to go to them and say, look, I talked to Tony. He had a shotgun. Like, he's a guy who's like, are you an outdoorsman or?
Yeah.
He's an outdoorsman. Like, lots of reason the guy has a shotgun, right? I get
Yeah.
that. I
Yeah.
get that. You know how many times when I was working in rural Alberta, like I'm not, I haven't been in uniform in what, 7-8 years. But you know how many guys I stopped in rural Alberta with guns, not criminals, and,
I know.
and I didn't feel threatened.
Yeah.
They were good dudes. I've got a gun on me.
Yeah.
I hope
Yeah.
they don't. I hope they don't feel threatened.
Yeah.
And we have great chats, and you know, like they're not criminals. They're not terrorists.
That's right.
They're just rural. That's what you do in rural Alberta.
Yep.
You got to have a gun around. Lots of times,
Yep.
especially you got land, right?
Yeah.
So I want to be able to go back to them and be like, hey, talk to Tony. Like, Tony's he's solid. I talked to him. He's like, yeah. We talked about. I went through these fences with him. We were talking about, like, we're not going to get into the protest and whether that's a mischief or.
Yep.
I'm not going to argue with him about that, right? Because I got my own feelings, to be honest.
Yeah. That's good.
But the ones that really concern me
Yeah.
are these two, like, and probably you too, I would imagine,
Yeah,
right?
oh,
Like,
yeah, for
I
sure.
would bet that a lot of people out there, if you read them these first two charges, would be like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
like, but most of them, 90% of you read these, so they're like, holy
know.
shit, like, let's clear this
Mind
shit
blown,
up, right?
yeah.
And that's why I'm focusing on that,
yeah.
right? Like, I don't care about the protest action. I'm not saying I don't care, but you know what I mean, like.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm here to talk to you about, right? And that's not what I think is, like, crucial that we get straight. This stuff is like, we need to get that right.
Yeah.
And I said I'm a seeker of the truth. That's
Yeah.
all I'm looking
That's
for
right.
here.
That's
I'm not
right.
looking to. I hope you realize that I'm not here to let's be, you know, lock, like, just throw whatever we can at them and power. No, let's get this right. Let's find out the truth here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like I told you with the guy with the self-defense thing there, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's get this right.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, I don't like to have unsolved crimes. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it when we've had killers that we weren't able to solve. There's sometimes the evidence just isn't there. But I would rather have one of those where, you know what, we just couldn't get the evidence of this, or it just didn't exist.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anyone did anything wrong. It's just the evidence just isn't always there.
Yeah.
I would rather have that. I would lose less sleep over that
Yeah.
than the idea if I had one innocent man in prison
Yeah.
because I
Exactly.
didn't do my job.
Exactly.
Because if one innocent person can go to jail, I can go to jail for being innocent. You can do it. Like, that's anybody. That's my uncle. Like, if it can happen to one person, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
None of us is immune.
Yeah.
So that's where my head's at. I'd rather. I don't want guilty people to go free,
That's
but I'd
right.
rather have 10 guilty people go free than one innocent man in jail.
Yeah.
That's why I want to hammer this shit out.
Yeah. I guess.
So yeah. So when I go back to them, I gotta tell them about this.
Okay, let me tell you, I had a second rifle there.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
a 22
Okay.
lever action.
22 lever action.
Yeah.
So like hunting style
My
rifle.
little
Like,
gopher gun.
okay. Anything else, sir?
No. Everything.
Um,
If there is anything else there, it was in my possession.
Okay.
It's not my thing.
Anything else there was not in your possession.
No.
Okay, so there was other people or persons there. Okay, how many other people? Just I don't need names. How many people were you
Two.
talking? 2 other people. Okay, and they're bedding down there or just
Yep.
coming and going?
Yeah.
Okay.
And whatever they did, that's up.
Yep.
I don't know.
You're only responsible for you. I get that. And I'm not here to make anybody I'll be honest. I respect you enough not to sit here and insist that you name names, because I'm gonna be honest. I'm the type of guy, I think a lot like you. I'd rather take my own stuff than put off on somebody else, and I'll take my own stuff.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I own my mistakes, and I
Yeah.
fuck up.
Yeah.
I fuck up.
And
But,
I
but
mean-
what I'm not gonna do is
Everybody has the exact same intentions.
Mhm.
We're a peace-loving group of people.
The guys
We're
with you, they're
just-
good guys?
Oh
Okay.
yes.
Did you?
Oh yes.
Was it the guys that you were staying with? The 2 guys you're staying with? Were you ever like, "Oh,
Never.
this is bad"?
No.
No, it's
No.
it's good. They're just freedom loving, God fearing.
No. And I don't know about their
righteous men.
history or what they are,
Yeah, yeah.
but that's exactly their intent was. We did not want
Do you know
to
if they
start
had, you don't know if they
anything.
had a history or their backgrounds?
I don't know that well. No.
Did you know any of those? Were the guys that you came with, or
No.
No?
They showed up and because I don't have a truck that has a sleeper,
right?
so they offered me to stay in their thing and So we became friends. And
So what did you drive there?
a dump truck,
Yep.
and then I got my pickup.
Your own truck or?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. My only one that I got because I sold the rest.
Yeah.
So I got a big truck on the highway right now, parked there.
What does it look like? What's the markings on your truck?
It's blue and it's a dump.
Does it have like a logo on the door or what's like?
Yeah, it's faded out, but Iron Rock is the logo.
Iron Rock? That's your company?
Yeah, yeah.
So you drive down there by yourself then?
No, I drove by myself, but I had somebody bring my pickup.
Right.
And then they just dropped it off and went home after the first day. So I had at least have a vehicle to drive
Right,
around
right.
and.
Because I bet your truck's not going anywhere right now.
No, I got stuck there.
Like how many vehicles would you have to get out of there right now? Like yours, like how?
Oh, it's going to be interesting. I don't know how they're going to do that.
I don't either. Well, let's say you guys wanted. You were like, hey guys, it's been cool. I want to leave. Like how many guys do you think you'd have to get out of your way to go?
Oh, I could easily get out.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because there's some people that are like they're just locked in, eh? Or
Yeah.
no?
No,
Yeah?
I
No?
think you can.
Really?
Some behind the tractors, yeah, they would have to move the main tractors to sneak out.
Right,
But
right.
the rest of them, I think they can
Okay.
just go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got that wrong. Then I thought there's people that there's a grid right in there.
No,
Hmm.
no. The tractors just have to move, and then the trucks behind can go. But otherwise, the guys that are on the west side of the main blockade, they can go anytime.
So okay, so you go there. So you're staying there, and then there's other two guys. Were they there before you, or did they come
They
after?
came all at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know those guys at all before? Or
Yeah, a
did you
little
get
bit.
there?
A little
Okay.
bit. A little
Like,
bit.
where do you know them from?
Just met them in Lethbridge there, Section 8.
Section 8. What's that?
That little gun shop that's there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just became buddies and
Mhm.
chatted, and then yeah, they helped me do some concrete work,
Mm-hmm.
supplied some rebar and some materials, and then we just became buddies, and we went to this thing, and they said they'd go, and we met there, and
Yeah.
they're like, hey, yeah, just come and crash with us. I'm like, that's awesome, because I don't have a house to sleep in. I was going to sleep in my blue truck
Yeah.
in the camper that I got in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was cool the first night until it got to minus 30, and then so they're like, oh, just come here, and I'm like, oh, that's a blessing, thank
To the
you.
trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You know what brand the trailer is?
no, I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't pay attention to the brand.
Yeah. So you guys you're staying there. That's gotta be cozy. 3 dudes eating chili and farting in a little trailer.
That's what it is. Eating chili and farting and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah.
Man, the first night I came here, I came to one of the rooms of one of the other guys was staying at. There was a couple of guys sitting there, and dude, even just like I think there was 4 guys in there, and it just smelled like feet.
Oh yeah.
Man, I can only imagine what that trailer smelled like.
No, it was-
And that was the like, first day in the hotel room. I was like, "Geez, guys, I'm out of here."
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it was. A lot of farting and
Oh
stinking.
man,
And we weren't showering as much.
baby wipes. I heard like
Yeah.
they're kind of got a
Yeah.
supply of those. Like,
Yeah.
Paper
That was
wipes.
the lifesaver.
yeah.
Paper
Wow.
wipes.
Was it one of the guys that you were staying with? Was it their trailer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if like someone else. It was like a donation.
No.
Or someone just
It was
did,
their
did you guys
trailer.
sell it? That's good.
And I can vouch, for those guys that they're all mean the same.
Solid guys. So they're not like you didn't ever feel like I'm in something over
Never.
my head. Like
Never.
you guys were all the same mission. Like you guys. Okay.
We're here for they got kids,
Yeah.
single dads or whatever with kids
Yeah.
that want to protect this world for them.
Take a
That's
stand,
all it
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
We're not killers and gangbangers. We're not just going to go blatantly murder people and all this bullshit like that. We're passionate, yes,
Mm-hmm.
but we're talking about the big picture.
Yeah.
Like the facilitators of this.
Yeah. So and that's an interesting thing to me too, because like I said, there's a lot of things I identify with you with, and I agree with you, and things we need to fix. And you know what? Like I'm not happy with our. Actually, I was going to say our federal leadership. I would say provincial as well.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I know. but
I'm
we
not
wanted
happy
to go,
with either.
We're trying to go past even him because if Kenny even would have announced we're ending mandates for Alberta, we're still staying there. I want it for the whole country because what does that mean?
Yeah.
If it's not free for everybody, then we need to stick together. So we didn't even give a shit what he said.
Yeah.
He definitely is not good, and you see that somebody's playing him too, right?
I've noticed his language since has changed. He's like
Yeah.
freedom. He's using the word freedom a lot. I think he's trying to kind of win over
trying to
the-
backpedal
these
it.
damaging restrictions.
Yeah.
But yesterday, and I was like, oh, You know where you can't? I think this morning again because the children's masking came off
Yeah.
in school. He's like more freedom and like, well, he's
Oh, I know.
he's definitely throwing that word around a lot now.
He's trying to take the credit for everything.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm one of you. Yeah, I was like,
If you look at some of those clips, like even of Trudeau and everybody, and they, you know, even Fauci and CDC person and Theresa Tam and all them, and I've seen so many of them in social media where they take news clips of them like a few months ago saying, and then all of a sudden they do it again and again, and it just
How about this
changes.
one? We will not do a vaccine passport.
Yeah.
And then a couple. We're implementing
there you go.
what do they call it? This REP.
Yeah.
It's a vaccine, but you won't call it. It's just a different name, right? Yeah.
This is a
Flip-flopping.
telltale sign of the Bolshevik style of communist, where they will manipulate you like that, and then they will starve us out. And once they starve you, who's that said that? Can't remember that American guy, but he said you control the population by food, by
Yeah.
starvation. And when you get everyone to that point, like we're close,
Watch chaos ensue when people get
then watch the civil unrest.
people will do anything
Oh,
to eat,
man.
right? To survive. Like
We
good
are,
people
we are
will do
9 meals away from a civilized society going to pure anarchy.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Then what? Then the gloves come off. There's no rules anymore. You're defending your family.
Yeah.
And you have your God-given right to.
Yeah.
That's all my intentions are,
Yeah.
Andy. Like, that's my intentions. I'm not this fucking, you know, mass murdering asshole like they're trying to make it out to be. I just want to defend my friends, family, and stick with God. And that's
Amen.
it,
Amen, man. I hear you.
you know? Because if I didn't, I would have been rocking all that shit, and I would have been out in the front line with it. Then you can say that.
Did he like so? Like, and again, I want to go talk to him about this trailer. I can say, okay, guys, like he's claiming that the 22, the shotgun, like these are not guns that make people, you know,
Yeah.
batten down the hatches.
These
This
are
is,
not
this is
restricted.
normal Alberta
Yeah.
accessories, right? These things are like girls in UGG boots down in Toronto. They're just everyone's got them in rural Alberta, right? Like
Yeah.
this is what you have
Yeah.
if you're in that environment, right?
Yeah.
I only go down. So, but if they say to me, and I don't know, if they're like, "Okay, Andy, but there is this is like, okay,
Well, then you have to have a talk with everyone else.
yeah." So did you? Is there? But what I want to where I'm going is what I want to get ahead of it is there any reason, even if it's not yours, and I get how it is. What do you think happened when we first got the carbine? I didn't have the course yet.
Yeah.
But somebody comes back from the course. They got the first guy in your watchdog corner. Let me see that thing, man. Let me handle it. So my prints got on it. Like, is there any reason why, when they fingerprint or do DNA hits on some of these other weapons, if there were, and I'm not saying there were other weapons, but if I'm gonna go ask them this, is there any reason why your DNA, your prints might be on those? Because I'd rather have that conversation now.
Yeah,
Than
probably.
he's like, oh, I don't have any, and then they're like,
Probably.
it just makes you look bad, right? So
Yeah, I would say.
I think you're a truthful guy,
Yeah, I would
and
say, yeah.
I want you to be able to get ahead of that, and because it doesn't mean you had any plans. It just means like, cool, let me check that out, right? Like it's okay. So there might be
Yeah.
What weapons might there be your prints or DNA on? I'm not saying they're yours.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're yours. Doesn't mean you're that guy. But like it means you might have handled them. Like, let me see that shit.
Maybe all of them.
Okay. And like, how many would that be? You think?
Oh boy.
I'd just rather get out of the way now, so we're not
3, I think.
3. Okay. So walk me through that. Like, what types of weapons in that trailer?
I think what's the model on that? What is it? WK-180, I think is what it
Okay.
is. No. MCR,
MCR.
I think. Non-restricted.
I gotta see what that looks like.
Yeah.
Use the old Google machines here. I wonder if when I search this, if it's gonna try to sell me one on every app I open now.
Probably.
MCR.
I think so. I'm not sure the actual model number.
Well, that's why I'm gonna bring it up. And McRib. That shows my history. Oh, geez, that's embarrassing. McRib. No, we're not talking about McRibs. What caliber would that be? You think?
223.
MCR 223. Like something like that? Does that look about right? Or
Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay, so perhaps like an MCR. Okay, so okay, what else?
think
What color
all
would
of
that be? Do you think all of them were MCRs, or
Yeah, I think so.
who makes MCR?
I don't know. I
Whatever.
don't know one. So
Yeah, doesn't matter. So okay, so how many of those? How many MCRs were in the?
I think 3.
3?
Yeah.
What colors?
Oh, black and a couple of painted maybe.
Painted green like yours, or?
Yeah, painted brown, green. I'm not sure the color.
Right.
Something like that.
Okay.
But 2. I'm pretty sure 2 painted, 1 black.
Right. Okay. What about like what they're telling me is and I'm not sure if it's in that trailer or not, but they're telling me there's like body armor and stuff too. Like, was there any body armor that trailer?
I didn't
that you might
see
have handled, or
if they had
did you
that
handle any
really.
body armor? Like, would there be your DNA if they examined or prints on body armor?
Like the actual what are you talking about? The armor?
The armor or the Kevlar, like the carrier, you know,
the carrier, yeah.
yeah, there might have been something you might handle. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you own any body armor? Like, did you have any there?
I didn't have no.
Okay. Like, okay.
And that's legally allowed to own in that shit anyways,
Yeah.
with a PAL license.
Yeah, depending what your licensing is, or like a lot of things, if you're just scheme security, there's just, you're right, there are different things where you can, yeah.
I don't even think it's that. You can just own it, period.
Yeah.
You don't need to be security or anything. You can
Really, that
buy
might
it.
have changed, because I know for a while there's only exemption for security or law enforcement, but that might have changed. To be
yeah.
honest, I'm not a gun expert.
Yeah.
Like I'm proficient in the firearms that I'm issued.
Some companies, I
But-
think, will won't sell you unless you've proven that, but
Yeah,
others will in Canada.
Really?
And legally, if you look at the charter or whatever the law on that, it's like if you possess a valid PAL,
You can,
you can own body armor.
right, okay.
So that's
Well,
not
it makes
breaking
sense,
the
you know
law.
what, because I tell you what, for myself, like anytime I'm going shooting, I got my body armor on.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're in a place where bullets are flying, right? Like,
Yeah, same as like safety glasses. That's
Yeah.
the number one
so
protection.
I know like some ranges, like they've got guys shooting a lot of, I'm like, if I'm around a bunch of people with guns, I know
Yeah.
I've seen
where
my head is
I've
at.
seen a guy get hit in the head there at the local range. I was watching behind the mirror, the glass, and
Yep.
they were in the range shooting, and all of a sudden, wow, he got hit with a
Jeez.
ricochet, and I'm like, gee.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wearing my body armor. If I'm wearing my gun, I'm wearing
Why wouldn't
my
you?
body armor, yeah. I'm not wearing my gun right now.
It's a
I don't-
personal protective device. That's all that is.
Yeah.
You know. So,
Do you own any body armor?
what's that?
Do you own any body
No,
armor?
no.
Okay.
Right,
So you didn't bring any there, you don't own any? Okay, but may have handled some, like,
Yeah,
okay.
checked it out, looked
Okay.
at just the thing, going, oh, okay, whatever.
Okay,
That's all.
I'm gonna go let them know that. That way you just take it off the table, right? Like if they come back and be like, oh, said he's never seen it or something. I don't want it to become this big gotcha thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think we need to fuel this thing by doing that shit. I'm gonna step out right away, but just one more time, the conspiracy to commit murder, like any specific that's come to your mind or come late, but like, you know what, there's one conversation I was fired up. Is anything like that where it's like, this might have been misconstrued?
If it was talking about fucking politicians or something like that,
Yeah.
a generic thing. I mean,
Anything specific, like I'm going to go kill Justin Trudeau,
Yeah.
I'm going to kill Jason Kenney, I'm going to kill the AHS president,
no,
anything like cops, I'm going to kill cops.
no,
Okay.
no, not that I would fucking outright say. That's just
Yeah.
bullshit.
No, I agree, man. Like,
Unless you guys are shooting at us first. I mean, that would be.
yeah.
I mean,
I'd be concerned, like, yeah, I don't think you're that
but
kind
it
of
wouldn't
guy,
be you
but-
guys. Like I said, it would be UN guys or Chinese.
Yeah.
That's what scares me, Andy.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all I want to do. I want to defend myself against some tyranny, and that's it. I'm
I
not
don't
going to
think-
be the first guy that's going to do it. I'm going to be the guy that's going to end it when it happens.
You know what the ironic thing is?
Self-defense.
I think we would all, if anyone says, do you want to live under tyranny? I would say probably 99.999% of Canadians would be like, no.
You think about
But I don't think, either they don't agree with you to what tyranny is, or maybe they don't see.
Yeah.
They don't have they're naive, or maybe they just don't, maybe they do see the things going on, they're like, yeah, you're dismissive, you're reading too much into it or whatever. Yeah.
See,
But I don't think anybody
If
would
this-
willingly submit to tyranny.
Yeah.
Anybody.
No.
You'd be crazy.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, you just pick me off the ground then if tyranny shows up and
Yeah.
we get invaded, because
Yeah.
I'm going to fight.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too, man. Me too. I can step out because I need to know some more.
Yeah,
Right?
sure.
So, and I think you probably are running with what the hell? Why are we here? Why you? There's all these people here. Like you're a good guy. Why are you here? And why are you here with this?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna step out here. Do you need a washer, man?
Yeah, actually.
Okay,
we'll pee.
coffee?
No.
Water?
Coffee. Just water's good.
Water. Okay.
If I can
Alright,
go
man.
back there and just lay down while you're doing your thing and then just come get me, or
We could do that. Yeah, you want to take a,
Yeah,
take
I'd
a little
like to.
siesta there? And
I'm kind of burnt out.
oh, I bet, man, it's stress.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know you've had time to rest, but I know it's not. It's
It's
kind of
not
hard to rest.
ideal,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's all. I
I'm
just wanted
honestly,
to-
I bet I think I worked about 20 hours yesterday too. Like I worked from.
Well, I'm
7 in
hearing
the morning
some
till-
of them are saying they're working triple time just because there's
Oh,
not
we don't-
enough
no,
manpower.
We don't make well triple. Oh, I thought you meant triple time overtime.
Oh,
Yeah, no, we don't get paid triple
No.
time. Jeez.
yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah. Like
No, yeah, it's like triple whatever. They're
yesterday,
working
I
triple
worked
shifts.
from 7 a.m. till 4, and then I went to bed and I was getting phone calls
Yeah.
because there's arrests happening. So yeah, people are calling me every half hour. My phone ring like. Yeah, it's been a long few days too. I'm tired too. But you know what? I'm not going to take a rest. I'm going to talk to these investigators, and hopefully I can make this make sense to both of us a little bit here.
Yep.
Or maybe we can squash the shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm right out. I'm gonna get him to come and
Sure.
take you for a bathroom break and a rest.
Okay.
All right, man. Take care.
Thank you.
Want to take that? Are you gonna pick at that, or you want?
Yeah,
me to
I'm
take
gonna
it
bring. Can I bring it with me?
away? Yeah. I'd offer you my chicken there,
No,
but I don't think you
okay.
want that.
That's okay.
All right.
Hey man, how's it going?
Good.
Good. My name's Andrew. I guess Kyle is just dealing with some stuff right now.
Okay.
They said you need to go for a bathroom break or something.
Yeah, we
cool.
good.
I'm gonna take you there quickly.
Okay.
And then I know you say talk about having a rest, but
Yeah.
I guess Andy says he's got something really important that he wants to talk to you about.
Okay.
So I'll take you for the bathroom.
Okay, I'll just-
yeah, just keep that there, man. Don't worry about it. We'll just take you there, and then I'll bring you back.
Okay.
And it should be good. Okay, man.
Okay.
Right on. All right. No problem. Just gotta get already very good. Need a water or anything? Are you good?
I'm okay. Cool. I think
All right.
he's bringing me.
I'll
this
go grab Andy there and I'll let him know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
And sorry, I actually asked them. I'm like, look, man, I know you want to rest, but I want to come back to you because I think this is important. And I'm like, you know what? I told you when we first sat down here, I was going to be straight up with you, and I don't want to sit you down there and have you stewing. First of all, I want to thank you because I believe you're being very honest. Like I do. I told him that like I feel he's very credible with what he's saying, and I think the perfect example is you talking about trailer and the guns, and I told him like what he's saying rings true. Like only time will tell. Like as they process these exhibits,
Yep.
The stuff that was seized, if your stuff, if your DNA or your fingerprints show up on this stuff, but the fact that we've covered that off, so if it is found, it's not the huge, it's not the O.J. Simpson bloody glove, right? It's
Yeah.
like, yeah. I usually, like, well, not usually, always, when I sit down with someone, I like to keep an open mind.
Yeah.
As an investigator, you have to be somewhat suspicious by nature. And what I mean by that is not thinking the worst of people. I actually think I see more good in people than bad, despite what the stuff I usually deal with.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the other stuff I was telling you I deal with. But at the same time, I keep an open mind and be like, okay, let's talk to this, because there might be a completely logical explanation, right? And that's why we cover off things to corroborate, right? And get ahead, because the truth is that you were just or a guy that's interested in guns, which it sounds like. You met these guys at a gun shop. You're a gun guys. If that's it, then it's a non-story, right? It's much different though if, like, there's a protest, right, which is not illegal. In fact, I actually support people's rights to. I fully do. That's not lip service. We should be able to stand up and peacefully dissent and peaceful non-compliance.
That's what we did.
Yeah, and I actually even agree that protests, they have to be inconvenient,
Yeah.
right? Because
that's the whole point of it.
like if your buddy's just gonna have a protest barbecue in your backyard,
I know, yeah,
who
it doesn't do
cares?
nothing.
It's like, what are you doing in a protest, Tony? Well, we're having a barbecue in my backyard
Yeah.
because we're not happy with what's going on. It's like, you're not gonna have an impact.
Yeah.
Like, I think your heart's still good, but it's like,
Yeah.
it's not gonna change
I
anything,
know.
man.
So
Like,
you have to break the law
peaceful
by going to putting
non-compliance.
your life, your livelihood on the line
Yeah.
by blogging a road or doing whatever to get the attention. I mean, there's a lot of
It's peaceful non-compliance. I support that. I 100% support that. And if that's all this is, I don't want you to get tied up on that. and if even if like but the concern obviously is you do have a protest. It's becoming a larger event.
Yeah, there's a lot.
You sometimes get people, maybe some groups that don't necessarily share the same mission, start to kind of tag along. Like maybe they don't have the same gripes you do, but we're all pissed off at what X. So
Yeah, what everybody else is thinking and planning, that's entirely up to them. My plan was,
exactly. But you can see why, like, if especially depending on the type of weapon, sometimes there's this large protest, and then there's some nefarious looking anyways, and I know there's a whole people are scared of ARs and stuff that they've outlawed now, that even I think we could probably have a conversation about that too, right?
Yeah.
How it's like, oh no, these are scary looking guns, right? But let's be honest, people, the general public, probably some of the weapons that they see pictures of, they're like, oh my god, like people freak the hell out of that shit, right?
that's right.
I don't want to get swept up in that, right? So I'm glad we talked about that.
Yeah.
But specifically with the conspiracy to commit murder, I asked them, what's that about? And they said, Andy, I'm telling you, there was a conversation that Tony had with someone that was overheard. So someone heard this conversation where Tony specifically, and I'll find you the exact words. I told him, I said, show me. Don't just tell me.
Yeah.
Show me so I can show Tony. They said Tony said something to the effect of, all the RCMP need to die, and we're gonna kill them.
No.
Like so,
If I said that, then it was based on they're going to do the first move first, and not the RCMP.
That's different. That's different. Like I think
I'm not going after it. Why would I go and start that?
I don't know. But that's where they're coming from, right? And that's why I said, I'm like, that's not the Tony that I've gotten to know. Like I have a hard time reconciling that statement.
Yeah, see, that's right.
with
Yeah, my
the guy that
lawyer
I'm
here
sitting
for
with.
that, because that's how you guys can twist
That's
the
what,
story.
sorry?
I need my lawyer for that.
Yeah.
Because that's a twisted mind game story.
So do you think that it could be? Do you recall this conversation that might be? getting
No, I
twisted?
don't off the top of my head. No.
Okay.
And if I said that, I don't know. I don't remember. But
Yeah.
and I didn't mean it in those terms of going to be the guy that's going to start anything.
Like, would you have ever?
Why
That's
would
something
I?
you would even say though. Like,
Why would
I don't think I've ever said those words. Like, do you think you even said those words?
I don't remember saying those words.
Because it's a pretty drastic
It
statement,
is,
right? Like,
it is. I understand that. Yeah.
there's certain statements that, like, if I said, I'd probably remember. Like, see, things that have super shock value. Like, I'm gonna go kill a bunch of cops. That's very
Yeah.
drastic. If I said I was going to go commit a bunch of rapes, that's also very drastic.
Yeah.
I'd probably remember that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I think it might have
don't
been
remember,
a
did you?
conversation of seeing what's going on in the rest of the world, where there's
Yeah.
law enforcement being very brutal to the society, and then be like, yeah, at that point in time, we're defending our God-given right. Why should we be beaten by, somebody that's supposed to be protecting us? But you see it,
Right.
what's going on. There's shit happening all over the world, and that's what's this. So
yeah. Do you see what happened to the protesters in Paris?
yeah.
They all gassed like immediately.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't even.
So this is not like this protest is just one little simple thing, as you obviously know. This is a worldwide event. This is the great awakening that's happening.
100% it is.
So that's what I mean by that. Like,
Right.
if you guys started resorting to that, like gassing innocent kids and opening fire with your militarized police on innocent civilians,
Yeah. But do you think we're there? Because I mean, I think of, and that's one thing I struggle, because I actually share a lot of your beliefs. I do. The one thing I struggled about, and we heard it first during the summer when there was the BLM protests. Is like they're Nazis, they're this, that, and now it's odd because we heard it from the left wing and the right wing saying, why aren't the cops doing anything about them? And they were very heavily criticized by the right for not doing our jobs there, criticized by the left for doing our jobs too much, which is weird how you can do both.
Yeah.
And now I find there's a kind of there's largely a right-wing movement where the right wing is criticizing the police for doing, in their eyes, too much. And at the same time, ironically, the left is saying, you're not doing anything. But how can we not do anything and be doing too much? I feel when I watch, I watch as a human being, I watch as a man. And I also watch with a critical eye, thinking about the policing response when I'm watching in our country what's happening. I don't agree with all the policing
Yeah.
response. I honestly don't. But at the same time, when I hear it say, they're Nazis, they're doing, I'm like, if it was a Nazi movement, Nazi type police force in Coutts, like, that protest wouldn't have lasted a day. It probably wouldn't even be able to be established.
Well, yeah.
It would be a bloodbath, which is horrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in a world without him, but like, so like when I say it, I'm like, really? Like, I think we're being a little dramatic.
Yeah.
Like,
But
and
that's why nothing happened, because
Yeah.
nobody did nothing.
yeah.
So that's the whole point of it is.
But do you think we're in a state where you're under fear that the police are going to execute you and
Soon.
yeah?
Yeah. The history repeats itself, Andy. And we're on the same path right now.
Yeah.
That's why I can't stress it enough that what law enforcement needs to do right now is stand with those people. Period. And all this goes away. And then it'll be for the better fight. But the more they ratchet it up and the more that, they show up with those kind of guys, with all those little kids there, that gets everybody uneasy.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to jump the gun. I'm not jumping the gun. All my people that I know they're not, no one's jumping the gun. We're doing it just be like, okay, this is, if you guys do something to us, that's extreme.
So,
But that's it.
so is that what those guns were for? Were they there? Like, were they there for
Protection.
protection from the police? That's,
Or somebody that comes else, like some Antifa group or some UN group, or how long, we don't know how long this is going to go on. We could have been there for months yet.
yeah, I agree with that.
Right? And all, like I said, all of a sudden what'll happen, you guys will be detailed to just back up. If nothing gets done, the government's going to get pissed. They're not going to give up. They're not going to, you can't tell me that Trudeau and Kenny are going to just come out right and say, you know what, we've been wrong this whole time, we're sorry, here, arrest us, try us
I wish
for
they
treason.
They're not
Well, I
going
mean,
to.
I don't think you ever see the tried treason, but like,
Yeah.
like,
You think they
like,
would?
No, but
Are they ever going to get investigated?
I can't see why they wouldn't admit a mistake. Like,
Yeah.
even a minimum,
go.
even as a minimum, if they don't change policy, why won't Justin come
Yeah.
out and say,
Yeah.
I said some horrible things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I need to, like, that would be a start.
Yeah.
A start.
Yeah.
At least show some respect. I said some things that were wrong,
Yeah.
and I need to clear the record right now.
Yeah.
Full stop.
That's what we'd like to hear.
I think you'd have truckers all across the country. I'm not saying they would end everything, but
Yeah. We'd be listening a little more.
hang on a minute.
Right? And so, I mean, that's where the problem is. It lies between, the only control that the government has is with the police, law enforcement. That's how they push their mandates or whatever through law enforcement. And so if they push to the next level and law enforcement refuses to do that, which I'm hoping, right? They're going to find somebody else that will. That's how it works. Now, so that is the whole point of this.
Yeah.
That's what we're worried about.
So
Not necessarily worried about you.
You were there prepared. You had fighters prepared because you thought the police could at any moment be coming for your life, and it was on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Is
And
that
not
it?
necessarily you guys, somebody else, some other
Yeah.
foreign entity, really.
Okay.
Because we know law enforcement, our hands are tied. You guys won't move all that equipment. No tow truck company's coming. Everybody's like, no way. So the government's going to get anxious, and they're going to go,
Oh, they're definitely anxious.
come on, you
Absolutely,
guys,
Yeah.
how come you're not doing this? And you guys are like, well, they're peaceful, we're trying. They're standing here and they're preaching and praying. And so and eventually there comes a stalemate
Yeah.
where the government is going to ratchet it up. And they're going to either force you guys, which hopefully you guys say, this is not what we signed up for,
Yeah.
right? Or we're going to bring in foreign entity to do the dirty work. That's the whole point of that. That's my whole point. Like, that's what I'm...
I want to show you something.
Yeah.
You're talking about what would take them to leave here. Sorry, I
Yeah.
don't want to show my hands all your food here.
That's fine.
Good afternoon.
This is
After the
today.
events of yesterday and the news released that the RCMP made arrests and come forward with, and the arrests resulted in long-arm firearms, handguns, and protective equipment being unearthed, we as the Coutts Convoy have decided
That's Mark. Is that Martha Smarkle?
as a peaceful protest
Who's
and
that
to
guy?
maintain that narrative, we will be rolling out tomorrow morning at
Rolling out.
Rolling out. This is him today saying this as a result of your guys' arrests.
Oh my God.
Like that's you know what the shame is? I feel like what's happened actually had the opposite effect. Instead of strengthening it, like it's like, yeah, we don't want part of this.
Wow.
Like they're really distancing themselves from you guys. I keep watching.
morning at 10 a.m. Please come out tonight, support us, eat our food, socialize with all of us. We want to wrap this up in a peaceful way, and we thank everybody for all their support, for their prayers, and we hope that we have started something that will have such wide-reaching effects that governments will continue to go back to the grassroots, listen to the constituents, and that these mandates, these restrictive mandates will soon be eliminated. Thank you.
I honestly got mixed feelings about that. Like it actually kind of makes me sad because I think there are a lot of good guys there with good hearts, and it was, I think, such a pure movement. And honestly, there's a big part of me that's rooting for these guys, but they just don't want to be a part of this. Like there's no appetite for it amongst these guys.
That's not what we meant. We didn't mean
What
it.
was it? What was it? Like these guys feel like they got co-opted by a militia, is what I get from it.
We're just trying to be protectors.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
all.
I know. I feel that from you, man. I do.
We're just trying to be protectors, just in case, because we've seen it all over the world, Andy. That law enforcement and governments can do bad things, and we're just there to protect. That's it.
They can, but that's why I just question. Like I agree with you. Everything you're saying is bang on. I've seen that around the world too. I just like if this was truly a dictatorship, tyrannical, and again, I'm not a fan of Justin Trudeau. I'm not. These protests would have been a bloodbath day one. We're not there. Like we're not. They said we had a peaceful protest. It was beautiful to see, man. It was beautiful to see.
I know.
It actually warmed my heart driving through there. I walking through.
It warmed my heart every day.
Like I didn't drive through there the first time I went through, being like, "Yo, what are these guys? Let's get the hell out of here!" Infringement. Like it was like, man, look at these people coming together, and now they're rolling out because of this. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not putting guilt on you, but like this killed the movement in Coutts. Like they're looking at it, they're like, man, this is not like these are farmers, working people, right? And I know you're a good working guy too. But when something like this goes down, man, it's not a good look for the movement or for them. Like, and there's a lot of people that just don't want no part of that. It's a shame.
That is. I'm heartbroken, Andy. Like I am so heartbroken.
I was sad when I watched it too, man. Like I was like, oh man, like I'm looking at these farmers, right? I'm looking at these farmers. Like I don't know why, but they hit me right in the heart when I see them. Like they mean no harm. They're not saying anyone else there does, but I got a heart for farmers for some reason. And they're like, it's over. Like it's been in their eyes corrupted. It's not the pure movement. Like I mean, they had the
I
church.
know, but Andy. That's not that was none of our intentions. Trust me.
Can I show you
The
something
government is the evil.
And I'm just showing you stuff in the news, right? Like this isn't me. I didn't go shoot that video. Like they posted that, right? Like that's not
Yeah,
Andy
I know.
or the RCMP shooting. That's
Yeah,
it's sad, man.
I'm broken.
Yeah.
Because that's not
The outcome I wanted. I'm so for this freedom movement. You have no idea.
I know you are.
And now
You don't have to convince me, man.
lose my fucking mind. Oh my god.
I'm a believer in you, man. Like everything you're saying, I believe you're down for the cause, and I believe your heart's pure. But I just
Oh my god. I'm broken.
I don't know I don't even know what to say to you, man. And you're still saying you're not. You're like, fuck you. I was good. You know, blaze. You're like, no, that wasn't it. And I see the heartbreak on your face.
If we
man.
would have went to do that, we would have did it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
We went out. I went out there with nothing.
But you know what? You know what the devil's advocate was saying is like, okay, it didn't happen yet. What did they stop? Did they stop like a Waco type thing? Did they thwart it when it was building? Was it a defense thing, or were these guys planning an assault?
It's a total defense thing. I can speak for everybody.
But defense of what?
Defense against tyranny. Against the
But
government.
Against the government,
But that's so
Andy.
subjective, and I get that, right? And I agree with you on so much of that. But like, does that mean like, if a mandate is imposed that you get to open fire?
No.
We would have left. It's when it got violent if you guys pulled the trigger first, or if the government sends goons in of some sort. That's it.
Like
we
Chinese
see
troops?
we see what Antifa's done too. Look at them. They're paid opposition, and they'll cause trouble. They can come in there.
They're trouble. I agree with you.
That's all, Andy.
So you be honest with me, because
I am.
no, that's the wrong word, because I do believe you're being honest with me. I really do. I do. I think you're a good man. I do, man. But I like when I'm when I go back, I'm going to talk to the investigators. I want to talk to them and say, like, listen, this is what I'm talking to him about, just like I did last time, right? He, like, and I know I'm breaking this down to the bolts, I'm oversimplifying, but like, am I really to go back to them and say, yeah, him and his buddies brought a bunch of guns, like a shitload of guns, and I'm told that the my mission was just like insane. But they brought all this stuff in case Chinese troops infiltrated the RCMP and stormed the Coutts Blockade in RCMP uniforms. Like,
Or they didn't have to be in
Really?
that. They can be in their own uniforms, Sandy. Anything.
yeah, but
I'm
in your heart of hearts, and the reason why I ask you is
I'm a peace-loving guy. Trust me.
I think you
do
are.
not do.
But I've seen this before, okay, where people sometimes like, I believe what I believe 100% is that you're a peace-loving guy. Right? I think you're. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I can't say that because I'm trying to reconcile that with these weapons. What I do 100% believe, I can't say you're a peace-loving guy. I want to believe that, but I need you to answer that. What I do believe is you're a righteous soul. I think you have a righteous heart, and that you're trying to do good. I don't think you have an evil intent, but I wonder. I can't help but wonder if maybe you got swept up in something.
Well, I brought 2 non-restricted firearms.
Yeah.
Because I know the laws that you can't bring whatever else and all
Yeah.
this shit.
Yeah.
And so I thought just enough to defend myself against that
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah.
Right? Like
All that other stuff, yeah, it looks bad. The optics on it is
That was
horrible.
really bad, man. Like, you
That's
can imagine
not-
these farmers coming home to their wives, and their wives are like, "What were you doing there?"
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine. There's gonna be some
I'm
hard,
sick.
hard conversations
I'm
for
sick.
every one of those men going home. Like, "I'm sorry, honey, I was gone for 2 weeks, and for that." Like, that's a hard conversation.
I'm broken
I think there's a lot of broken people, man.
because that's not my intent. Oh my goodness.
There's gonna be a lot of pissed off wives. I think. Like, you went. What were you doing? It was such a good story, and I'm just afraid that. Oh, it's heartbreaking, man. So, okay, here, this is good. Actually, I'm glad they included this because it doesn't paint everyone the same brush. So it said a cache of weapons was found in the illegal blockade. There was a heavy stash of weapons, and these weapons were brought by people who had intent on causing harm.
No, we
The next
didn't
part
have
is important,
intent.
though. There are also people here who are here to protest and very likely didn't know what was going on.
Exactly.
Like, was there knowledge? Like, what about Marco? Did he know about this?
No, not that I believe.
No. He doesn't seem to. Like, he's like, man, this is not our jam.
No, he didn't.
Earlier today, we had an arrest on the highway where 2 firearms were seized, so that person had the firearms as well. And a person was arrested. He was stopped by police while en route back to the protest site. So someone who had left and was coming back today. This is a very complex layered investigation, and some people might ask why it took so long. These investigations aren't necessarily easy. We have a team of people that are dedicated to investigate them, and it took to the point where we knew what was about to happen or inevitable to happen, and reacted as soon as we could. And this goes into Jason Kenney's comments here. Yeah, it's it's a long article. Here's what I've seen before. I don't know what your personal situation is, what you have for family, people looking out for you. But sometimes what I see, and I do believe you believe in freedom. I believe you believe in God. I believe you're legit about all the things you say. But at the same time, I do believe, from some of the things they're saying, that there was definitely a criminal group, and I think that you were with them. I don't know that you were necessarily.
It's not a criminal
Part and
group,
parcel.
Andy.
Well, let me clarify that, okay? I'm not saying that they're
It looks bad.
killers, murderers, drug dealers, whatever, but I'm saying people that were there and were completely different in an approach, in what they brought, and rhetoric, even conversations, than your average protester there. These aren't the guys that brought the grills and the smokies. These are the guys that brought the guns and the manifestos and all the stuff that you see.
But at the same time, they brought all that too. Everybody pitched in. Everybody cared. It's not just they just brought that and they just wandered around the crowd aimlessly.
What do you mean? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. What do you mean?
Like, don't demify these people that they just came to this peaceful protest bringing guns and being the guys sitting the enforcers. No, they all pitched in. They would help in the kitchen. Like, everybody did things for the whole movement.
I don't doubt that.
No?
I don't doubt that. But I think that there's definitely a side to a small group that separates them from the other group. Like,
No, I don't think so.
okay,
I think they're all the same.
you think you guys are all the same? And all these?
Absolutely.
Well, why would you guys leave then? Upon hearing this, are they just turning their backs on you? Like, are they traitors?
I don't know.
Or is it really an awakening for them? Like, holy shit, we had no. Like, did Marco know about this?
Yeah, I don't know about those guys. They didn't know about that, and I think they just left because, it's just not good now. But that's not what we meant it to happen.
What would you say to Marco if you could right now?
I just say I'm sorry, bud, but that's as much as I spent time talking with him and trying to plan and figure out, getting fuel up and working with everybody there and just the stuff. It's like we are you guys. We're the same. We're here to protect you. We're the sheepdogs. In case of something going bad, and bad we don't know. That's the whole $1 million question. Is like bad when you say it's like, well, that could have been spun a million different ways. What really could go bad. And now we'll never know because it's over.
Yeah.
That's what's sad.
It is, man. It is.
Oh man.
If
I could change it, I tell you, I would not.
That's a good point. What would you do different? Would you still bring the guns?
No, because it's risk. It's too. I hate being that person, to not have to be able to defend myself against my God-given right. I guess I better bring a good stick instead. But that's it. Like, I thought of it as be the sheepdog. We're just protecting the flock. That's it. That's all I wanted. I don't know of law enforcement what their intent is either, Andy. And there is bad law enforcement out there, and then there's good guys, and then there's evil government entities, and I don't trust them. I see what they've done all over the world. And so that's why
I guess
I'm terrified about it. I know, and I don't want to be that guy to be the sheepdog, but somebody had to do it. Somebody had to protect these people. What would have happened if somebody would have came in there and mowed them all down? Then what?
What do you think the RCMP would have been done if somebody came down to mow them down?
Mow who down?
Everyone, the protesters. What would happen?
Oh, hopefully they defend us.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, do you question whether they do that? Do you think they would let somebody drive through or?
Well,
have to shoot
we've
over
seen
them?
we let Antifa burn everything down. Look at all the stuff that happened in the States. How come law enforcement didn't do anything?
We're talking about property there. Okay, I'm talking about human lives there, protesters,
Yeah,
good people.
yeah.
Okay, this is very different. And I'm not saying I'm defending the burning. I'm not.
Well, look at the Kyle Rittenhouse story.
Hmm.
That's it. He was there to defend and protect, and then he got assaulted and attacked, and he did everything he could to avoid it, and then he had to do what he had to do, and he was proven right.
Yeah.
That's the story.
Well, the story there can be as well. The counter argument is there's a guy playing G.I. Joe who I don't know that he had any business being there.
No, he had his
should left it
God-given
law-
right to be
left
there.
it to law enforcement to do law enforcement.
Law
things.
enforcement wasn't doing anything. That's what's scary, Andy. Law enforcement stood back and watched it. They were told to stand down.
No.
Because why didn't they deal with it? They didn't. And they tried throwing him under the bus. That was an optic thing to try to get the government against the people and segregate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is. Trust me. It's not my intent and no one's intent there. We were the absolute last resort if everything went to shit.
Do you think that was a good?
And we would have worked with the RCMP if we would have been invaded by somebody or antagonized by some Antifa paid gang that showed up.
Mhm.
I would love to stand with the RCMP and work with them, but how do you know the scenarios? You don't know.
You know what? And I can tell you, as a law enforcement officer, when I watched the videos in the States, and I'm not even saying I'm against the right to bear arms, but when I saw in the States, as much as I think a lot of those militia groups that were in the streets trying to protect property had good intentions, you know what I thought when I was there, as a law enforcement officer? I know the training that I've taken, and I know the guys I'm working with, but I'm like, I've got a bunch of armed people running around here. I don't know who they are. I don't know what their intentions are. I want to think that they're all good guys, but I just know there's a bunch of guys with some serious firepower out here, and I don't know. To me, on a lot of times I can say I support the right to bear arms, but there could be a guy who is anybody going out there and just living out a fantasy, right? Like, and that's what I see when I see a lot of those guys living out fantasies,
That's stupid.
and I think it's dangerous. Like, there's places you can do that. You can sign up. You can serve, right?
I know, but that's not what we are.
Yeah.
Especially me. I don't do that. I don't do the airsoft thing. I don't do paintball. I've never done any of that in my life. I've never been in the military. I've never done all of that. I like guns. I agree.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I'm just there as a sheepdog.
This is not a fantasy for you. It's
No.
not like I want.
Otherwise, I'd be a paintball guy or whatever and all that stuff. I've never done
But
any
you're
of
not doing
that.
the selfies, holding the AR for your friends, and
No, I don't even own any restricted firearms.
man, I know that's a bomb. I want to step out because I want to know what they're talking about this conspiracy commit. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. Are you going for water, washroom?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. That's not what I wanted. That's so sad.
My goodness. Oh. That's not good. Oh, this is not good.
Amen. You know what what was kind of cool to me, because what I do know from kind of the intelligence reports I said and talking to the investigators, because there's been a lot of investigators here, obviously, and sometimes just because things aren't seen doesn't mean police aren't aware, right? Like, I mean, if you don't see them around, we've got all kinds of techniques we use, right? There was some military support. Like, I'm aware that there are military members that came down and had meetings at the smugglers there. I know there's an EPS TAC member that came down and on support. So you're right. There is some support across. Were those guys supportive of what you were doing?
They're sheepdogs too.
Yeah, 100% they are. I'm a sheepdog too. Like,
that's what they were. No one was going to.
but were they?
Nobody was going to jump the gun. Nobody.
Right.
In whatever these people, no one was going to go and start anything.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. We were just there to be the silent sheepdogs. That's it.
So what were those conversations like with ZPS? That guy. What was the conversation like?
I don't even know who that guy is. I know the one guy I've talked to.
What guy?
He's just retired officer.
Yeah.
And he just,
like military officer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of that guy. They were telling me about him.
Yeah, he's just the same. He's a good guy, and he just fight for freedom and he doesn't want.
And that's a great message. But that means a lot of different things to different people. Like to a lot of people down there, that just meant like staying strong, staying together, staying unified. But to other people, it might mean amassing weapons, preparing for an actual shootout.
Oh.
That and they were both say defending freedom. They both had the same verbiage, but what that looks like are completely different.
Oh, that's the sad part. It's our word against their word.
Whose word?
Whatever the narrative wants to say. The
Okay.
narrative's spinning it like it's bad, and we're trying to. We believe in our hearts that it was good. We meant good. We didn't mean this. We didn't mean it.
Well, Tony, I gotta let you in on something here, okay?
Oh, man.
Because I was out here talking to these guys, and like I said, this is a big investigation. It's ongoing, and unfortunately, it's not getting any better. Like the more they're sitting driving, it went from when I got here and got briefed. I'm like, yeah, this isn't good. It's gone from bad to worse, and it feels like it feels like a snowball going down the hill, getting bigger and bigger, and rolling faster and faster. And I'm worried for you. I'm worried for you. Because unfortunately, I think it's sad because I think your heart was pure that you guys ultimately, your group, will be known as the guys that had this thing, basically made it fizzle out.
I do. I do.
Like you guys actually killed it. It wasn't the cops even. Like the cop, I think that sometimes these protests love to see the cops storm in and do. It's great photo ops seeing us, beating on people, putting gas, but it wasn't that at all. It was another force or perceived force that ended up being a liability to the movement, and it just killed it. And I can't help but think that there may be a ripple effect across the country, even where people are like, "This is I don't know. Like I don't know. Like who knows where it goes, right?"
That'll be the media that spins it like that.
Well, yeah, true. Media will do their thing. Media's going to do what the media
will.
does, right?
The media's against us all.
Yeah.
There's no hope there.
Yeah, that might be. But you know what? There's some things.
Why can't we tell them, like, why can't they just, we tell them what our hearts meant? Not to let the media say it. The media would never interview any of us to tell us what we thought. They just did it like that.
Well, would you really want to meet with the media and would you feel comfortable meeting the media and saying, hey, we got a bunch of guns and shit here,
They would spin it.
and we're locked in. We're going to make our last stand here. Like, would you have that conversation with the media? Would you do that interview?
No.
Why not?
I'd do the interview if it was still going, but now that it's fizzled out, it's not.
But here's the question, like, because I do believe you have some really strong beliefs in their hand. I don't think you do the interview either, so why not? Like, is this posturing, or were you legit ready to have a clip toss there?
No, I'm terrified of everything. I wouldn't do it. I don't fight. I don't do any of that. I just mean well in my heart that I just wanted to be the protector. That's all. That's all.
And you got a tight group of bros, right? Like, out of it. Like, I get what that's like. Like, I can tell you guys I've trained with, and I know you guys in the forces and stuff. Those are tight bonds. I get how a guy gets swept up in that. I get it, man. But, like, what you're telling me, actually, I actually believe that, because I don't see you as that guy. I'm sorry, but I just don't.
I'm not that guy.
Like, I don't think you want to be... I don't think you want to die with a pile of brass around you.
It's terrifying.
But I can only imagine what it's like. You got this group, and you're... What's more motivating, inspiring, and you have that feeling of brotherhood more than, like, we've got a couple guys, we're all talking the talk. We'll die for each other. It's just us. We're all we got. Every football team has that same locker room talk. We all we got. Like, that's stuff gets a guy fired up. I get it. We're men. And I know there's big Chris there, muscle shirt Chris.
He's a big teddy bear.
The big teddy bear. But I get it. I drove by, and the first thing you can't help but notice him. It's 2 degrees out, and he's wearing a beater.
I know.
I'm like, who is this guy? And then you know what he does though? Like, what blows my mind with this guy? The ironic thing, like, I think where the tipping point of this whole thing crumbling was, I don't know if you're aware, but there's some of our attack guys walking around, and they're looking for a guy that tried to hit one of our members. Like, this happened.
Oh,
This set it off. Somebody tried to hit one of our members,
no.
and we know who that was, and we're gonna get him. I can tell you that.
He wouldn't have done that.
Well, what was he trying to do?
He's a big, loving man.
No, I'm not talking about Big Chris there, not Teddy Bear Chris. I'm not talking about Teddy Bear Chris. I'm talking about the guy in the tractor.
I don't know the guy in the tractor.
I'm not saying you do, and maybe you don't. I know who it is, but I don't want to give that name to you.
I don't know who he is.
But I know who the guy in the tractor is, and we all do, and he's going to be arrested, and it's not going to be good for him either, right? But so what happened was, I'm going to walk you through kind of what tipped this stuff. So he almost hits one of our, some guy in a tractor or a semi or something, almost hits one of our members. It turns into a foot chase. This guy goes and he basically loses himself in the crowd, but the problem is they actually know who he was. They ID'd him. So they didn't find him, he's gone, that's fine. So TAC's doing their patrols around there, and Teddy Bear Chris, instead of being cool, like an operative would if they're in an operation, he says, "Hey, look at me over here in the beater," and it says something dumb like, "Hey, that's a nice gun, I'll take it from you later," to one of our TAC guys. Like, what do you think's gonna happen there?
Yeah, that's...
Like, you can talk like that outside a bar if you're a bouncer. I get that.
Yeah.
You can't talk like that to TAC guys. It's not.
No,
It's dumb. Like, I
I
don't
agree
know.
with that. That's
It's
true.
dumb. And you know what happened then when he did that? So he does that, and then he gets picked up, and that's his first domino. And then they move on that house, and they get a bunch of guns, and they get you, and they get all this stuff, and it's Teddy Bear Chris's big mouth. He's pretending he's outside the top hat. Like, I don't know, man. I kind of have a feel like he screwed this whole thing over for all you guys, and now here you are. Not only did he screw up for you, but the whole movement now. Like, I don't know what I'd do if I was him. I'd probably move.
Oh.
Poor guy. He's gonna. Oh, I'd be embarrassed.
I never said anything bad to anybody. If he did, then that's... I don't know. If he did, I wasn't there.
Yeah. No, and that's. I'm just letting you know how it went down. Like, that's the irony of this whole thing. What it was, I think it was like, as much as we're talking, and I agree. Like, I think we got a problem with some egos in power, in power positions in this country, and there's some things that have gone wrong. But in the end, I think it was Teddy Bear Chris's ego that kind of just imploded this whole thing.
Oh, I know.
Yuck.
I don't want the big bad government to win. That's what's gonna happen.
I hope not. I still want these guys. You know what? I want us to go back to. I want our freedoms back too, man. I'm with you on that.
I don't think we'll get it now.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think maybe we're coming to the end of the tunnel soon? Like,
No.
no?
It needed to stay the course, this. The trucks needed to stay there for a while.
I'm gonna grab something here. I'll bring it back.
No. Oh, yes. I just want to be home. I want to go home. I didn't mean this to happen.
Tony,
Yeah.
you want some water?
No.
You're empty. I'm gonna get some water. I could use some too. Okay, I'm gonna use some more water. Sorry, I got someone going to grab it here. Tony, these guys are telling me that there's during this whole thing when they started getting wind of these guns. Not only that, but I'm telling you there's an undercover operation as well. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you some people you're hanging out with were police officers. Crazy, eh? Mm. I don't know exactly who that. I don't have their identities right now, but I can tell you that some people you were having conversations with were cops. Mm-hmm. Like some pretty sensitive conversations you and other guys were having with. So what I think is when they're talking about this conspiracy to commit murder, that's where that's coming from. Is some of these what you may have thought were private conversations, either on the phone or in a vehicle or at a meeting or whatever. You were actually speaking either in the presence or speaking to a police officer or police officers. So I'm telling you that when they're talking about the conspiracy to commit, they're 100% saying that like the conversations that were going on, that there were a bunch of conversations that you were involved in about amassing weapons.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, there's a wire. Okay, like there's records of this stuff.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
I just don't want to. The only thing that I will say is that would have never happened under the normal circumstances.
So why would you say that though? That's extreme stuff.
Oh, because you're not one of them. You understand what freedom is.
I do.
And God's right.
I do, but I tell you what, I work with some officers that I think they're just people, but they just see things different than I am. Some of them are like, you know what, I think the vaccines are good. Like I think they're a bit of sheep.
They can do all that.
But I don't think they're worthy of death. Like, do they
but
deserve to die?
If they decided to open up first on the people, Andy, we've seen it happen everywhere else in the world. That's when sheepdogs guard their flock.
I get that, and I'm sheepdog.
And that be why the anger is there, because that is extreme to see.
Understand something though, okay? You're talking to a sheepdog right here. Okay, I've been in this shit. I'm telling you I have. Mm-hmm. And I've got scars and injuries to prove from it. I'm telling you, I've been to, I don't know how many calls with our attack team, like shootings, calls when bullets are flying. I've been there. Mm-hmm. And I tell you, when I talk to other officers, like, yeah, I get there's a little bit of a rebuttal, let's go kick some ass. That's normal, right? Yeah. But we don't start our shift every day, even if we're talking about, and the possibility is we can be ambushed any day. There's anything can happen to us any shift. I get that. I realize that every day. Mm-hmm. It's not lost on me. But I don't go around talking about, slit their throats.
I know.
That's not engaging in battle. That's like assassination. That's different. Like sheepdogs don't talk like that.
I know. Like
that's bloodlust.
Yeah, that's just bad.
It's bad. It's really bad. It's not a good look for you. Like why that stuff?
I don't know.
Like that. Do you see why? Like which is a fact. We established that. They're talking about shooting officers. They all need to die. Slit their throats. Like, I get narratives. You don't have to convince me of that either. I hate the media, and I'm even the MSM. But how else are you supposed to view that?
I know, it's not good.
Other than like, if you got some type of explanation, like I'm an idiot, I don't know, whatever. Like, and I'm not trying to say that to right, but I honestly, I don't want you to look like a killer if you're not.
I'm not, Andy.
So what was that about? Just walk me through it. Like, what were you thinking?
I don't know. I'm so passionate for this movement, trust me, that I
know you are.
Would defend the freedom and our rights to the bitter end if I had to. I'm not going to start anything.
What about slit the throat? What about that?
Because if it came to that craziness, which, I mean,
the authorities would have to do something to that extreme to get that outcome. So, if I seen cops shooting little kids, what would that be? What would
Well,
you think about that?
That's so extreme, man.
What happened in Germany?
Yeah.
It happened in Germany. Look at Schindler's List.
Okay, so going forward.
You know, and now
Yeah.
people are defenseless and they can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's heartbreaking. So that's where that anger probably comes from.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to instigate
The
it.
slippery slope of like
The slippery
this
slope.
here now. But do you really think that overnight we could have been in that scenario where you're shooting cops in the back of the head? Overnight?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't trust the system.
So here's the
system
question.
to me is that crazy and
Here's the question for me. I'm not just saying this as a cop. I'm saying this as just a dude walking around whatever town you and I happen to live in tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like we leave here today? Let's say today, after today, and I don't know what's going to happen with the bail. I don't know what's going to happen with the court or your charges. That's not. I don't have any control over that. I'm just talking to you to get the truth. I'm glad I did, because I tend to believe you that maybe you got in way over your head here. I tend to believe you. It'll be the courts to decide what they think.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a problem that I have for having this, because I'm talking to you about this again and again, being like, do you really think we're there where the point you have to arm yourself, have this arsenal, and be prepared to head to slit his throat? From what you're telling me, I can't help but think, and I don't think anyone who is to be sitting in this room listening to this, that when you leave, that if you walk out these front doors tomorrow, today or whatever, you're going to be packing and like on edge, like prepared to shoot somebody in the back of the head. And you see where society might be like, yeah, we don't really want this guy around right now. Like, it might be a little bit of a danger in our community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Do you think the average person walk around would hear you say that and be like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I've got a room for rent in my duplex. You can stay in. Like, do you really think a lot of people would be cool with that?
no.
No, man. I'm not trying to be insulted, but it sounds crazy. Like, holy shit, man. Like,
Yeah.
keep an eye on this guy. Like, really, right? Am I out to lunch here?
No, you're right there, Andy. But what you could do, like reference people.
Oh,
They'll know where I'm at.
Sorry, you guys interrupted Bill.
oh, okay. Okay. It sounds like you're going to have your bell hearing.
Okay.
Tony, I'm going to step out. Tony?
Mm-hmm.
I like you, man. I do. I'm glad we talked to you, because you can see how bad this all looks.
I know.
And I'm still very concerned, but I don't necessarily think this all tells the whole story. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it's illegal to shake hands, but I just,
Thank you.
I think you did a brave thing by telling the truth, and I think it's good.
That's all I want to do.
But okay, I'm gonna let you go for your bail hearing here. I'd love to chat with you if you like after, and just work through some of the stuff I think is important, and it's hard stuff. But okay, all right.
okay. So what do I got to do?
He's gonna take you.
Okay.
So the court. Just come right there. We're just gonna get you to sit right here and just do it right at a desk here. You're
Why? Did it mean anything? I don't mean anything bad. Mean anything? I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy.
Hey Tony, how'd that go? What they say?
I got court tomorrow,
Tomorrow?
9:30.
Lethbridge?
Yeah, I don't even know how to get there. Are they gonna get me there?
You're gonna be in custody. Yeah, so you'll.
Oh,
That's what I believe, anyways. Is that they say you're remanded in custody?
I think so.
Okay, so you'll be in jail tonight, and you'll go to court in the morning, and then you'll be able to have someone represent you there. Like,
So I gotta go to the big jail.
yeah. Well, it might not be. It might be here at the detachment, or it might be at the jail.
I'm scared to go.
Yeah. I know, man. I don't know what to say. I don't think you belong there, man. Like I feel for you, man. I do. Like I don't know what happened to get to this point, but
I don't know.
I think things just got out of control, man.
Oh my God.
Like, did you really want to cut fence and, like, is that, was it just a group, a brotherhood? Like, is it, like, what, I get your beliefs. I'm not gonna criticize your beliefs, dude. Like, I share your beliefs.
That's all it is.
But I mean, but there's difference between having these beliefs and, like I said, the protests, like the 90% of the farmers and truckers out there, and like all this stuff, and the talk. There's a difference there. Like, who escalated it to that?
I don't know. Nobody means nothing bad.
Okay, let's talk about that, because I don't want these other guys to get painted as something they're not either. Because like
They're not.
Like, talk about Big Chris. He looks like a scary looking dude, right? Like
He is a big, loving man with 2 daughters that he so cares about and wants to fight for freedom.
So doesn't mean he's a bad guy, right? Like,
He's such a great man. He's not mad. He's not a bad person.
yeah.
Nobody is.
So like,
Nobody is. Nobody is. Nobody.
what about Jerry?
Oh, he's mad too.
Hmm?
He's a good guy.
Good guy. He's a cowboy guy, right? Black hat,
Yeah.
the handlebar type mustache, yeah. Yeah, I think he's the guy that got arrested there today
Oh.
with guns. I believe, of course, I believe he had some guns, or he had his wife with him when he got arrested.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man,
Oh, I wish we could redo it.
And just so you know, right, like, and like I said, I told you before, I told you we start today, I respect you regardless. And I'm glad you talked to me, because actually, in my eyes, and ultimately be to judge, but you definitely look to me a lot better, in a better light than what the evidence isn't good. It doesn't paint it, like, it paints a dangerous person. Like, honestly, a threat to national security. I would be comfortable saying, in my opinion, that just looking at the facts, that the people involved are a threat to national security, a serious threat to national security and public safety, which is ironic, because I think you guys had the sheepdog mentality, but I do think that just looking at the facts, this is a serious threat to the public safety, to the sheep, to the flock. But having having talked to you though,
How do we get that word out? How do you?
having talked to
How
you,
does that?
I don't think you're that guy because I get an idea of what your heart is actually like, and maybe that some of this is posturing. You know, but if your buddies, I get with buddies, you one up each other, and you know, so he's got some cool guns. I think he has some cool guns. He's got some. You're not gonna get, like I understand. I can understand that. Like, was there some of that going on? Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, you know, some buddies are they're in the trucks, right? So what do? They get every accessory in their trucks, and that's their thing. They hang with the trucks, and this guy's got this. Well, I don't get a new tailgate. I don't get new straight pipes. Is that kind of what was going on here?
Yeah. Oh, but probably.
So what about Chris though? Like was he kind of like? Is he kind of like a boss? Like he's kind of an alpha. I tell you, I can tell you, there's a lot of eyes on you guys recently, and by reports like they report him as being an alpha. Is that true in the group? I'm not saying he's a terrorist or criminal. I'm just saying, like, in the group within your friends, is he kind of the guy usually that says, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do," or
No.
No?
Nobody has a. There's no leader. We're all together. We're all just freedom fighters.
yeah? What about your house, Tony? Do you have more weapons at your house?
No.
Are there anything like any writings or stuff like that? Like, I mean, if they were to search your house, I'm not saying they are, but if they were to search your house, they may be. I don't know.
Oh man.
Is there gonna be stuff that they're gonna be like, oh boy? And would they be hurt? Is there anything dangerous at your house?
I don't know.
Any explosive? Anything that
No.
could be explosive?
Oh yeah.
You know, something that quite often happens in cases like this, where they try to understand what's going on with the people in the group, just try to understand it, right? Are there any types of readings that you guys have been doing that you guys are kind of into that might have been like what kind of books are you reading? I'm just trying to understand you at this point, right? I'm not talking about the offense.
I know. It's interesting culture, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
It just, all the optics don't look good. I get it.
It doesn't, and we can't change that. We can't change that, right?
I know.
All we can do is try to help people understand where your heart's at, right? And I think I think that's the value in our conversation here today, is that we can't change the facts, but we can say, you know what, this maybe just got a little out of control.
I think so. I didn't mean it to be.
What do you know about 3%ers?
I don't know much about them.
Okay. Now, why would somebody say that there was talk about 3%ers here among your group?
I don't know. Maybe there is.
Do you
but
guys?
I'm not part of it.
No, you're not a part of it.
They don't. No one's ever contacted me and made me. You know how they go. I don't know how they find their members.
Have you guys ever just kind of like, because I'm telling you that came up. There was conversations among your group where in fact people were. I have to look through all. Like there's, like I show you here. I just asked them to pull a few sheets here. Let me show you. These are transcripts from the Wire.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine how many pages that would be all here. I said, give me some stuff to talk to him about. But they're telling me there was stuff that was said, and I'm not sure if it was on the Wire or in the presence of an undercover operator, where I don't know if it's you talking, but somebody's saying that that guy's he's 3%er. I feel like it was you who was saying about Teddy Bear Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you say that?
Because I think he is.
Yeah. What would make you think that?
He admitted it.
Yeah.
But then if you know what the 3%ers are about,
Mm-hmm.
1776,
Yep. Yep.
somebody had to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
But they're demified.
I know, man. And
That's not what we want.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's all subjective too, right? Like,
Yeah.
like all of a sudden it's like, oh, they're all with you, like, you know, Proud Boys were first, and then yeah. And I'm not saying I agree with all that. It definitely seemed like that all of a sudden that's the flavor. It's like, oh, it's like they've got the terror group snap. Yeah, terror group, terror group, terror group, terror group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did it feel that way to you?
No. Never.
I mean, I'm sorry, when I say did it feel that way, did it feel that way to you? Like that all of a sudden the Canadian government is just kind of taking aim at right-wing groups?
That's right.
Oh man, like you do some reading, it's funny. Like one of the things is like, you know, they'll punch you in the arm until you name like 10 chocolate bars. Like I did that in grade 1. Like there's something like that, man. I'm like, this is the group we're listing as a terrorist entity, and I don't know everything about them, and maybe they belong there. But when I heard some of the things, I'm like, wow. And maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the case with 3%ers, like you said, 1776, right?
Yep.
Like there's,
That's my whole MO, is those kind of that. Like,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
defending our freedom,
Mhm.
and that's all. We're not starting shit.
so,
And we want to live in harmony and peace and love. But
Mhm.
the government is the one that keeps twisting the narrative to make us look like the bad guys.
mhm.
Yeah, it looks bad, I know.
You know, and I actually admire a guy who doesn't start fights but ends them.
That's what I
Right.
want.
I actually,
don't know how
I actually
many-
respect that.
I've never been in a bar fight, but I broke up 20 of them in my days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm the guy that just make love, not war.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are the, what, tell me about the conversation, like you were talking about Teddy Bear Chris. Like when he, like what was it like he was just like, yeah, I'm a 3%er, or like how does that conversation go? Or is like do they have like a tattoo or a
No.
flag or something? Like what makes what,
No, just we chat and just came up like
yeah.
I'm here for freedom and I'm a freedom fighter.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's what I am.
Keep in mind that
So I admire
yeah.
those guys
Yeah.
because they're the same ideology.
Yeah.
They're like, these are my daughters that I'm fighting for.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he have his daughters here with him?
What's that?
Did he have his daughters here with him?
They came out, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't even have a big truck. He just came out to support the movement.
Hmm.
You know?
Was he staying with you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Every morning we get up early and we go make coffee at the clubhouse for everybody and get everything organized for the day.
So who else was staying in your trailer?
Well, I don't know. I'll let them tell you.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair, man. I respect that. So did you, Big Chris, and another guy? So, and keep in mind, like I think I get the impression that your head's kind of spinning right now, kind of realizing all the stuff that was actually known about what was going on, and not only that, well, being like having your head explode a little bit, like holy shit, they heard that, they know this, so
Yeah.
what? And I can imagine what a helmet fire that would create. But
Yeah, I'm done.
but also, and you know what, to me it's actually surprising all the stuff they had, right? And like I said, they're still combing through stuff, so I don't know where it's going. And I don't know if they're searching your place or not. But I can tell you that sometimes lots of times that's a concern, right? Like you see in the news in the States, they have a shooting at a theater or whatever, usually they're going to go to the guy's apartment and search it. Like, if there's something there, I'd rather
We
get
never
it.
had anything.
What's that?
We never had an incident.
This is an incident. I'm telling you, it's an incident. No one was hurt yet, but like it looks very much like. And again, well, I'll never know. It looks very much like something was coming.
No.
That's what it looks like. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it's what it looks like.
That's what you guys can spin, but that's not what the case is.
Mm-hmm.
No one will agree. No one will. That's the thing. No one will understand that except the people that understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad, man.
Yeah, I'm done.
What's next for you?
I don't know. Just follow God really close.
Like, but I mean, like this. Is this going to happen again?
No.
Why? Well, why not though? Like your beliefs don't change, and I respect that you
Well,
change
my
your
beliefs don't change, but I'm just gonna.
But if you believe that you're at any moment going to be taken over by the Chinese military, like,
Yeah.
are you not gonna? Are you gonna arm yourself or not?
Well, I would if I probably could, but I probably won't be able to now.
Yeah, because it's legal.
Yeah.
But you understand that a lot of what you did was illegal, right? Like, I'm just throwing that at you. Do I'm trying to when I say this, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I'm not. What I'm actually trying to get at is I'm trying to figure out where we're at going forward.
My beliefs won't change, but I'm just going to be handicapped now.
Like, I think it's sad that like it's a possibility. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to speculate, but there's a possibility you're going to be going to jail. And I honestly, I still believe you're a good guy. And it's sad, man. I don't.
Oh man. Good guys always go down. Sad. Yeah. Oh, that's so mind blowing. I'm so mind blown.
I know, man.
Because that's not my intentions. Holy. I gotta talk to my mom. She's gonna be a wreck. She's all I have.
I'm told that you take care of your mom.
I do. She's all I got.
How do you think she's going to react to this?
She's gonna be heartbroken. Very heartbroken. Like,
You're definitely going to have a heart-to-heart with her, right? Like, because typically with these release names, right, with the charges.
did they release it?
No, they won't usually until the charge is sworn. Actually, you just went through your bail hearing, so the charge is sworn now. So there's a good possibility that me release with names, I would guess. Again, it's not my call, but at least typically there will be. That's part of accountability too, right? On our end is we have to be transparent with these things, and it's going to be you have some thinking to do about your conversation with mom, right? Man, I can't imagine what you're going through right now.
No, it's not good. I feel sick. Never ever thought I'd go to jail. And I did.
Who's Steve?
He's a buddy too.
Yeah?
He's a nice guy.
Is he just like you guys? Like just
Yep.
yeah. When did he get there?
He never came to the site.
No. Because I'm really
He's just a friend to just talk about, like my other friend Bruce, just how to keep the morale up.
yeah. Bruce is the military guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Those guys they didn't want to harm anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce and I talked about how we can keep the protests going, how we can maybe move more trucks over to Del Bonita or break the convoy away from Elk River and get more support. Like that's the kind of tactics
Right.
that we spent all day talking about.
Did
Just-
Bruce have guns?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Bruce had.
Did Bruce know what you guys had?
I don't think so.
Yeah. How about that EPS TAC guy?
I don't know who even that guy is.
Did you ever have a meet with him face to face?
I don't know, because I don't know who he is.
Okay. That's fair enough. Reason I was asking you before, like kind of who's in charge is Morin tells you at one. Knockers? Okay. And I can tell you that we were 100% aware of the counter surveillance. The vehicles following, like we're aware of that.
Yeah, and we're just doing that to see, because all of a sudden you guys roll in there, and so we're just trying to like keep our security up, like so we don't get caught and get all arrested and all these stuff's going on. So it's like that's why I watch.
I get you, man. I believe that. Like it's a huge. There's logistics involved. There's a lot of people, a lot of vehicles, and there's movement of goods. It's not. I get it's not
that's
all
what
about.
happened. We had two guys were talking to the group, and at the same time, you guys snuck in on us on the south end. And that was on like the second day, and then we got caught there. So it's like, oh, we got to have our own security just to see what.
Right.
So we didn't get caught. We want to stay there as long as we can.
That makes sense to me.
There's nothing malicious.
No, I get that. Not every conversation with tactics is about hammers and hand grenades, right? It doesn't have to be all hammers and hand grenades. It could be moving the vehicles or getting soup. Or I get that, right? I get that. But it is interesting because I can tell you one marked change that they noticed over the wire was kind of a change in tactics from your guys' point in your communications, where you would start to speak coded, almost like we would find with drug targets. We'll hear, instead of saying, hey, I want to buy some coke, come here, you'll say, I want some boys, I want some girls, or whatever, or some soft, or it could be anything, right? There's different, there's street codes, there's military codes, we all know that, and something that we noticed going on here is like, let me see if I can find it here, but I think you know what I'm talking about, like peas and carrots or whatever, like bring some carrots and this here, and I need this, and it's very clear from the conversation they're not talking about carrots or whatever. They're not talking vegetables when you look at the conversations. Why did the verbiage change? Were you guys afraid that you're being monitored? Is that a consideration? Was that maybe, did that come from this military guy? Like what changed? Because I don't think that you guys were like maybe got a greater education by yourselves on military tactics and stuff like that while you're there. Was there someone, one of these, like was it this military guy or a CPS guy that said, hey, this is what you guys need to change up your comms? Like that advice come from somebody?
No.
So why the change? Why mid-operation would it be like, okay, guys, we need to change this? And all of a sudden, and another thing we noticed is like, okay, we're going to leave your phones. And you see, we actually watch a meet on a secluded location, I guess hoping to be out of eyes, wasn't, but definitely a change in tactics, which you can see where, from an investigative standpoint, a public safety standpoint, it's like things are ratcheting up. Like there's a
Looks
change in
all
this
so
group,
bad.
yeah. And there's military guys coming in, the EPS TAC guy coming, tactics are changing, and then as someone who runs towards a police vehicle, it's the stuff. It started to ratchet up big time yesterday, man. Which is, and then when you got Teddy Bear Chris clowning around outside the bar like that, that was probably, there's a lot of tactical errors, but that was probably the biggest misstep in my, like, if I could talk to Teddy Bear Chris, I'd be like, man, like, you got some egg on your face on this. Like, it's kind of on him that thing all imploded, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely a police operation on foot, and they were methodically working through this, and there was a plan, but it was more of a calculated thing. And when that guy started spouting off, it's just like, yeah, no, you're done, bud. You know what I mean? Like, it was dumb. Yeah. I don't know, man. It just,
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, Andy. Like,
yeah.
it's so painted bad, and I can argue over and over again that.
You're not arguing. I don't find you like. I actually think you're. 100%. I think you're a straight up guy. I do, and I don't think you're as bad as this looks, and that's why these conversations are important, because there might be explanations, right? That's why I'm going through. And there's just a few more I'd like to go through with you, just because there might be total explanations for this, right? Okay. Steve, that's your buddy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he never made it there, you're saying, and I believe you with that. Like, that rings true to me based on what I've been told.
Mm-hmm.
This would be yesterday. It says 0052 time tag, so that'd be like yesterday after midnight, late night. That's what I'm thinking. And you're talking to a male, and you're saying, I don't know why he's holding back on not meeting up with you guys. It's weird, fucking weird. I can give you more context here, actually. The other male says, honestly, Tony, I thought he got the approval to do what he did. You said, yeah, I know. I don't know. He's holding back. The other male says, and I didn't know. And then you say, like, I don't know why he's holding back. Like, I don't know why he's holding back on not meeting up with you guys. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
We want him to talk about just how we can, get more trucks, more tractors, more support. That was the conversation with that. That's all about
Wanted who,
the
though?
protest thing.
Who's that with? So just about trucks then.
Yes.
Okay, who's that conversation with?
That was with Steve, because
Steve,
he has
okay.
a lot of connections with farmers and ranchers and a bunch of stuff, and I'm
Right.
like, we need to get more stuff. But
Mhm.
we wanted him to come out to help.
Mm-hmm.
He's a retired firefighter.
Right. But he's one of your bros. Like, he's a gun guy like you guys. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and so we're like, let's help try to figure out how we can, keep this thing going. Not tear it down.
And he's in Lethbridge here, like Lethbridge firefighter.
Calgary firefighter.
Calgary fire. Does he live in Lethbridge here?
No.
What's Steve's last name?
You'll have to figure that out.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Okay, there's a female you're talking to, and this is yesterday. Day shift is all I know. It's during the day. And this female says, yeah, but the guys in Milk River, tons of tractors sitting around there that could be deployed somewhere else. They don't need to go. They don't need to hold any line there. You say, sounds good. The female says, yeah. Then another male says, and if you blah blah blah, like hunting, blah blah blah, I'll bring one. And you say, yeah. The female says, night vision, yeah. And then the male says, if we can get some fucking unintelligible, we need to get some hunting unintelligible. Okay, we went through this. That's the scopes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. And then you
Never
say,
done any of that.
and just down the page, like same conversation, you say here, and we need to, that's what gets it to the next level now.
That's what gets it to the next level. Well, I think in that case, he had thermal
thing,
Yep.
a device, FLIR.
Yep.
You can see in the dark.
Right.
And we wanted to keep our night security up more because
Right.
we had that vandalism happen on that equipment.
Yeah, on those, yeah.
Excavators.
Yep.
So we wanted to be able to see in the dark. So
Okay.
that's why I meant by keeping it
Gotcha.
to the next level of like, so we can counter that.
That makes sense actually to me. Yeah. I'm glad you told me,
Because
because that
that's-
makes sense, because you know how that could look, right? Like next level, like, holy that makes sense. Thank you for that. See why this is important, right?
It is.
Yeah, it is. It's not easy,
It's
but it's...
overwhelmed. It's hard.
No,
to
I
think.
know, man.
So
I know.
Just bear with me.
We've done a lot here.
Bear with me.
What about Graybeard? I'm not talking about me. Who's Graybeard?
That's Steve.
And then I've got another thing here where you say, this is yesterday again. Hey, if I don't hear from fucking Foxtrot or Bearded Man, and you're coming through, and he's got my extra guitar and stuff at his house.
Yeah, I
who's-
wanted to play guitar.
Okay, who's Foxtrot?
Same guy.
Foxtrot, you say Foxtrot, fucking Foxtrot or Bearded Man. Okay, oh, you're just
Yeah,
correcting
yeah,
yourself, like fucking Foxtrot or Bearded Man. Okay, I gotcha.
Got all kinds
Yeah.
of nicknames.
Gotcha. That yeah, I thought it was two guys, but that makes sense. Gotcha. Your guitar. Do you actually play guitar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callus is like.
Because
played
I'm
it
told, and I'm not 100% of this, but again, I don't know all this stuff. I just came down here
Yeah.
2 days ago. I don't know half this shit.
Yeah.
And I actually prefer it that way because I feel like I can get more of the truth if I don't come here with my own notions. I'd rather get it from you.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope you felt like I could get somewhere open mind here.
Yeah.
But what I am told is there's some talk about guitar cases and guitars, and I'm damn sure, and I can confirm this, I'm damn sure they were talking about some guitars being, or some firearms being in guitar cases moved around.
Probably. But I really wanted a guitar to play at one point.
Okay, so, and I get that, and I feel like you're being honest, because you already told me you brought firearms, which I respect that, so there's no real need to lie about that, right? Like, so, like 100% though, like you're saying that when you're talking guitar, you're actually talking guitar?
When I was wanting guitar, I brought my stuff in with just a pickup truck originally, like my shotgun and my
Yeah.
22.
Yeah.
So anybody else, maybe they wanted to just bring their stuff in a guitar case.
Okay. Yeah, man. Hey, awesome. I'm glad we cleared that up.
But yeah, I wanted to play.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I think we've covered a lot here, man. And you've been
Hopefully you
through.
can put a good word in for me. Like, tell them my heart is at it.
I can tell you I already have. Like, there's stuff we can't change, but I can tell you, and Tony, look at me, okay? Look at me, Tony. I'm telling you that every time I've gone out there, I'm like, guys, I don't think this guy's a monster. I don't think he's a monster. I know this is bad, and obviously there's gonna be some consequences, right? And you know that, you're a smart guy. You're an extremely smart guy. But I'm like, this guy's not a monster.
No.
He's not a monster. But I gotta say, man, and we have so many similar beliefs, and I mean that. I think you need to, like, you need to really examine stuff and really see where have I ended up, right? Like, I don't know, man. I hate to say this because you're such a righteous, good-hearted guy, but I think you might have lost your way a little bit.
Sad, yeah.
You can get it back.
I hope so.
You can get it back. You got a mom that loves you, man, and she needs you too. And she's gonna forgive you. You know that.
She will.
It's gonna be tough for her. She'll forgive you.
Oh, boy, I'm gonna lose
You're her son, man. You're never gonna turn her back on you.
She's old. She's up there, 70 some.
Okay, that's your number one then, man. You need to. That's gonna probably be your first dose of accountability is with her, and
When am I going to be able to see her?
I don't know, man. But I'm telling you, this is not the end for you. It's not the end for you,
I
man.
hope so.
It's not. It probably feels that way because there's been a ton of shit dropped on you today. There's gonna be more, but this isn't the end, man. I think you're a good guy. I just want to see you get out of this. I want to see you do well, man. I do. I want to see you winning. And I want to see these restrictions end, man. I do. I'm with you, man. Honestly, dude, I want us to be back where we were, and
I know.
I want us to have a government that we feel represents us. I want that. I want the same things, man.
I'll be so happy when that day comes.
Yeah. Tony, I'm gonna step out again. I thank you. I respect you, and I'm gonna tell these guys exactly how I feel about you. I'm gonna step out and just see if there's anything they need me to cover off or with everything. I think that's it. Do you have any questions for me, Tony?
No, Randy, I think we're okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll break back. Okay. I think we're pretty much done
I
here.
just want to see my mom.
Yeah. I get you. I get you. Give me a second here.
I just want to see my mom and my cat. Oh boy, this is not good.
Yeah, we're done. We're done here. We just can't move you back there yet because we'll get you back there so you can rest right away. They're just moving some people around, so we gotta wait till the lane's clear. Logistics. Hey, your buddy Evan. Your buddy Evan.
Evan.
His dad. Firefighter. His name's Steve.
No.
No, what's his dad's name?
I don't know.
No. Steve's not Evan's dad.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't even know who Evan is.
No.
No.
Okay.
I don't put the names together. There were so many new people.
Right.
It's not like there's a lot of people that just we met there.
Yeah.
Have no.
But not Big Chris. Big Chris, you guys know each other from the gun club, right?
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah. How long you guys known each other?
Oh, a couple months.
That's it, eh?
Yeah. He's a great guy.
Like vouch for him, like you don't think he's dangerous, nothing,
No.
like.
No. I don't think so at all. I don't know him really well in the few months I've known him, but for what I know, he's a friend. I can call him a friend.
What about Chris Carbert?
He's good too.
Yeah. He's Lethbridge guy?
I think so.
Yeah. Same thing, just like gun guy, gun god freedom type guy?
Yeah. Good dad, single dad, custody of the son.
Not a dangerous guy.
That I know. He's great. He's been a really good friend.
And Jerry?
Really good.
Yeah. Same thing, just guns god freedom, like.
Yeah.
How long you know him?
Oh, probably a couple months, 3 months. Not a lot.
So Chris Carbert, how long you known him, sorry?
Couple months as well.
So everyone's a couple months?
Yeah.
Like how do you guys all meet?
We just met all up.
Like online or?
Well, I met Big Chris at the gun shop, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
he, introduced me to Chris, and we just met and hung out, barbecued.
Yeah. Where do you guys usually shoot?
Oh, we have a couple places.
Yeah. And you know what, I'm not gonna ask you if it's in a non-registered range, I don't need to know the location, but like you go to Ranger, you got your own spots or?
Yeah, we got a couple spots that we
Yeah.
go to,
Yeah.
and we haven't done a lot of that because it's been winter.
Yeah. How many more guys do you usually meet up with? Like, is it just like a dozen? Like, how many guys usually meet?
Well, we got other families that we hang out with every Sunday. I have people come over and they're preppers, they
Yeah.
can and they share herbal remedies and they're
Mhm.
just families with kids and
Mhm.
we barbecue and we let the pets run around together and that's it.
That sounds special, man. Honestly, it does.
We've been
In a
doing
lot
it
of ways.
since COVID started because we knew it was all we got to build a community because we don't know the outcome of what's going to happen with the collapse of the system in the society. So it's like
Yeah.
we need to look after each other
That's noble.
and we got to defend each other.
Yeah.
So that's it. It's not what you guys think of it being this militia group or some terrorist organization. That's what the government and the media is going to spin it as like they have, but they just don't understand the value of what we're trying to really do.
What were the flags? I drove by. I didn't spend a whole lot of time in Coutts just because I was passing through, and I honestly had some stuff I was trying to do. I needed to just get through and get going on my stuff. But when I drove by smugglers there, I noticed something up there, and like everyone knows. Well, most people that are paying attention know like the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, like the yellow flag. I saw that obviously,
Yes.
but there's another black flag. What was? There's two flagpoles or two flags flying at smugglers there. There's one we didn't stop. I was just kind of driving by. I'm like,
I
what?
don't remember
Kind of
seeing.
looking back, like what is that? You don't know, eh?
No. I didn't even see a "Go Tread on Me" flag at Smugglers.
Yeah, they had the yellow. I saw the yellow flag. I'm pretty sure I saw it hanging from one of the poles outside.
Yeah, see, I believe that sign is the same thing about, the Constitution, the
Yeah.
American Constitution.
Do you think people have co-opted that? Like,
No.
No?
They spun that, it's changed the narrative.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I get what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, do you think that there's some people that have
Well,
maybe
they're-
don't believe the same thing either, or they're using it and maybe they're not people you want to associate with, or you think that it's still like got the same effect?
I think it's got the same effect for the people that understand history.
Yeah.
It's just like the swastika symbol.
Mhm.
That's the Buddhists use it as a symbol of peace.
Right.
And a lot of different cultures use the swastika.
Isn't that crazy, hey, how that came around?
And then look how demonified it is.
Well, and it's at the same time, like, I wouldn't dare fly it. It's come to represent that so much that I wouldn't touch it with, and I wouldn't fly that anywhere near me.
That's what they've done. They've changed it. But the actual symbol itself, when you research that, it's a symbol of peace and love.
I have seen that. It surprised me. I'm like, what is a Buddhist symbol? Like,
Yeah.
and they're really like, oh, jeez. Like,
People just don't know history. They got to research that.
yeah.
Understand that it's more love than anything. It's
Mhm.
not.
Do you
The
feel like
symbol
the swastika flag it still represents love?
The symbol.
Mm-hmm.
The symbol represents love.
If you folks value this original in the field journalism that you're not going to get anywhere else, please understand that we can't do this for free. We have operational costs, which is why we depend on our audience to keep this program going. So please visit truckertrial.com, help us out as you can, and stay up to date with our ongoing coverage.